On today's episode of Let's Talk FGO, FGO causes Mount Etna to erupt? Probably didn't literally happen, but I will build the episode that way. Also, hey, I hope you like hearing about video games, because there's a State of Play and Summer Games Fest. We're going to talk about that in the back half. Hello, I am one of your hosts. Sorry, I didn't think of an intro to me. I have a good one for Lucky, but I'm Omega, and I'm trying to think. I mean, I can do the easy joke and just be like, I'd like to be hugged by Hideo Kojima. And with me, as always, my co-host, Lucky. You heard him chuckle there. He's an obscure side character from a Resident Evil game that you didn't realize was important.
Lucky is rolling his eyes and shaking his head at the moment, so please forgive my silence there. I hope everyone is enjoying Fate Grand Order, aka Saving Dragon Girls. And while we here at Studio Make like to bring you the latest in FGO-related news and memes, we will be talking about current and future events about the JP and EM versions of the game, so anyone not wanting spoilers should remember to look deep down inside yourself and ask, what am I willing to deal with today? Not this!
Sorry. I read that was your intro, but it didn't hit me until you said it.
That's a way back, people.
I know, yeah. I'm about to say, some people might not get it. You're quoting old school Game Grumps, you know, Aaron and John about
Sonic
06. Yeah. Woo. But yes, this is Let's Talk FGO. This episode is brought to you by all of our wonderful, beautiful listeners, but especially our patrons. More about them later. Support us on Patreon at our gold tier, and you can get shoutouts and stuff. Well, listen to the show live, whale tier, you get shoutouts. More on that. And trust me, I will be here for that brand integration because, well, you'll find out in a second once I check out with favorite Kohai.
Senpai, 起きてください.
Because, at a crisp 2 minutes, it's time for Wake the Fuck Up Senpai, Wake the Fuck Up for Pro Tips.
Hot, fresh.
Which, I'm going to be reminding you that the upcoming stream, or at least video premiere, for our next event in FGO is 6/9. Nice. And the upcoming event will require LB6 clear, so you got about a weekend to do that if you're not caught up. And also, I'm reminding you to use your teapots. We're unlocking a few more of these since we're doing Evocation Festival and Million Downloads. They're really cool to actually get on that bond leveling, and make sure you are using them. I have probably used some teapots accidentally, because I'm pretty sure I've left it tabbed on rather than off, but it's all good. It's all good bond.
I have not. I've been actually considering a lot of my bond farming recently. I gotta get more of them up.
I've seen some setups, but yeah, the definitely the best way is probably to slurp teapots in combination with bleached earth. Sorry, my voice trailed off a little because I leaned away from the microphone. Spatial audio. But yeah, this is why I said that I will be, you will probably hear a couple of jokes about, you know, the Patreon and the brand integration today, because the Medusa banner is soon.
Soon, TM.
And also I locked in my pre-order for Death Stranding 2.
Yeah, mine's already in, but we're going to talk more about that later.
Yes. I just want to throw out there that because of, you know, taxes, obviously it's not as bad as other places with worth currency conversions. I understand that USD is very, very competitive, but it costs me like $75 to buy this video game. Thanks, Uncle Sam.
I am a fan, so I'm going to fucking buy it.
Yep, no. Actually, I should say this. This is a complete aside and unrelated from a separate discussion you're going to go on next. But
yeah,
there was a comment, I think it was when we were playing 14, but I don't remember if it was on stream or not. But you brought up some comments which were a little tone deaf from him, but there were some comments from Randy Pritchard earlier, which I think have kind of like blown over since because of other stuff. But he said that, you know, it's possible Borderlands 4 will cost $90. You know, if you're a real fan, you'll find the money for it. And we talked about that a little, and I do kind of agree with what you said, to pitch it to you, which is that he said it kind of like an ass, but he's not wrong.
Yeah. Like, I'm not going to try and be out here to defend Randy Pitchford, because I don't think he's a bad dude, but he's definitely tone deaf, and he puts his foot in his mouth way more than any man should.
He constantly looks like a used car salesman.
But like, if you love I agree with the fact, if you love a game, like, the cost necessarily isn't so much an issue for you if you like genuinely love that game. You'll be mad you have to pay it. You'll be like, I really wish I didn't have to pay it, but you'll still pay it. Like, so, like, it is one of those things of like, yeah, no, technically, like, I remember you actually said this, for Randy Pitchford, just because, you know, you are, correct doesn't mean you're right, or however it goes. Sorry. I've been fighting like this throat thing for a while, and it's really starting to bug me.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know why. I've just had a phlegmy throat for like a week now, and it's It's
maybe
getting on me nerves. But no, like things getting I don't like. Maybe it's just because I'm old. Like, but I have seen, my country, good old US of A, have gone through like economic depressions and revivals and dying out like so many times. I just look at the price of things and goes like, yeah, that's what the price is. Either I get it or I don't. And I really don't quibble too much about it, I guess I want to say.
In your mind, I'm sure there's a break point for a lot of things, literally pre-conversation, right? You were talking about, because, hey, we're going to talk about Love, Death, and Robots a little later, because there was a new season that came out and we missed it. But you were like, well, I'll have to figure out how to get some Netflix. I don't really want to get Netflix, but
I like Love, Death, and Robots, so I want to get in there.
Yeah, because you don't, if people are wondering, why doesn't Lucky want Netflix? That's not expensive. It isn't in the grand scheme of things, but you don't watch a lot of TV.
No. So, like, it'd be one of the things that, like, I get it for a month, but, like, if I forget about it, I'm paying for something I don't use. It's like, I'm a fan of Love, Death, and Robots. I'm not a fan of Netflix.
And that's kind of how
that's
I
also
was
why I
with
haven't watched things like,
while.
Bleach 100-Year War, because that's only on Disney+.
Actually, it's only on Hulu specifically. It's in Disney Plus in other countries, which sucks ass. If it was just on Disney Plus, I'd be fine. But I'm not caught up because I have had to cancel my Hulu subscription. Not that Hulu itself is too expensive, but paying for both Hulu and Disney Plus at full price sucks.
So it's one of those things of like, yes, like I'm gonna like search deep inside myself and ask, like, do I like this thing enough to like spend this money on it? If the answer is yes, I'm gonna do it. Like, I'm the guy who spent like I can't remember the exact number, but it's like it was like between $200 and $300 for a copy of Xenosaga Episode 3. It's just so I could have the full trilogy and be like, yes, I own this now.
And
so
if you want to, lock in with certain physical discs, that's a thing.
Yeah. So like, if you like again, I'm not defending Randy Pitchford before his Randy Pitchfordness, but like I said, I do agree with what he said. If you love something, you will figure out a way to make the cost.
Yeah, I feel more like I question if Randy Pitchford has the correct read on the audience that people love Borderlands enough as a franchise to cough up.
Yeah, like that I don't know. Like in general, what I feel is correct. Specifically Borderlands, I don't know, man. I don't.
Yeah, and like that's definitely going to be the kind of thing of like, they've been slipping a little. They were really high highs, but they've had some lows. I should still check out Tiny Tina's Wonderland sometime. That was free on PS Plus for one of the free month selections. But yeah, and to spoil something we will be talking about later, but this conversation came back to me because of the recent announcement about Final Fantasy Tactics Ivalice Chronicles, which I believe MSRP is going to be $49.99 on, and I'm kind of like, okay, that's a little higher than I'd like, for a emulated port of a PS1 game and then a refreshed version of a PS1 game, but they did get like voice acting and stuff, and I'm like, and the way I phrased it is like, I want Ivalice Chronicles to do really well, so they do this again, but with the 2 advanced games, because like at the very least, not to downplay how cool Ivalice Chronicles is, because like I said, they're adding voice acting for the first time, and they're doing a really neat thing where they're like giving you both basically gameplay-wise the exact same game that came out on PS1, and then also the quality of life enhanced version, so you can pick, which is neat. But
it is neat.
You can just buy War of the Lions on tablets.
I have it on tablet.
Yeah. So like that's way more accessible than the advanced games, which were on GBA and DS
Actually,
respectively. And I don't think Switch Online has ever ported. Did they do FFTA 1? I don't think they did.
Sorry, I'm looking up how much like War of the Lions on was it Google Play? I think you just can buy it on Google Play.
Yeah.
Let me look that up real quick.
And there's a secondary conversation because they showed off like the special edition, of course, and it's like, yeah, it looks pretty cool. And I'm like, I don't think I'm willing to go to bat for FFT that far myself. Not that I don't
so it's not gonna
like
tell
it.
Me how much it costs, son of a bitch. Oh
well. Not that I don't like FFT, but I've never actually played it all the way through. I played a little bit of it like back in the day on an emulator, but because I didn't have like the manuals and extra shit, I was kind of like lost as a dumb kid. So like I will be picking this up, and I'm like I said, I'm kind of like, $49.99, a little higher than I'd normally pay for this, but pretty good. So there you go, chat. That's unrelated ramble number 1 in the opener. So when Lucky has a second from not being eaten by something horrible.
The moment's gonna be him now. I am thinking about to go fight a boss.
All right, go for it. Thumbs up.
All right, but I have a moment now. We're safe. I'm gonna hang out with Defector Antal, bro. Anyway, so we're gonna move over straight on to not all of the world's evil, but damn close. Lucky has something today, and if you were in our Discord last night around 9 p.m. Lucky Standard Time, that's Pacific Standard Time. That's Pacific Standard Time for the rest of you folks. You might have seen this, but Lucky has come to the realization that he low-key hates FGO. Now, I'm not gonna do like, you know, some people make a giant video SEO. This is why FGO actually sucks. As whatnot, because this ain't that. This is me at 9 p.m. having a moment and realizing, man, I really don't like this game. Now, I want to specify, I don't like the game parts. I love everything else about FGO. This is part of the love-hate relationship. I like the stories. I like the character designs. I like the art. I like the characters. I like hearing them speak and whatnot. I love all that. What I don't like is the mechanics of FGO. And just how did I put this?
I think you talked about it. You said last night either, and maybe both, it's kind of a grind and kind of a slog.
Like, I wish it was a game that did not take up so much of my time when I have so little to give. Because that's what this game does.
It's true.
Like, right now, in FGO, we're in the middle of our ordeal call. We get 3 storm pods a day. To use those storm pods, we have to go do 40 AP missions. Which means, and if you're like me, who's I'm in the 150s, I believe, for my levels. Yes. I think I'm like 154, 155. That means I have usually like 144 AP a day. Well, not a day. At one time. That's my max. That means I can do my 3 storm pod missions, and that's about it. Because for some odd reason, we are stuck on this idea that we have only a very limited supply of AP, yet we make all the stuff to do stuff with APs ridiculously high. Like, why does these missions have to be 40 AP? Like, to make a comparison to, like, another game, I'll use Girls Frontline 2 Nexilium here. A lot of their missions max out 10 to 20 energy of whatever you beat. And generally you have, God, was it like 200 to 180 to 200 at a time?
Yeah, your cap is like in the 200 to 300 range. Also, just to talk about another thing, Girls Frontline 2 lets you overcap like all the time, basically. The cap is just like what your natural regen is. If you get extra intelligence by using items or from like leveling up or just other bonuses, you will exceed the cap.
Well, yeah, like they also have that nice little mechanic in the dormant territory where you can just, if you fill up on AP, you will just slowly make a fucking stockpile of AP that you can use at any time.
So basically it's like the bronze apple saplings, but without any kind of like exchange button. It's just stockpiled somewhere for you to slurp up.
Just stockpile for something. So usually you can get a lot done in one day. Now, this is like I said, this is like a lot of haze that just kind of broke my back over time because FGO has a fucking grind problem. In fact, the fact that we are constantly coming out with new materials and they don't give you an easy access to get any of them. Any of them. No matter what, unless you're getting them from a fucking event or unless they're on the fucking monthly ticket, you have to go spend AP on some god-awful node that you have to do who knows how many fucking times so you can get a fucking 100 of fucking Jimmy John's Dingwongler and then use it on your servant. Like, we keep coming out with new stuff. That means we have more stuff to fucking grind, but I still need to grind the old stuff, and I need to get this new stuff, but I have to spend AP, and I only have so many fucking apples to do this, but I need to save those to the fucking lotto, because I need to save goddamn QP so I can afford all this bullshit that you're making me spend on. I have to spend money on XP leveling. I have to spend XP on grailing. I have to spend QP on fucking every single fucking thing, and it's not small numbers at all. If I'm grailing anything, if I'm trying to level anything from 100 to like 120, I put just 20 items in there. I'm spending $500,000 minimum, $500,000 per fucking I'm sorry, I lost the word, but $500,000 per fucking just $500,000 per 20. That's what I'm gonna use. I can't think of the goddamn word right now. And guess what? Because the fucking grind from 100 to 120 is so goddamn banal, you'll be spending like, oh god, like anywhere like upwards of like 50 million just doing that. Now, of course, they both to say, oh, you just the 120 thing is just an extra fucking thing. No, it is. Do not fucking lie to me. Don't you fucking lie to me. Because the fucking meta has been pushing on for people needing harder and harder buses, and everyone just firing up their MP, we've been pushing, higher and higher fucking numbers. We're just fucking like our fucking 90 plus 90 quest will have 1.5 million fucking units on the back half just so people can't do them easily. It's like, so we got to grind pieces and monuments if we don't have them. We have to grind silver, bronze, silver, and gold mats fucking almost ad infinitum, and they keep coming out with new ones to just keep making us spend more AP. We need hellacious amounts of QP to do this. I give shit to people who fucking farm up that like spend all their time on the lotto UP, so they had to do it. But do you know what those people don't have to do? Those people don't have to worry about their fucking QP reserves because they are so fucking drowning in it. They can just do whatever. Like, God, it's and so like the thing is like some things are weirdly limited. Like grails we can use to bring up servants to bring them up. Like a lot of people use them on their SSRs for specific loves, but it's a great way to bring up your lower rarity ones to more in line with other more limited units. Guess what? Grails, still a limited fucking resource. Yes, I know. You'll say, but servant coins. Let me guess. How do you get servant coins? You get servant coins by summoning. How many grails are you gonna get a fucking month just by doing a friend summon once a day? Tell me that. Not a lot, buddy.
No, not once a day for sure.
Like, unless like me, I'm horrible about friend summoning. I got a couple minions in there. I could probably get a couple grail months out of there, but guess what? If I kept doing it regular, I'll run out of it fairly quickly. So this whole like the grail thing, really neat. Also limited service, which brings me to I think my overall arc is why are we making this game so limited that if you are not basically participating in every single fucking thing constantly, you will just fall behind. Like, so I've been ranting a while, but let me tell you the reason why I started ranting, why I got on this track. So, announcement: Lucky is not doing the Paper Moon recap. I lost the flow. I was working on it. It was not going quickly, but I was working on it. But something happened last night. So I've been into
that. Actually, I think we should say you said that it wasn't going fast, but you said to me anyway. I think it was also in public chat, but you did like taking the time to sit down and do it yourself better than just reading it off the wiki.
Yes.
So that's why I said earlier,
like reading it, writing it. I'm
all
like,
flow.
Yeah, no, like the writing flow is a lot better in my opinion. No, like next, like come Order Call 2, I'm just gonna bite the bullet and write the notes as I read. It'll take me a little bit out of it, but you know what? It's better for everyone. So no, don't worry. Order Call 2 will be back to normal. I tried doing something experimental this time, did not work. I apologize for that. But so. Being me, last night, 9 p.m., I'm in the middle of a fucking cutscene writing notes. I look at the time, I'm like, oh, I should check on my logins. I skip out of the cutscene so I can get back to the thing, and I realize I've broken my streak. I'm back to fucking friend points. And I'm all like, excuse me, FGO, I've been in the game all fucking day. Why didn't I get my login? It's because I was in cutscenes. The cutscenes did not trigger the fucking server check that tells the game, hey, you logged in today. Even if I'm like reading stuff, doing effects, and changing story pips, being in the cutscene did not trigger that. So I lost my streak. I lost 3 storm pods, and I'm just all like, and the thing is, I like felt the loss of the 3 storm pods because I was like, that's something I've been trying to do every day. I hit my storm pods, I get my dust. I continue to work on casters. A couple days ago, I posted in our friends like, hey, I just finished the inner ring of my caster thing. Check this shit out. I'm super proud of this. Now I'm going to be forever behind people who have logged in every day. And I'm just all like, why is this resource so limited? Like, why do I only get the 30 a day? Why do I only get 3 a day? Why am I not like able to like catch up in any sort of way that people have done this? And the answer I got to is because fuck you. That's why. You're not spending time in our game, you don't get the rewards. And I'm just all like, that's fucking stupid and I hate it.
Well, and I think for storm pods, what I think actually it is if they did some kind of like unlimited storm pod thing, like permanently, there's a concern that, like, there are some people who, like, completely no life this game. They don't do anything but play FGO and, like, post screen caps about it on Twitter. And, like, their concern was that, like, some guy would just do all the class score in a week or something.
Well, they should have let them have it, because I'm pretty sure that person is spending money on Saint Court so they can have AP to do whatever the fuck they want. So that's more money in their pocket. It's like I am never concerned about people getting ahead, especially if they use their wallet. They use their wallet, they paid the money, fine, whatever, sure, cool. Like, I don't have the funds to do that, and even if I get pissy about you posting your MP6 in our Discord channel, I don't actually hate you. I just hate the fact that I can't do something like that. You know? I usually get my fucking panties in a twist when the fucking game basically slaps me in the fucking face because I did not deign to have the time to play their fucking game. Like shit happens. Like, I remember Axe was telling me about this, not too long ago, but basically the game needs basically about 10 hours for you to fully recharge your AP if you spend it all. So if you just play a couple times a day, you can probably, get a lot bang for your buck. And he's correct. I could. But guess what? Even if I am unemployed, I am a very busy person. Like, I take care of a lot of things around this house. I'm out there trying to find a job. I'm trying to have a social life, and I'm trying to work on some personal projects. Lucky started a fucking garden. I'm gonna try growing fucking snow peas, okra, 2 types of squash, and tomatoes. Like, I was like all out like most of the day yesterday in my fucking yard dismantling old planters to prep for that, and boy howdy, I'm fucking sore from that shit. Oh, access is actually 12 hours? Well, still, 10 hours, 12 hours. So, I don't necessarily have the time to stop what I'm doing, pop open my phone, play this game, especially because there is no auto system, I have to spend 15 to 20 minutes playing it. I'm not always in the best situation for that. I've tried.
Yeah, the lack of auto, like, talking about another thing that's great about Girls Frontline 2, right, is also you can spend all that and need all that intel, all that AP, basically, the stamina, because once you 3-star a map, you get to auto it, like, 10 times max, and it's instant. So, like, you want to farm? That's easy. It's a button click. There are days when I log into Girls Frontline 2 and do nothing but collect logins and just auto-run.
It's like, once you have done the thing, you should not have to do it again and again and again and again. Like, so, like, I hate this. I generally do hate this. But I also attribute just this being FGO's fucking 10-year-old ass design.
No,
that they really can't do anything about. And I'm just all like, God, I can't wait for them to just fucking sunset this goddamn game and make something better. Because yes, I would like to continue the story of Fake Grand Order and some sort of Fake Grand Order 2. But fam, I'm gonna tell you right now, this ain't it. Unless you fucking no-life this game, spend ridiculous amount of monies in this game, or can dedicate enough brain space, which I'm gonna tell you right now, Lucky doesn't have. I have ADHD. I have several games I want to play, and I'm trying to have a fucking social life. I don't. I just do not. This is a failing on my part, but god damn it, this game is not making it easy for me.
Yeah, and I think that's the real crux. I didn't want to interrupt your flow earlier, but you're talking about, like, the AP system in general. I'm just like, that, I think, is kind of just, like, part of the relic. Like, I know that some games do usually still have a little bit of a stamina system, because that's the classic mobile game thing. But most of them these days feel, like, much more rounded. Like, it's that weird case where, like, they tied AP to master level and cost to that, so that it's like they can only raise it when they raise the master level. But I think, I do want to say, you say you're not too bothered when people get ahead. Honestly, it feels a little condescending to say that's big of you, but, like, I think that's a mature approach than the entirety of the FGO's audience. I think that the FGO devs are worried that if they did open it up so much so that if you, like, turbo node life or just spent rainbow apples, you could, like, max your master level and stuff, like, people would feel kind of intimidated by that because it would feel like the game is truly pay to win, which it kind of is, but also kind of isn't, because a huge chunk of the story content you don't really have to go that hard on, but if you do want to get everything out of it, then you do gotta go hard on, Well,
like I said, if that was the case, they would put fucking caps on lottos. They don't. And people will spin so they can roll, and ka-ching. We haven't heard any comps. We haven't heard any fucking stops about that. So no, I definitely do not think it is that.
Well, I mean, I think with the lotto is, like, people not everybody, but a lot of that is done because they take outside automators. Like, I don't know how many you could do if you weren't automating it, you know? Like it
also,
have
someone did mention FGA and stuff. FGA is cool. FGA is great. FGA also runs like a piece of shit sometimes and breaks constantly.
Well, yeah, it's an outside...
Maybe it's not for everyone, but for me, if I try to run it, it will either because my phone's either a piece of crap or just some weird root problem in there that has not been fixed yet. It will either select things wrong or sometimes just absolutely crash on me and do nothing for like 10 hours when I'm trying to run lottos. So no, it is not a perfect fucking solution.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like that, like, yeah, they just... A lot of this, I think, is like hooked up in this. You know, you said this earlier, and I kind of agree. Like FGO's not a great game to play because, like, it kind of sucks. Because, like, I talked about this, and obviously, this kind of reminds me of a conversation we have with Loth, actually about Occult Crescent, right?
Right.
Loth and his Vuln stacks. Sometimes he cares, sometimes he doesn't. If he's been doing really good and he gets one, he's like, "Oh, I fucked up. I don't like that." That's with you with the Storm Pods. Me, I'm already pre-fucked up on Storm Pods. I'm not spending 3 a day. I'm not spending 9 every 3 days for sure as well. I've definitely missed out several sets of Storm Pods. And that's because, for me, committing to spending 3 Storm Pods, I could probably do one of the easier quests, but the best one we do is to farm QP and Bond in the one. And to do that 3 times takes me like an hour. Because I don't have, 120 servants, and I don't have like an Oberon to multi-core turbo extra NP and stuff. I could probably do like maybe Lady Avalon and like extra buffs and stuff, but I don't know if that would be enough numby to get my, level 100 10 Summer Ibuki to, like, clear that guy, And it's, like, talking about, the brain space and stuff, and it's just, like, I probably could, but then that means I'm, like, I would have to use more brain power in a shorter time to get it done faster, or I use no brain power and it takes me, like, an hour to spend 3 pods.
So it's, like, it's one of those things of, like, yeah, I kind of get it. You want people to be invested in this game. You want them to commit the time. But at the same time, we don't have to do that.
Oh, and also I want to be a little fair to Lysengo right now, right? They were spun off from Delightworks. Like, technically, some of these ideas weren't even their ideas, right? Like, this game is so old that the original company who made it didn't want to make it anymore and, like, sold off the IP and spun off some of the devs into a new team owned by a different guy. Like, that's how old this game is.
It's 10 years old, and like I was talking about this earlier when we actually got the audio call. FGO has just been bolting on systems constantly, trying to maintain interest and whatnot, and let the power creep continue. And I'm just like, it's enough, guys. We're enough. We need to stop. We have hit the stopping point. It is now.
We are. I mean, technically not because they added the Grands, but the Grands are like not that much of a power jump.
Well, I think the Grands are fine because we've been talking about Grand Servants all the way since fucking. I want to say Babylonia?
Yeah, at least Babylonia.
I think it makes sense that, at the end, at the end of your journey, what do we have 7 Grands on our sides? We can fucking Gynex pose on the fucking tip of the fucking storm border now.
Yeah, and like I said, they did it in such a way that, like, it's not too cracked in terms of, like, what it does. Like, it's a really neat system, and again, you talked about this earlier, I feel like it's kind of artificially limited, but also they do still call them Grands, so I do kind of understand why they don't want to, like, give you a shitload of slots, because if every servant could become Grand, are they really all Grands? Then it's just Grayling 3.0.
I'm sorry, I just heard the line, and when everyone's super, no one is.
I mean, Syndrome is the bad guy, but also, I do kind of feel like he's not wrong about that part.
No, Syndrome was a good villain. I don't care what anyone says.
Like, he had an interesting point there. And it's like, I want to think about this. I want to bring this up to you, because this is another thing I thought about. I don't think we would still be here in FGO if we got the JP launch version of FGO. Like, because FGO has always kind of sucked. Like, to be for real, FGO has always been kind of bad. When the game launched, it was 40 Saint Courts for a spin. There was no Grayling. I don't remember if there were apples or not.
Well, honestly, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I probably would have stuck it out for a while. I don't know, how it is, because this is what I mentioned yesterday. If it wasn't for the story and characters, I would not be playing FGO right now. I would have tossed this shit years ago, but I'm invested. I am invested in the characters. I'm invested in the story. I want to see how this ends, and I want to be a part of that. So, I'm going to continue slogging through these fucking 40 AP quests, spinning these storm pods. I'm going to continue spending money on courts that are going to have really bad rates. I'm going to bitch a lot about, though, because, God.
I mean, lucky, hey, guess what? Putting your wallet, voting with your wallet, putting your money with your mouth is, I know for a fact you have spent a lot of money on this video game. I think you have for sure earned the right to complain about this product that you support. I've spent a decent amount of money on this game. I think, I'm open up a little bit of bitching. But like FGO definitely is like, it is such a like, I think even when Nasu talked about it in the early years, he said it was like a road with like potholes and weeds cracking through that they were trying to like pave over. It still is like that. And God knows people who live in America, what road maintenance is like. This is like that. You gotta take the highway. You can't go anywhere if you don't take the fucking highway because public transport doesn't exist. And you still gotta go down, but the road sucks ass. Yes, Ark, unbelievable, I know. But occasionally, every 5 to 10 years, they'll remember to repave the fucking road. And then it'll be good for a couple of years, and then it'll suck again.
Oh, no, complete aside, we're fucking, they're doing road work on I-5, and they have to turn that, and they close that road at like fucking 10. It fucking sucks.
I mean, and that's one of those things, right, where like, the roads are great once they're actually repaved, but the repaving process also sucks. The build-up to getting better sucks too, and like, FGO's like that. It was a bad launch. They got better with the refreshment, and they've done a lot to make it better. And I think that, like, genuinely, I think the guys who built the game in the first couple of years had a completely different idea about how the game would want to go. I think that's one of the things Kano-san said when he was brought on, was, like, he was a player of the game and was like, yeah, farming format sucks too. And, like, they've tried to come up with a bunch of different ways to rearrange how that works without, like, having to, I guess, like, take down and rebuild old free quests and shit, because I assume that's what they'd have to do to fix drop rates, right? They would have to like,
oh no, like if we want to
turn off the
real, like if we want to be real, they've done a lot to improve how you get mats. They improved. Remember, guys, I don't know if you remember. I remember. Do you remember when you only got void dust in your fucking week in your daily things? Nothing but void dust, or was it hero proofs? It was one of the two. I can't remember.
I think day one. It started with proofs, I think, was one of the weeklies, and then they moved to dust for like a year.
Yeah, but that was it. We didn't have tickets that let you select at all. Remember, they actually had to retroactively give us rewards for completing things, and they added pure prisms. Like, I will not let it be said that they do not try to give you the mats, but this is like one of those things where they keep going, they look back at it and go, getting mats fucking sucks. We should try to, assuage that a little bit, but they're not fixing the problem. They're just basically they're just giving you handouts. I know that sounds weird to say, but it is.
The fundamental mechanic of grind node get mat is not fixed. They have supplemented by giving you like 3 or 4 different ways to also get those mats, but you still have this mats problem. And it shows because they keep adding new mats, and it's like one of those things of like, and genuinely they may not be able to fix this in-app. Like, I'm not an expert in Japanese law at all. I'm not a lawyer, etc. There are some precedents where there have been like court suits and settlements about gacha games and features. I genuinely don't know if it wouldn't be like a consumer responsibility report question of like, if they made it so that newer limited units were like easier to roll because they just rebalanced how many bronze nats you need versus old units that you paid for. Like, I genuinely don't know if that might be considered like, quote-unquote, depreciating the value of your rolls or something. And even if it isn't like a precedent, is that close enough that somebody who's enough of a pain in the ass could launch a potentially expensive lawsuit even if you win over,
Yeah.
And that's why I'm super behind you, by the way. I should put the conclusion in the middle and say that I'm super behind you. I'm like, man, give me FGO 2. Ghost Frontline 2, it's so slick.
I really do think that FGO 2 can be a great and amazing game with more modern more modern aesthetics and whatnot, but I'm on this train. I am not jumping off this train until I am done with the story.
Ain't no getting off this train until we get where we're going.
But there is just so much. This game, as fun as this game and story has been, I think this game actually really did get started on the wrong foot, and they have not necessarily been able to fix that stride. Like, they keep trying new things, and they're cool and neat, but it doesn't actually fix the fucking problem that we've been having with this game, and that this game is grindy as fuck.
I also want to say, I think correctly, because the opposite could be worse. But like when they do these new systems, usually they are pretty conservative. Like sometimes that is a fuck up. Like they've legitimately been too held back. Like the thing with like servant coins for like extra app end skills and stuff. That was a thing that like blew up for them. Like they did not take into account what the general player base's opinion of like collecting servant coins was, and had to be like, okay, we've read you. We are going to just change these rates. But usually they're more relaxed in these systems because I think they don't want to just like blow the game open and fuck everything up in an unreversible state, you know? Like,
I mean, that's true. It's true. They don't want to break the game because guess what? Sometimes when you try to fix something, it just falls to pieces. Lucky has broken many a machine trying to fix it. I only made the problem worse. It's true.
like the example of like the beast paws, the faux paws that go on individual command cards. Absolutely failed mechanic, right? Never did anything in detail with it. The numbers aren't worth it. You get like one faux pas a week. But because they never tried to make it like the big central defining mechanic of FGO, it didn't matter because they're not specifically like high test. Whereas like I think even command codes went through some like rough changes of like needing keys, needing unlockers, needing removers to like move stuff, and like they eventually ironed all that out. And I would say some stuff is not ironed out. I think we're going to get better, but it's like the storm pods. The storm pods literally will get better, you know, because you'll be able to spend storm pods on any quest and get 10 dust. You won't get the other rewards for the Bleached Earth quests, you know, which are honestly pretty high value, like daily quests you can do basically. But you'll still get your dust. Like, I think that's something they understood of like, okay, this is a system that we can do that keeps the vibe, does not necessarily let you do nothing but no life farm dust, but also means that like you can be a little more casual about it, you know? Because hypothetically, I think if you double check me on this, but since you can spend the storm pods on any quest, you could hypothetically be doing like 5 AP like dailies to get like silver statues or something and still get 10 space dust. I think that's how that works. Yeah, chat's saying they believe so. So like that is a really cool quality of life improvement. Kind of wish the pods had launched with that. But also, I get that, like, you're designing a whole new-ass system with a weird globe thing and other bullshit that you have to, like, make sure it fucking works first. And I also... at some point, FGO stopped having leaks. Like,
they did, huh?
That did happen? I don't know how they did that. That makes me wonder if they switched from, like, you know, proper closed beta testing to, like, only internal testing? Like, I don't know. So, like, it's one of those things of just, like, obviously, you know, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but I wonder if there are limitations. I know that there have been talks before that, like, Losangle has been kind of, like, understaffed, you know, during this whole, like, end of part 2 thing.
I hope they're understaffed because they've split into a second team and they're already working on FGO 2.
God, that would be great. Yeah, if that's why, it's just they've got the A team on FGO 2.
That's my dream. Because, like, I know I've said it again, and look, he's just repeating himself, but bear with him. I want to keep playing FGO. I keep wanting to be part of the story, and I keep wanting to be part of these, be a part of these characters. Do I have maybe a bit of an obsession and attachment with some of them? Yes, I do.
It's because the writing is so good, though.
Yeah, so I want to continue this journey. I want them. I just am done with these mechanics. I'm done with the gameplay. I am done with the grinding. I am done with this really weird AP market we have. I am done with the apples. I am done with the QP, the XPs. All the grinding. I'm done with it. I'm fucking done. I hate it. I can officially say I hate it.
And honestly, I think phrasing it that way, like I was going to joke earlier when you said of like, you know, I low-key hate FGO, and you're like, I'm not going to do a video essay title that though, right? Because like, that's not the point. The point isn't to do a clickbait opinion. No. But when you phrase it like, I'm still invested in the series and love these characters, but I have decided that I do hate the gameplay. No, people will agree with that. I actually... Slight aside, and I may have some more stuff to go about FGO 2 to say, but as an aside, honestly, you saying that, this is going to be a weird opinion for a game that may be Game of the Year, and I might still agree should be Game of the Year. I'm kind of going through that experience with Clair Obscur right now.
Really?
I like Clair Obscur. The story rating is really good. Here's the thing, Lucky, and I think you'll do okay playing the game because you're way better at Bloodborne than I am. Jesus.
Yeah, no, I'm starting to realize that. Am I actually better at Bloodborne than I thought? Jesus.
Yeah, no, I mean... That was the thing I revealed when I played Bloodborne on stream. Everybody said, oh, hey, Mega, you're pretty good at Bloodborne. And I'm like, okay. And now you're, like, beating bosses first trying to, like, no, Lucky's pretty good at Bloodborne. But the thing with Clair Obscur, right, is that, like, there's no downtime in the fight. It kind of, like, sacrificed the natural back and forth of, like, RPG combat to make it more engaging, which is cool, but also means that you can't do the, like, normal, like, turn-based RPG thing of going back and forth and trading hits. And, like, yes, Axe is probably going to type up and be like, yes, you technically can. You kind of can. There are certain, like, Luminas you can equip that make it better at tanking, but almost all of them come with downsides, like, take 50% less damage, but can't heal, and shit like that. You can do a lot of build stuff for it. My problem is that I'm only, like, level 35-ish, out of presumably, like, 99-ish, and, like, I understand that the game offers me a lot of cool ideas for builds, but it's also, like, I feel like I have to, like, grind to reach the level where I can build whatever I want, if that makes sense, right? Like, I have to, like, get through my leveling. Axe just said that, like, you know, you only reach the 60s by the end of Act 2. So, like, yeah, I think I'm in the middle of Act 2 in the 30s. And I'm still feeling this pressure of, like, yeah, I just can't, like, relax and trade blows in games. Like, the game will just kick my ass. And it's like, that's really cool, but it means that there's a bulk of this game where I'm just kind of like, okay, that's cool. But also, like, man, it's hard to sit down and play this game for a lot of hours to get through all the story content because I'm in fights forever getting my ass kicked because every fucking enemy has a 6-hit combo doing the Bloodborne thing where they, like, hold their attacks for 3 years. And it's like, guys, your game system is really cool and dynamic, but also I feel kind of like I hate it. Like, I would prefer to just punch and be punched, you know? It's very dynamic. Well, Axe, you're just built different than me. Take it as a plus. You're better than I am at Clair Obscur. Do you feel like a winner? Probably not, because I said it like that. I said it kind of a condescending negative way. But yeah, no, like, that's how I feel. Like, you need to fight guys because you need to, like, gain XP and level up and unlock new abilities and stuff. But, like, every fight with a guy is kind of involved because every enemy has different tells and different attack patterns, and, like, not all of them are very easily telegraphed. Like, I kind of feel like the game is expecting you to get your ass beat the first time you fight some guys because you're not gonna know how many attacks he does and stuff, you know? Yes, you can just go all speed and go first, but, like, then I still have to go that way, though. That means I gotta spend the points to go first and do the thing. And yes, I can equip the thing where everybody goes first, but what if they don't die in one hit? Because I don't have enough AP to do the move that kills them in one hit. Like, it's cool, and, like, genuinely, I think there's a lot going on with the builds, but, like, I kind of feel like maybe they like, oversimplified characters a little too much. And again, this is one of those things where, like, Axe and some of the others are going to be on me. I'm like, no, characters are actually really complex and have a lot of diversity in their builds. You can only stick so much stuff on a character at once. You have one equipment slot for weapons, which can be very build-defining, but are also a thing that you have to have materials to level up appropriately. You can equip 3 Pictos for free, and then as many Luminas as you have points for, and you have 6 total ability slots, which is pretty good, but, like, a lot of characters have, like, I think a couple dozen abilities, so, like, you gotta build a very focused slice of a character. Well, yeah, that's the kind of thing, right, Axe? I think this game is really good in the late game, but I'm in the mid game, and I'm kind of like, man, this mid game feels like a lot of work.
This is why you have people coming out with fucking videos and articles about best builds for Clair Obscur, how to maximize your damage.
No, I just fucking cheesed it. I got teed off at a boss who kicked my ass 3 times in a very bad story spot where I didn't have access to any of my party members and thus could fix them. So I was just like, you know what? Fuck you. I went to story mode. I didn't instantly win, but I didn't die if I fucked up once, and I'm just like, fuck it, we're cruising. Until the game feels too easy, we're cruising. I don't care if I'm a weenie baby, if I'm a little guy. I have Death Stranding 2 to play in 20 days.
Oh, boy.
So, like I said, that, like, I kind of understand that feeling of, like, I don't think I feel as strongly about Clair Obscur, because, like, I do kind of like the core gameplay loop.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, well, I can hit 999 with Mael, exactly, but she's the character everybody hits 999 damage with. I don't think I've quite unlocked the secrets of making my other characters hit max damage all the time. Like I said, so, like, it's not as extreme, but it is definitely a thing of, like, I had that moment of almost like come to Jesus of, like, man, I like this game. I'm not going to be able to beat this game in a time frame I like at this, like, default difficulty cap. I need to, like, speed this process up. And like I said, switching to the quote-unquote story difficulty, it's not every fight is easy. There are still, like, overworld bosses and tough fights for, like, the areas I'm, like, unlocking that still kick my ass. Even though the game is like, oh, you take less damage and do more damage. You still die. So, like, I don't know. I've just found it a little more comfortable. This may be the first case of where I found, like, that level of a game.
Yeah, so, well, long rant short, you can love a game, but still hate it. Or you can hate a game, but still love it.
Yeah. And before we move
on
to...
I think that is enough of... I think that is enough of, my ranting. So, Megan, please take it away.
My bullet point on FGO 2 before I got lost in Player Obscure there was just going to say, I've said this before, but I'll say it again. They have to have been in dev on that. Like, I don't know if they've got a separate team cranking on it right now, but I cannot imagine with the way that gacha games have changed in, like, definitely the past 10 years, but even the past 5 years, right? Like, what Hoyo has been doing and shit like that. Like, I feel like, considering how much money Sony bought this property for, they gotta have some guys down in the lab, right? Like...
Well, they have to be doing something, yes. No, I don't think they're gonna necessarily let this franchise die and just do nothing. I don't know if it might not be another Fate work. It might not. I'm gonna be real.
It's true, but like I said, the Sony specifically bought the rights to FGO and the development team at Lysengal out from Delightworks, so, like, I assume they're treating that like an investment. Hey, like I said, talking about multi-screen drifting, give me the fucking console port, baby. with some better account binding and switching. Put this shit on Steam too.
No, I think FGO 2, should make the transition to 3D, do modern mechanics, don't use AP. There's plenty they can do, but we're not here to discuss the theoretical potential of FGO 2.
Yes, that will come when we launch Let's Talk FGO 2, sometime in the year 2030 at this rate. But, hey, Lucky, you want to talk about longer shows and stuff. We're at 55 minutes.
Oh, I ranted for a very long time, guys.
It's okay. It works out, especially because this was the impetus for you not being able to finish doing more story stuff for Paper Moon, so...
It's true.
Kind of the segment it's replacing. But, real quick, let's run through, did you finish your master missions at fucking... Even with Dead Air, probably like the 30-minute mark, 45-minute mark. To complete your master missions this week, you need to do 30 FP summons. Speaking of doing FP summons. Honestly, speaking about small quality of life, they should just make this like a permanent thing. Just remind you to do extra FP summons, because I never remember unless it's a weekly mission. Then you need to defeat 3 each of Saber Assassins, Archer Casters, and Lancer Rider Berserkers, Servants. And I say specifically servants because the other 2 missions are defeat 20 enemies and then defeat 40 enemies, but with that parenthetical, not servants or bosses. So all of it's pretty easy. They do want you to do ember farming this week for some limited missions. Actually, shit, I should do that. I spent like 3 more storm pods while Lucky was talking, but I should also, eat some apples and do some ember farming, even though I don't have anybody to level. But that means it's time for a very, I don't want to say late. The scatograms are neither late, nor are they early. They arrive precisely when they mean to. But some deeper down scalograms. First of all, starting at English version. Speaking of how fucking old this game is, 2,900 days anniversary. This game has been live for almost 3,000 days in English. This happened on the Secundo of the month, the Segundo. And you got 10 sync words if you logged in on that day.
So I beat Dark Beast Parl on my first try. Thanks, Defector. Just
summons, baby. They're correct.
They are correct.
Actually true. Literally true. So much so that some people say you're not really beating a Soulsborne game if you use summons. I say, if you say that, why the fuck did they let me use summons? 5-head. Oh, God. It's all Ember all day. Like it's learning Bloodborne thing.
Oh, no. I just found the back way. Oh, this is okay. Sorry. I just got back into old Yarnum, and I just remember people telling me, like, yeah, you can befriend Dejura if you, go the back way through fucking... And so this is what they made. Oh, I should go do that.
That's how deep the back way to old Yarnum is?
Yeah, no. You have to connect... Well, it connects to the Hyperion Gaul, because I just defeated Dark Beast Parn. I opened up a door, and I'm in old Yarnum now. And
boy, that really is convoluted.
Yeah, no. Okay.
I mean, I'll say this, Axe. I know there are plenty of From deep heads in this game, or in our community. Like, you should not take us as an authority. Here's the thing. You say, oh, people should actually try to play FromSoft games. I have actually. I bought Demon's Souls twice, because I sold it back to GameStop, and then my buddy Ron convinced me to give it a second a try, so I bought it used. I have played Bloodborne. I have bought Elden Ring. I should stream playing Demon Souls so you could. I mean, it won't be the same, but I can literally point you to the fucking pillar, the pit, the bottomless pit where they killed me. Because there were fucking sparkles in the pit, which are a lot like the sparkles on an item. And I'm like, oh, what's this pit? Fall in, you died. Why?
Thanks, game.
Why did you do that, game designers? And then right around the corner is the other chump trap of there are skeletons in the narrow alleyway under the castle wall who roll a rock at you, and it's no, that's not a hard trap to dodge, but it is their I feel like Demon Souls was when they were trying to catch you with all their cheap shit. That was what was kind of their peak, cheap shit era. And I feel kind of bad that that's the first one of their games I really tried, because I do genuinely think that a lot of their later games are easier to play, but I still feel so 14-year-old me trying to play the cool game that his friends is trying to get in there. But no, genuinely, Lucky's been having a great, I don't know if I would say you've had a great time, but you've been going through Bloodborne. I should absolutely, when I don't have a huge backlog, knock on wood, see if that'll ever happen. I should just go back to trying to stream Bloodborne and Elden Ring and see, if we can just kind of vibe. And I don't want to say I doubt Miyazaki's executive vision, right? X talking about a story of he didn't even realize people would want to level up outside the main hub until he said that oh, they'd want to do less backtracking. I think he has a very focused vision, but that also means that I can be man, this vision don't line up with my desires. I give From shit mostly because of the fact that sorry, we're deep in the weeds about From stuff real quick, but I want to say the conversation about oh, people should complain less and try to play the games. I kind of feel there's two separate circles here. A lot of people do feel kind of genuinely daunted by these games, and probably unnecessarily so. But that's not necessarily their fault, because also there is a certain part of the FromSoft Soulsborne audience who has latched onto quote-unquote how hard these games are, and are really loud about it, and really play into it, and create the sensation of daunting for the players. And From played into that a little with shit Prepare to Die edition. I don't think they've really done their marketing that way since probably Bloodborne? Maybe DS3?
No, I feel like they did it a bit with Sekiro.
Sekiro was a little more like that, but Sekiro also is kind of a different game, it's they genuinely wanted to be hey, this game is actually about stealth, and it's just I mean, I'll say this is my personal preference, but a lot of the things I have a bone to pick with there are just some stylistic choices that I'm just annoyed by. I am annoyed by in video games when they do the thing where enemies hold their attacks. Yes, I get that that's a real life thing about fighting, you want to debate, but why do you try and fuck with my natural reflexes and sense of timing by making a guy hold his attack, sometimes for a long ass time? It's also why I'm annoyed by enemies who have kind of magical follow through. I think FromSoft games are usually very good about that. There are some boss attacks that are bullshit, but generally they're if they hit it, but it's just one of those things of yeah, I know why you do that, because you've got tryhard gamers who can perfect parry every stray you could do, but I'm not that guy, so it's just annoying when that boss raises his hammer over his head and I'm okay, he's gonna attack, when's he gonna attack?
I've been debated. Thanks, I love it.
I think I know where the Dark Shores is. Do I have that picked up? I don't think I have that picked up. Also, you saying stop 3 full hits, so one enemy combo? But yeah, it's one of those things where that's the thing that just annoys me about games, and it's one of those things that I'm never gonna get behind, because that is the FromSoft thing. Enemies fucking with their attack patterns to the idea is that you're always paying attention, but like I said, my reflexes fire and I'm oh, he's doing an attack, and I start to respond, and no, actually, you need to sit there. Well, actually, to be fair, that's true, X. You're oh, I'm used to parrying most of the combo. That is actually true. I'm okay at parries and dodges in Clair Obscure. I usually do only get hit one or two times, depending on how long the combo is. But
fucking bolt paper, let's fucking go.
But yeah, no, you were gonna say something about enemy holding attacks.
Well, how want to say this? I was just fighting Dark Beast Parl here. Like I said, I did have a summon. I had to do. He was taking a lot of things, but I still had to hit him a lot. And, I realized mid fight, my Hunter Axe, my beloved, I'm not hitting it in the short thing here. Let me, switch it up here and, get to the poleaxe form. And I started kicking ass there. I think FromSoft does usually do pretty good on their games, but I think it's when like I said, I'm only on my first playthrough. I'm not in New Game Plus or New Game Plus. I'm not getting into the super high levels. This is my first run. I'm still on baby Bloodborne mode. Yeah, and I'm doing pretty good, but I'm still probably getting my I'm doing okay on bosses usually because guess what? They're bosses. I only have to fight one dude at a fucking time. They can't hide around behind a fucking corner, you know? So as long as, you know, I'm generally careful, things are okay. I die a lot in the field, guys. I died a lot to snakes. There's a lot of snakes.
Honestly, I think that's how most of those games go. And, like, that's the thing that irritates me sometimes. Of just, like, I'm supposed to be pretty cool, and I've jobbed to just some weird flesh snake on the ground. But, like, it's you know, part of the game design. And honestly, FromSoft's, I think that's why Night Rain's so successful, right? FromSoft's boss design is usually pretty strong. But yeah, the chat was talking about some other, like, quality of life stuff that I'm like, yeah, no, like, just, you cannot pause the game. Why? Because you cannot pause the game. And it's like, what if my room's on fire, FromSoft? And, like, yes, obviously that's more important, but also, then why does the video game kill me if I do that? You know, why does the game, quote-unquote, punish me? Or just the way their multiplayer is always so, like, janky until exactly Night Rain.
No, so,
like I said, but, like I said, people, like, there's a vocal part of FromSoft's audience that I think they have turned away from a little, but, like, that still exists that are like, no, I love how much these games are hard. I love how these games suck. Of course you can't pause, you baby. If you're playing Bloodborne or Elden Ring, you should be locked in at all times. What do you have to do besides play Elden Ring? And it's like, I don't know, get a cup of coffee? Piss? Am I supposed to just piss myself? Huh? No, you're supposed to probably get to a safe spot, but, like, it's one of those things of, like, there are people who lean way too much into this perspective that the games are super hard and create, like, a social pressure that the games are tougher than they are. Because, like, they aren't that tough. I do think that From's games do ask for, like, a little more time investment than usually I feel like I'm free to give. But definitely, like, they're not bad, but it's also, like I said, that, like, I do think some of their game design, especially in their older games, is not as much for me. Like I said, honestly, Lucky, you getting in there and doing, you know, pretty good clearance at Bloodborne makes me go, oh man, I should really get in there in Bloodborne.
I think it's one of those things where you have to, like, sit down and tell yourself, I'm not gonna get mad at this game for kicking my ass.
Yeah, you got to sit down
and try not to be stressed, because I think I'm, like, anytime I start getting stressed about the game, I put it down. Like, that's what happened with Shadow of Yharnam. Because I said I died like 4 times to them, and I'm just like, all right, I'm fucking done. I'm going to put this game back. I'll come back to it later. I came back for my first try, kicked their ass easy. I'm just like, oh,
yeah. I think
so. That's what I've been trying to, like, because I think that's, like, the thing. I think if I get, like, too wound up, too stressed about, like, oh my god, this game is hard, it's gonna kick my ass. You know, that ruins me. That's gonna fuck me up. I need to be relaxed. I need to be ready. And, you know, I generally have, you know, not a bad time. I still get my ass kicked. I've died probably 20 times, I want to say. Like, a few times the bosses, like, I remember I died once to the witches, died 4 times to the serpent. I died, like, 5 times in the Forbidden Woods because snakes and shit. I think I fell off a couple cliffs just because, guess what? Sometimes you roll, you do that, you fall off a fucking cliff.
It's kind of that thing of my... To talk about old Seinfeld memes that we love. I'm thinking of the George Costanza meme. I gotta focus now. I'm shifting into Bloodborne mode. Like, you gotta do that. And maybe I will do, because that... I don't think we've actually said this on the kind of the recording yet, but this is a thing we talked about briefly on FF14, but, like, talking about, you know, FAFO, fuck around, find out streams. Like, just go into it knowing that, like, we're just here to just kind of play it and see it, and if it gets too tough, we're gonna get out of here, and if it's, you know, too hard, honestly, like, I can already see the joke if I were to stream Bloodborne. It would be like, okay, boot up Bloodborne. Okay, we need to take a break from Bloodborne. Tab over, open up fucking Balatro, because that's on my PS5. Be like, okay, all right, we need to calm down. We're gonna play some Hands of Balatro. You know, kind of a thing. Like, just get some moments of like, taking that break. Anyway, wow, we're deep in the woods. I mean, it makes sense, though, that we're all jazzed up. You know, you had this kind of, like, make it or break it moment last night, and also, today has come after 2 banger-ass, baller-ass video game days. So, I guess we just got video games on the brain. Let me run through the rest of the news real quick, so we can move on to mailbag. That's the thing we do here. JP event. Wings of Lacrimation started the 4th, goes until the 25th. Looks like a points allowed or time gate event. Does only need Fuyuki Clear to play, but does warn about Nebulous Act 2 spoilers.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. Like, usually the translation is pretty specific, so I can only assume that they were just, like, contain spoilers for parts of Act 2. Like, I don't know if it, like, because the event... spoiler, Typhon. because the event Typhon Ephemeros comes from is like it's an upcoming event for us, so it's an Ordeal Call era event. I don't know if it like references part of the setup for like Lost Belts, so this event also kind of like spoils that. I don't know, but it's one of those things where like vaguely they talk about these things.
Because I remember Typhon, because I remember everyone was all like, Typhon, I need her!
Yeah,
like, I remember that. Yeah, but I believe we get the event where she shows up this October, I think people said?
Yes, she should be later this year. I won't recall which specific one, because it's probably technically a spoiler, but it's one of those FGO things of like, she's on a banner now, so what the fuck do I do? But yeah, also during this time period, they're doing half AP Bleached Earth quests. Let's hope they do that a little more often. Speaking about our constant AP grind. Like, that's one thing I'll say is that, like, they can kind of just decide AP doesn't matter. It's just interesting that they don't do that for, like, the gameplay stuff, and it's usually story where they're just like, yeah, fuck it, story chapter 0 AP. That's honestly probably better than the other way around, but it's very interesting. But also, your 5-star servant is Pretender, Typhon Ephemeros, and obviously this is why Mount Etna erupted. Also, I'll say this. No, 40 AP is the norm for a lot of things because, like, that's where the curve on the max level for event quests always was, which, after, like, the first 2 events was always the best node, was the 40 AP one, you know? So that's just kind of where the design point ended up. But yeah, so there was a Mount Etna eruption. It was very funny that it kind of timed out. But yeah, that's, if you don't get it, Mount Etna is supposed to be where Typhon is chained up under. Zeus literally threw the fucking mountain at him. And then the EN news, don't worry, we'll talk about Typhon later, is currently Pilgrimage Festival Part 3, starting the 5th of month 6, going until the 6/19. Almost nice.
Almost. Not quite.
But yeah, Pilgrimage Festival Part 3, it's the summer one, so it's Summer Jalter, Summer Hokusai, Summer Skahak. Log in on specific dates throughout the event period to get Leafs and Saint Courts. Limited time master missions for more Leafs and Saint Courts. During this time period, the selected 3 servants get extra attack up and double bondo. Summer Skahak got a rank up to her taunt, so the critical up is now like 3 turns. It also gives her divine bonus damage and a battery. So like,
oh, that's nice
stuff you want on a servant for farming. I need like a reverse RIP meme about Summer Skahak of like, you know, arguably a DOA unit dead on arrival because she was not that great. And now it's like, oh, she actually does something that servants do.
Rad.
Coolio. Your banners for this over the weekend are going to be Scotty, Summer Kiyohime, Jalter, Summer Maeve, and Hokusai, Summer Osaka Hime. Some people have pointed out that it's a little weird that Scotty is in the raid up, but Skahak did have a raid up not too long ago. So they're kind of spreading the wealth.
Spread it out.
You know, you get some funny that way. Also, again, we had the ramble zone, the rant time. So I'm not sure what was said on air or not, because it was like an hour ago. But I don't think I mentioned this because it was in my news notes, but there was just kind of a tweet that came out and was translated that apparently like copies of Dante's Divine Comedy in Japan are like sold out almost everywhere. Like the publisher is like sold out of putting them in bookstores.
We mentioned that in the before times.
Okay, so yeah, that was strictly in the before times. Yeah, so I put in my notes about the Skelograms. This is, I think, the 2nd or 3rd time this has happened. I believe very specifically, Lucky, you reminded me of this, that it was copies of the Count of Monte Cristo sold out because of Ordeal Call 2, because we got new Dantes. So yeah, if you can't get why this is happening, it's because of the Dante event premiere and then him being a character in Ordeal Call 4. So I a lot of Japanese readers are trying to catch up on the Divine Comedy and see what Dante is about. I can only hope that this drives such similar works for our English-speaking audience. While I would like to, as someone who has studied the Divine Comedy, I would like to assume that all of our listeners are familiar with it, but I also know that's not true. Actually, if you do have time, though, you should check out Dante's Divine Comedy. You can just start with Inferno like everybody does. It's the cool one. Purgatorio and Paradiso are much more philosophical.
I hear they're just also more weird.
Yeah, no, because that's the thing. Purgatorio and especially Paradiso is where, like, Paradiso is heaven, so, like, Dante doesn't have to grapple with, like, what the concept of evil is. It's just him being like, hey, y'all, here's what I think about, God. Like, what your relationship to the divine is like. I've conceptualized heaven as the literal literal heavens with like the courts of the fixed stars and shit. Like Jupiter, I think, is the domain of just kings and stuff like that. And in the end, God is a big ball. Which is also not true though, because God is actually everything everywhere all at once. But anyway, Inferno is the cool one because Dante gets to dunk on people he doesn't like and dunk on people he did like. It's generally the spicier one. Also has way more monster girls in it.
Monster girls, give them to me.
Though technically not Medusa, because Dante passes out before Medusa actually shows up.
He does that a lot, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Anytime you need a scene change, pass out.
Yeah, that was Dante the poet's kind of like excuse, was he just would have Dante the character pass out from fright whenever he was like, I have no idea how to transition to the next circle. Whatever, some horrible monster looks at Dante crosswise and he, falls over. Though, to be fair, at least in the Medusa case, that one is like, it's the fucking demons like on the wall of the city of Diz that are just like, oh, little soul man, oh, you're walking around, oh, that's so cute. You think you're a big tough guy, huh? Well, let's get Medusa up here and have a look at you and see how you feel about that. And he's just like, huh. But yeah, everybody thinks Inferno is the cool one. You should read it though, because like it's kind of one of the first depictions of hell of its kind. And like a lot of Dante's ideas on like sin, punishment, and stuff like that have really stuck in the popular consciousness. But also, it's a very important work for reasons that probably a lot of people won't get, but it was written in Italian, not Latin, when everybody else was still writing their works in Latin. Dante was one of the first people to go, no, actually, I'm going to write in my native language.
And it was able to get yeah, it's like one of the same reasons that Murasaki Shikabu's works got so popular. They wrote it in a more common tongue.
Yeah,
so,
she wrote her text actually in Japanese.
So, more people were able to, access it, which led to its popularity. Because
yeah, so
I do believe back in the time it was still, proper to write in like China, in like classical Chinese, I believe. I don't remember.
Yes, I believe so in that period of the Heian. And that's one of those things that's like a lot of people probably take that for granted today when there's a literal fucking computer that can just make up words for you.
Make up words.
But like there was a time when, language was this special thing that was actually gatekept a little bit, and like people had to break down these barriers. So yeah, you should check out the Divine Comedy sometime. Also, yes, talking about Dante's faction, the Gilfs and the Ghibellines, his enemies won control of Florence, so he had to flee. Which is very funny, by the way, because this is a complete anecdote, but the city Dante is originally from, Dante Alighieri, he was born in Florence. He loved Florence. He was part of like the Florentine like civil war. Had to flee because his faction lost. While he was alive and in exile, Florence hated his guts. So much so that when he died, he was buried in Ravenna, I think. Yeah, it is in Ravenna. After he died, the Florentines were so annoyed by this that their great poet was buried somewhere else that they basically tried to heist his bones back. I do not believe that they did succeed, though. I think the local Ravenna relocated his bones when the Florentines weren't looking. But yeah, there's a lot of even the patron chat's talking about it. There's a lot of historical context to the Divine Comedy and Inferno. I highly recommend you get a annotated copy if you can. Pick up Gustave Doré's illustrations, by the way. They're also really good. A very famous set of engravings. My personal copy of Inferno that I own, because I took a very short, it was called a seminar course, but I took a short college course on it, is, I guess the only way we could say is it's a double script. One page has the original Italian. The second page is the English translation with annotations.
That does sound pretty grand.
Beautiful way to read the work, because you can always just see what the original Italian phrasing is, and then you can look there, and it had room for footnotes. Anyway, shilling for Dante Alighieri aside, that is our news.
All right, give me one moment.
Because I can't pause Bloodborne.
I can't pause Bloodborne, no. Guys, have I told you how much I love the Hunter's Axe, especially its short form heavy attack? I love it so much. I do it way too much.
You're vibing, man.
It's a vibe.
That I think is that is to talk up from soft games. I think that is actually the beauty of those games, is that their weapon and I guess combat string, for lack of a better term, discussion is always really good. I always feel like there's a couple of weapons you can find in these games you can just fall in love with.
Yeah. No, and that's the Hunter's Axe for me. I love its short form. I love it when it's polearm mode. I also got Ludwig's Heavy Blade, but I don't use it as much. But we're not here for me to talk about Bloodborne. You are here to hear me do this week's mailbag. So, that's right, everyone. It is time for this week's Let's Talk FGO mailbag, the segment where we read what you have to say and comment accordingly. This week we have 8, and I read 8 submissions, and we'll get through them all right meow. So, starting from the top, we got Monster Girl Aficionado saying, Dear Sandals Omega and Thigh Highs Lucky. I do like me some absolute territory, buddy. They say, no question this week, just sending good vibes, wah 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 wah, and wishing you well. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much, my dude. Same to you. Moving on down. This next one comes from Vibe Checker Incorporated, who says here, no questions, just here to check the vibes. Hope you have an amazing 1d20 amount of days. Omega, roll me a d20 if you can. Can I find my d20 first? Oh, I found my dice bag. Here we go. Oh, there it is. Boom. Rolling. 12.
Oh, you beat me. I got 10.
Ah! We will have an amazing next 12 days then, hopefully.
For the audience at home, I did have to stand up and get it, but within arm's reach is my tub of dice.
Yeah, I have a classic. I have a Crown Royal bag.
Yes, I also have a Crown Royal bag, but it's put up now. That's where I keep my dice I normally roll. The tub of dice is for all my extra dice because... Chad, I would like to remind you that I'm a freak. I've bought like a half pound of assorted dice before. I fucking love dice.
Dice are fun.
Another thing I would buy more of if I could. But I really don't need it.
But there we go. So, the roll has commenced. We now know how many good days ahead. And with that, we shall move on. This next one comes from the Tyrant King, who has attained his MP2 Typhon. Nice. And is now guarding his court stashes in both servers till anniversary. Honestly, I can't imagine FGO is going to have too much going on before they hit their 10th anniversary.
Yeah,
it's at the end of this month, ain't it?
No, 10 will
end
be
of July.
end of July.
End of July. Our anniversary will be end of the month because they'll be doing it at AX. Yeah. AX, rather.
I think they've already announced the panel. I think it's July 5th?
Yeah.
Or is it 6th? I think it's the 5th, yeah.
I don't know. They might...
JP will probably have something, but I can't imagine it will be very big. They do still need to do Grand Duel Berserker.
Yeah, they'll probably, I'm not saying it's going to be filler, but they probably won't actually have an event until anniversary. Probably. It'll be small things, pickup campaigns. I mean, maybe hunting quests, interlude campaigns, something like that.
Yeah, ours is technically at the end of this month because the actual day the server went live was end of June. It's just that they celebrate the anniversary celebration usually the first week of July because that's July 4th weekend usually, and that's also the weekend that AX is open. So, that's the time they can actually, have a panel. Because I think English FGO does pretty good. I don't think they do enough to rent out an entire convention center on their own. Also, speaking of my comment about roads and public transport earlier, it's a hell of a lot easier if you hold basically an FGO convention in Japan to get to it from anywhere in Japan. Whereas in America, you'd have to pay out the ass to fucking fly there. Yes, the panel's the 5th. Thank you.
I'm going to post this just because I need people to agree with me.
Oh, what's Lucky posting?
Yes.
I see this tweet before.
Rad.
Also, I like that the first reply is the fucking big pant meme.
Do you fuck with Aimer in big ass armor? Yes. And this is the Star Wars meme. And a fight, right? Just dead stare, right? Lucky knows what he's about. So let's move on. This person, I didn't even get to this person's questions, so we're not moving on. We're still in the exact same spot that we were. Question: hey, with the Summer Core coming soon, which anime are you excited to see? Also, any games that caught your eye in Summer's Game Fest so far? Boy, we're gonna have to talk about that later. That is gonna be a whole section. Hold on to your pants for that one, okay? Anyway, that's it for me. Sending good vibes your way. Wah, 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 wah. And hope you have a great evening. Well, talking about summer anime, I know there is fun. We got the next season of Dan coming. I know that much for sure. I'm excited for that. That's going to be good. I actually have fallen behind on reading the manga. I should rectify that. I don't know why. This is probably just my ADD brain just putting that in the not important pile, and I totally forgot about it. Why did I put it into the not important pile? I have no idea. I don't control what my brain does.
I think when the first season ended, I told myself, I should read the manga and catch up. And, here we are 6 months later. And I never did do that. Oops.
But let's pull up the Summer Anime 2025 core. Woo! through and see what's coming out. Like I said, there's been many bangers this core, and I'm very excited.
I will probably not be super interested just because I feel like I've only just now got my fucking budget sorted out by like cutting subscriptions, but who knows? I might be wowed by something.
All right, so right off the bat, we're probably going to have some fan-its. My Dress Up Darling Season 2 is coming out. That's going to be good. Don second season, also going to probably be pretty good. Kaiju number 8, Season 2. I like that one. It's kind of cool. It was a little weird the first season, but I'll keep going on it. I actually, again, another one like Don. I need to catch up on the manga. Call of the Night Season 2 is also apparently coming out. That is one of the ones that I want to watch and read, because I did start reading the manga and it's very interesting, very cool. I kind of love it. Let's see here, man. I don't even know.
Sorry, I got slightly distracted by somebody. Actually, I could say who it is because I do like him. It's Gene Park. He said that I didn't know there was a Gunblade in Lies of P, because he's like, oh, the Gunblade in Lies of P is really cool. I'm just like, what? Lies of P has a Gunblade? Why not?
Let's see here. We got another Rising of the Shield Hero. That continues. Cool. Looks like Dreaming of blank blank blank's got another one. Oh, the studio's Cloverworks. That's nice. Let's see here. Fragrant Flower Blooms with Dignity. Sakamoto Days Part 2. I never finished actually watching Part 1.
I watched the first episode and liked it, but I never felt like a super huge drive to like watch all of it, Like, it was neat and I liked it, but it didn't give me that like must watch the next episode feel, It was a little odd.
Lucky's just like skimming through it now and see if there's any that like particularly jump out at me. Let's see here. Reborn as a Vending Machine gets their second season. That's interesting. Reincarnated as a second prince. So that's another second season. Interesting. Oh god, Rent a Girlfriend still going? Jesus. I have heard no one say anything good about that series in the circles I'm in, so I don't know what's up.
That's one of those things where either it's just like somehow has some mass market appeal that people don't catch, or a lot of people hate watch it.
Maybe.
Which does happen, by the way. People do go, God, I hate this fucking show, as they, shovel into their mouth week after week.
Here is one that I was actually interested in. Introduction to Mineralogy. It's just a story about learning cool facts about minerals and stuff in an anime-esque kind of way. And I'm all like, that sounds neat. Are you gonna entertain my eyeballs and teach me something? I am fucking there. There's some other ones here that look interesting, but I'm not gonna necessarily call them out that I'm gonna watch them. I'm probably gonna try and do that thing where I try to watch something that sounds interesting and see where it goes from there. But too many times it's like, yeah, I'm totally gonna watch this, and I watch a couple episodes and I'm just all like, okay, this was not as great as I thought I was gonna fucking be. So I'm trying to keep my expectations low on what I'm actually gonna watch. But like I said, we got a few big hits. We have a lot of follow-up seasons, it seems like. But we will see where we go. Also, I'm gonna say, can we stop doing isekai stories where they just wake up in a game they were playing? I feel like we're oversaturating ourselves with, yeah, I died because I was playing this game. We can just have fantasy ass worlds, guys. It's okay.
Yeah, if you're far be it from me, to gatekeep popular literature, but like from a literary perspective, if you want to bring a fresh new thing, you should actually have something to say with your game parody parts. Like, just really liking Dragon Quest when you were a kid. I mean, it's pretty good for Ichiban Kasuga, but
yeah,
you
but you never actually go into the fucking. You never actually get transported to that world. Isekai just likes to think.
Yeah, Ichiban just like embodies the values of a Dragon Quest hero. That's good. Just generic RPG world stuff is like, I don't know. It probably gets used a lot because it's a shorthand, and it became very popular in the genre because this is a discussion I've seen online in a couple places and followed along. Like, isekai is kind of tale as old as time.
It is.
First of all, in popular Western literature, in the fantasy genre, have you ever heard of something called The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe? And in the science fiction genre, I will go to bat all day, every day for John Carter's and the Princess of Mars, Edgar Rice Burroughs' planetary romance shit, where, yes, technically John Carter, finds a weird Martian temple in, Texas or Colorado and, bonks his head on a rock and wakes up on Mars. So, yeah, it's an isekai. But, there's even older genres in, anime and manga. But I feel like the current boom of isekai stuff was kind of brought up by... not exactly Sword Art Online itself, though there are certainly elements of that kind of, influenced one. But I think because SAO started as a light novel, and that kind of, turned on one, light novel writers to getting picked, but also larger media companies to picking light novels and to adapt into bigger stories, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, a lot of those have video game trappings, but...
SAO was definitely one of the first big ends. But it wasn't the first and all that stuff. But...
What's funny is that, like, the actual original, like, if I remember the dates correctly, like, people don't remember it because it kind of left the consciousness, but the original dot hack and, like, the original, like, web draft of Sword Art Online are from around the same time. It's just that it took so much longer for, like, Sword Art Online to go through, like, the web novel thing, and then into the light novel, and then into the anime, and so on. It was cooking for a while. Honestly, people don't talk about the angle enough with Digimon, but that's also, like, most of those stories involve at least part of the story of going to the digital world inside of the computer. I think the dot hack games are older than the anime.
No, I think the anime was pretty early, because the dot hack game, there was an anime, then a game.
Did it go
dot hacks?
I thought that was the other way.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure there was an anime, then a game, because the anime came out, and then the games were on PS2, and there was 4 games, each that had their own OVA in them.
Okay, so first of all, yes, but this person's date was incorrect. The original dot hack sign anime was 2002.
Yeah.
Which is why there was time for, like, 4 games to come out on the PS2.
No, it is kind of my complaint. Like, Lucky, like, again, this is Lucky, having love-hate relationships with things. I love my isekai, I love my trashy harems and stuff. We need to get a little bit more original, guys. Come on.
You like it, even though it is kind of schloop. It is kind of sloppy, even though slop is a term that's quickly using its in. But, like, you don't want it to be bland.
No, I want it to be. Just because it's slop doesn't mean it can't be good slop. Like, because, yes, we're doing a panel fantasy where a guy gets an unreasonable amount of girls and has a lot of powers, does not mean you can not say interesting things in said story.
There's a lot you can do with it. Also, to clarify for the people listening to the podcast version of this, because this came on chat, yes, the author of Sword Art Online, Riki Kawahara, was working on it as a web novel from 2002 to 2008. So yes, literally from the same year.
I believe, if I remember correctly, it didn't actually get popular until he was able to make a deal with his other one. Because what was the other work that he also did that was good?
God,
wasn't it like Excel World?
Yeah, it was Excel World. I was gonna say it was the one they made into an anime later.
Yeah,
because he got the deal for that to be, I think, in light novel format first, and then was like, oh hey, do you want to check out this other thing? I won a contest.
So
was the Excel World anime first? I thought it was after. Maybe it didn't blow up over here until after Sword Art Online came out.
I'm pretty sure. I don't remember. This was literally like 15 years ago, guys.
Yeah, we're talking about the period of like somewhere between like 2010 and 2015 when this shit would be like starting.
I know it's not the way to use guns, but I love it when the guy just has a little sliver of health left and he runs at me and I just bang, gun. And he goes down. I'm like,
it's a very fun way to go. Yes, no, I think 100 Hour Man has it correct. The Excel World anime came out first. Nobody cared until SAO anime came out, and they were like, oh, light novel, imprint since 09. Okay.
Surprise! Hunter's X. Oh, that closed the gate. Device is not currently operable? Oh, there it goes. I guess I can't operate with a corpse hanging over it. Who would have guessed?
Oops.
That would be interesting. I wouldn't put the author to do that, but that's not necessarily what I want to talk about, guys. I'm just talking about, like, while being put in the game world is cool, there should be a reason for it and not just well, I died or I hit my head and now I'm in a game world and this ain't gonna get resolved ever. Like, God, there's just so many in that fucking genre that do that. There's some that are actually interesting about it, like, I can't remember the name of it, but the salaryman reincarnated as a villainous. You know, the guy's not dead. He's just in a fucking coma. And for some odd reason, you know, the game that his daughter was playing was, like, nearby and fucking they're in it. And so his wife and daughter, like, see him in the game doing stuff and they can somewhat influence. So guess what? I feel like that's actually going somewhere and I enjoy that.
Yeah, that's where we're actually doing something with the medium.
Yeah. And there's other ones in there, but I can't think of them off the top of my head as I, you know, constantly repeat myself. I hate myself when I do that. But it's me using filler to try and get a thought out because my brain's all like, do we want to say this? And I'm like, yes, game, fuck.
Well, you're also, you know, playing Bloodborne.
That's not actually distracting me as much as you would think.
Probably not, but because that is a different sector of your brain. But it is the kind of thing where, like, something can happen on screen and your brain has to react to that. And then you're like, what was I doing?
Well, what I'm doing right now is I found the beast roar, which looks like I just got a fucking beast claw? What is this?
I think you did. I think it's literally a beast claw.
Lucky remembered that he didn't actually explore all of the fucking Forbidden Woods, so I'm trying to figure out what I missed. And they're screaming at me! But yes, Lucky's trying to take a hand at writing himself, and I'm like putting a lot of thought into this. Like, okay, yes, my character got sent to another world. Why? Like, actually, why? Not just because I need a excuse to make fucking game-like elements in a fucking game so I can abstract power levels. Well, it's not actually a game-like world, but that's in my story that you'll have to read whenever I get around to actually showing it to everybody. But let me get someplace safe so we can continue with the mailbag. Alright, this should be safe, Lucky says, 30 seconds before he dies. So on to the next mailbag. Oh, wait, nope. I already prefaced that. We're talking about Summer's Game Fest later.
Yes.
This next one comes from the 100-Hour Man, who says, Dear Lucky and Meg, I hope you two are having a great week. Question for the two of you. Do you guys have any theories, this is with a capital T, by the way, on what Marsberry's original plan for someone post a GIF, was? Keep on being awesome.
Wow, Ark was fast with that shit. My boy, Louis. I think I have some thoughts. I don't know if I would call it a theory.
Well, what we know so far is that Marsberry, probably thought of this shit way ahead of it, threw that boomerang before it came into the room, and understood that probably the Earth was going to be undergoing some crises, and probably did some move to move Earth to Chaldeus, and swap the two. Him being a mage, this probably means this is some plot to either evolve humanity or reach the root. That's all that mages seem to fucking do in Fate. Are we reaching the root? No. Well, then what are we doing evolving humanity? Go. My bet right now, based on what David was talking about in LB7, that I think Marsberry plans to extend the reach of humanity to the fucking universe? A very specific distance that was marked in LB7 that I can't remember, but they were very specific about this distance, which would probably overwrite everything with the texture of I'm betting he's going to try and overwrite the texture of every planet with Chaldeus, and maybe destroy untold amounts of civilization and alien life doing so. Like, am I right? I don't fucking know.
I think there may also be some stuff we may get some more illustration on later, is why I'm like, I have ideas, but I don't know if I'd call it a cohesive theory yet. I need some new lore to be sure.
Yeah.
But I think there may be some relationship with kind of like, because one of the common end states of like timelines in Nasu's work is that, Gaia, the embodiment of the world, dies and the environment gets real fucked up, and usually this fucks up mana, so magic stops happening, which would be bad for mages. I'm wondering if, like, as part of the natural life cycle stuff, the thing with, like, Chaldeus and swapping the Earth is some way to, like, force Gaia to keep producing mana, or otherwise kind of, like, fuck with the natural production of, like, archetypes.
So we're trying to avoid the extra /notes ending?
Yeah, basically. But in such a way that, like, it's very clear that, we're abusing our planet, which is why every other planet which acknowledges us would be like, hey, that's wrong. But like I said, I'm not sure yet. I'm pretty sure that upcoming audio calls and event stories will actually, like, talk about archetypes more and stuff. So we may get more info in. But no, I think your general vibe is correct, that it's got to be some way to, like, either reach the root or push humanity forward. Because that's supposed to be the other kind of, like, timeline fork is, Age of the Stars, which Merlin has talked about and Gil talks about in, like, his extra CCC endings, is, like, humans can, overcome the limits of our planet and evolve. So I wonder if maybe Marsberry has, like, a plan to do that, but in, like, a dumb way.
It's dumb. I don't know.
If it finds some way to parallel, like, Gaetia's plan, where he planned to burn up all of human history to fuel his time machine to go back to the origin of life and do it better, that would probably be a good parallel. Like, if somehow this process is generating a resource that Marsberry needs in, like, a really stupid way. Because I would like to remind you, that was Gaetia's plan. Gaetia's pity was he was going to destroy all of us, use us as firewood, so he could fuel a reaction to create humanity 2.0, who would just not have to deal with any of our human bullshit. And that's why his sin is pity, because he thought humans were so pitiable that we were better off being incinerated.
All right. We need to move forward. I am lost again. So, this next one comes from Darkener Dave, who says, I'm curious, do you guys think the Shelder class, post a GIF again, class falls against extra classes category lore-wise? Yes. It is not a baseline. It's not a baseline serving container. So it's extra.
It's not one of the original 7. It's an extra. It is just that easy.
I think if I remember correctly, they actually, in-game, they listed under Extra 1, which is gonna kill me for Grand servants, because I do want Grand Mash.
It seems like a pretty cool idea, but she gets lumped in with all the other extra ones, I should say, for Grand. But yes, no, Shielder has, by the game and also by lore, has always been treated as an extra.
But let's move on. Ooh, excuse me. So this next word comes from Soul of the Light Mode Discord. Dear Lucky Dojin Drawer and Omega Taco Enthusiast. That's Taco with a K, by the way. Also, I wish I could draw Dojins. I draw so many Dojins. You guys would not be able to handle how much titty I threw out there. But they say, no questions, just wanted to wish you both some good vibes. This person always put wah 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 in the parentheses after this, and I'm all like, no, I resist this. I will not let you have your way.
I think they do it sometimes on purpose.
Lucky can be quite contrarian sometimes. On this most recent Pilgrim Festival. Yeah. But last and not least, this last one comes from Agent 418, who says, hello, Lucky Omega. P.S. Have a good weekend, y'all. Well, thank you, friendo. And that is that for mailbag.
Indeedly dee. All right. So we leave the mailbag to the Fretok. And we have one item for Free Talk today, which is, believe it or not, new servant deeds. Because we got a new servant. Yes, Titan Ephemeros is back. She was in an earlier event, took her a while to leave NPC jail. Her 3rd ascension is currently locked at this time, so you'll have to wait on that one in a thumbnail. But she's a 5-star pretender. She has a higher focus on attack than HP. She has an Arts Quick Buster deck. 20 busters. And I don't know exactly where, with all the extra classes, it got a lot harder to track. I don't know exactly where pretenders lie on like the Stargen zone, but she has the kind of expected average hit counts and kind of only average NP gain. It's 0.6. But there's a little bit of extra there that we'll get into. You know, we have our ways and means. First, the NP itself. It's pretty good. It's Buster. It's AoE. You get 1 turn of Pierce Invincible first. It deals bonus damage based on how many debuffs Typhon has, not counting unremovable ones. But the more debuffs she has, the stronger it is. It also deals 1k of burn, but also plus 100% spreading fire for 5 turns. So it's actually 2k burn for 5 turns, because those go together. The overcharge is NP damage up first. Starts at 10%, goes to like 30%. So all in all, a pretty straightforward and good one. You get your NP up, you've got a piercing, Pretender hits a lot of classes, and you might do some trait damage. And if guys live, they might die. Her first skill is a 2 hits, 3 turns invul, and then also a 10 to 20% attack and buster up on self for 3 turns. So hard defense, double steroid. Her second skill is a targetable buff. It gives the targeted ally plus 2 overcharge for 1 time 3 turns. Also gives them 20 to 30% crit damage up, and generates 5 to 15 stars. It's a little bit of extra crit focus there. And then her final skill is one of those funny batteries, so it's a 20 to 30% battery for self, but then 10 to 20% battery for the whole team, so she gets 50%. But it also gives the whole party 10 to 20% attack up for 3 turns, so it's a charisma. But also has a demerit, which is the party gets 500 curse damage for 3 turns. Now, 500 damage for 3 turns doesn't really mean nothing, as evidenced by how popular Black Grail is. So this really just gives her a free stack of bonus damage on her NP. For her passives, though, she's got a bunch of unique ones. First of all, she generates 5% NP per turn, period. So yeah, the fact that her normal NP gen is a little middling doesn't mean so much because she's constantly generating 5% per turn. She also has a other passive which gives her 10% NP damage and crit up at all times. And then her last one's pretty funny. So she has a 30% buff removal resist passively, but has minus 30% debuff resistance, period. So you got to be careful. Like, if you get some really nasty debuffs, that's bad, but obviously because her NP does more damage the more debuffs she has, if you can get non-critical debuffs, that actually helps your damage output overall. Very interesting. And I think the 30% buff removal resistance built in is funny. But while we've got some pretty powerful offensive units, even already in Pretender, Typhon should still be a real powerhouse of a sweeper. She's got strong burn team potential, with a plus 100% spreading fire on an AoE and doing 1k on her own. She's got hard defenses, we love those. She has both team support and self-support. Obviously she gives herself 50% battery, but that also means if you use both of her attack ups, she gets plus 40% attack, and she already has pretty good attack for Pretender. And she has patented anti-asshole technology. Her NP always gets Pierce Invincible. And in fact, because it's a buff that triggers it, she gets Pierce Invincible for the whole turn. So you can do, NPBB, Brave Chains. Or do a Mighty Chain. Whatever floats your boat. I don't care. But yeah, in general, good stuff. And like I said, her third ascension is concealed at this time. But that means, as we cross the 2-hour mark, sorry, a little yawny, let's talk about video games. Because there was 2 big video games things so far, and there'll be more, because it is...
Did I find I found the fucking poison swamp!
Rip.
Sorry, May, I did not mean to interrupt. Go, please.
No, it's fine. I was checking Twitter. I saw somebody make a tweet that was very funny that I retweeted, which is, Expedition 33 really made every developer want to know how many people are on their team, huh?
Yeah?
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Because it was funny, because there were 30 people involved, and 1 cat.
Cat was important.
Cats are very important. But yeah, no. 2 so far big gaming things, starting with a State of Play, and then the actual Summer Games Fest, the keynote. Let's see. IGN has a list of every announcement in the State of Play. It's not in chronological order, but I think we can still hit it up in this order. I could also just grab the State of Play, mute it, and frame by frame, but I think this is easier because I got something pulled up. In general, State of Play, very good. For State of Play, I would probably rate it about an A. I bring this up because, funnily enough, the reason why I give a letter grade is because Jeff Keighley almost always asks how people feel about these things. And on Twitter, the technical winner was D. That was the one that people voted for the most on Twitter.com, assuming, of course, the people clicking voting in polls on Twitter.com are not all computers. This, I think, has at least brought back kind of what I want to say did cause kind of I want to say pushback, but I agree with it, so I guess, positive pushback, where a lot of people did go out of their way to be like, oh, people are saying D, that's crazy, this was really good. And I do want to say, if you add up A and B, together they're over 50% of the vote. So more people than not thought it was on the above average case, but the single most answered answer was D, which I don't understand at all. Because in general, I want to say the theme of this one kind of felt like it wasn't all Japanese developers, but I have heard some people criticize Sony lately, mostly about the Japan studio, which kind of got, scrunched down and cannibalized into Team Asobi. That people have genuinely been questioning, oh, Sony, are they invested in Japanese devs anymore? And yes, obviously, but, depending on the string of announcements, it can feel like it's not. This one definitely felt like that was, big on that correction, right?
Yeah.
Of no. We're still working very closely with our partners in Japan. Let's bring you some Japanese-ass games. I say this, funnily enough, because the first item listed on IGN, and I don't know why, is the first thing they have is the first look trailer and the announcement, the official announcement trailer for the new 007 game, First Light, which is from IO Interactive, also known as IOI or 101. They're the Hitman studio.
Yep.
And they're making a James Bond video game called First Light, which will be releasing next year. Looks pretty all right.
Good. I'm interested.
Yeah.
I'm usually not a 00 fan.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the point where they're at, where a decent number of people are like, well, I'm not super into 007 as a franchise, but this looks neat. 007 does have a history of making some pretty good video games. Obviously, GoldenEye's video game, super iconic, but also...
Yeah, that's iconic more like you got 4 lines and you got to kick the shit out of each other.
I mean, true, but the single player was also pretty good. There was some fun there. I remember first-personing down the dam. For the time, that was pretty cool.
That was, yes.
And Nightfire was another really big one. That was PS2 era, I want to say?
Probably. I'm going to be real. I don't remember any recent Bond games.
No, they haven't really been in it recently, which is, I think, another reason why this game is building hype. But they do have... The franchise has a couple of pretty good video games under their belt. So that's got me kind of, tentatively interested in, okay, this looks good. Because, I mean, it's the Hitman devs, so it looks... aesthetically a lot like the current generation of Hitman games, kind of third-person, over-the-shoulder stuff, but they're adding some little extra cinematic flair, I want to say, they've got James Bond-style set pieces and exotic locales, but also I want to say, they got the gadgets. They showed off the Omega, which is how you pronounce the watch brand name, the brand watch, which does shoot a laser. They showed off some classic cars, I believe later press releases has said kind of the conceit of this game is you are kind of playing Bond's origin story here. This is the youngest James Bond has ever canonically appeared in the franchise. He is 26, and they said, I believe, that he is an airman in the Royal Navy.
Yes.
So, kind of like, it sounds kind of like the start of the plot is that, like, he gets recruited for the 00 program and is going through, like, training and testing. And I can only assume that this will sprawl into a world encompassing conspiracy where some guy with a weird European accent is gonna, do some death traps. We've already seen at least one death trap with a
Mr.
fucking
Bond,
crocodile
I
pit.
expect you to die.
No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die. Shout out to the classics. But yeah, the game looks pretty good. I think they've got a pretty good conceit to go into it. And I joke that I'm like, hey, I'm always looking for the Alpha Protocol sequel. Alpha Protocol, the third-person shooter spy RPG by Obsidian that was janky as hell, but also I had a lot of fun with it.
It had heart.
Yeah, it had heart, which matters. It was an Obsidian game, so like I said, it was jank as fuck, but you got to do some cool stuff. So this does kind of look like, you've got some cover shooter stuff, some running and gunning, some punching people out, but also, like I said, you can shoot fucking lasers out of your watch and stuff. So, like, looks cool. Genuinely pretty good trailer.
It looks very cinematic, too, which is another thing I'm a bit in.
Let me see if you agree with this, Lucky, but I heard some people pitch this when they were reacting to it of like, there's the new Uncharted game we wanted.
Yes, no, actually, spot on.
Yeah, after they said that, I kind of thought the same thing, and I'm like, yeah, this does kind of look like that. Like, you've got very cinematic set pieces, but you've also got, a couple of, like, different action set pieces, and just, you punch guys and shoot guys. But it has that kind of, like, movie film quality that is like, yeah, that looks pretty good. I'll skip that and scroll back, because that's at the very end, so we'll talk about some more things. We got a release date and a look at Silent Hill. I actually don't know. Is it supposed to be F, or is it, like,
F,
Forte
flat.
or something? Flat? Because it's, like, italicized, but a lot of outlets just posted as Silent Hill F. Anyway, we got a release date. It's coming September 25th. A lot of release dates in September, spoilers. But they showed off a lot about it, kind of showing the more supernatural elements, showing some more gameplay, which kind of goes back to that I haven't really played any Silent Hills, but I've seen them enough to get that that's kind of their vibe of, like, the slightly janky, like, melee combat of, like, you kind of scrounge up whatever you got and smack things with it. And ideally, you don't smack things at all. But, they've got some very interesting visuals, and I'm sure there's a lot of, psychological ramifications to the game. So it's looking good. Honestly, Konami's probably going to have a killer year.
Yeah,
because they've got a new Silent Hill and the Metal Gear remake coming out not too far apart. And I believe, did they announce another one? Another game? I don't remember. I'll see it when I scroll down. One of the big ones that I've already spoiled is also coming out in September, but it's September 30th. Final Fantasy Tactics Evil East Chronicles. It was announced, obviously, for PS5, but it's going to be on everything. PS4, Xbox, Steam, Switch. It truly seems like, while obviously Square is willing to work with Sony to kind of, like, let them break the news first, we are truly out of the Square Enix exclusivity era.
Yeah.
Which is fair. They've talked about how that's kind of like, how do I want to phrase this? Because I don't want to, like, misattribute them. Square, I think, is very happy for how Sony has pitched in and helped them with some of their recent big budget projects.
Yeah.
Like, they've gotten a lot of mileage out of that partnership, but ultimately it is still painful to their bottom line to not prep these games to be multi-platform from the start, I think is kind of the best way to put it.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're trying to go broader, and so it'll be in there. And yeah, I talked about it before, but I think Evil East Chronicles is a really good way to handle it. They're going to have basically the original version, the classic version, and then the enhanced version. So the technically, both of these versions are new, because the classic version has the same graphics and gameplay as the original 1997 on PS1, but they fixed the translation. They are using the War of the Lions translation, which is well considered, and presumably means that the classic version can also be voiced, but all the graphics and gameplay will look like the original 1997. The enhanced version has updated UI. Actually, no, they say it this way. The enhanced version is the version with fully voiced dialogue. So that's got voiceover, updated UI, graphical improvements, quality of life features like multiple difficulty settings, autosave, etc. This is the thing I talked about where, like, it's $49.99. That's a little high for, even an HD 2D remaster, but I do want to support this franchise, and it's probably worth it to sit down and play. And like I said, it's, I think, a very brilliant way to get it. Not quite as much of a called shot, but another game that you popped off for. Oh, and actually, I should remind you, Lucky, you can play a demo of this right now. But Neo 3.
Oh, that's right. I do need to get in there and do that.
Announced it for early 2026. No exact date yet, but they're ballparking out their 2026, and they did hit you with the demo available now. Zinger. That's another franchise that I need to set aside some time and get into. I think
I do highly recommend it.
Was free on PlayStation. Like I downloaded them or added them to my library. I may have downloaded them, but had to uninstall them on your recommendation, but never got around to them.
That was another game that I saw like 3 frames of, like, and I was like, Neo 3!
Yeah. I think they may have mentioned that it was Team Ninja or Bamco or somebody, so there was like a little bit of a hint, but yeah. No, looking good as always.
That. I saw Spirit Stones, and I was just like,
looking good as always. I think the big ones they recommended is they're talking about how obviously you still got a character creator and stuff, but now you can like switch between what they're calling ninja and samurai mode.
Yeah.
So you can now get more direct action type gameplay or switch to a kind of a more higher agility, stealthier build. So still taking some stuff. That's looking pretty good. Another one to look out for. I mentioned it earlier, but we got a gameplay trailer for Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. Looks good. Looks clean. Big thumbs up.
No notes. I'm there.
I mean, they did the thing. And I feel like Konami's really taken the fact that this is a, remaking. What do we call it? We I think we figured out a term between remaster and remake that fits Metal Gear Solid, but I don't remember it right now because I'm recording for 2 hours after I watched Summer Game Fest for 2 hours. But like, they've really leaned into the fact that there's no spoilers here, and they're not changing the story at all to just be like, fuck it, we could show you all the boss fights in the Shagohod. Who cares? Let's show you the good shit.
That, you're right. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, no, they show straight up to what is quote unquote the final boss of the game, but like it looks good. They showed us. I popped off about it in chat, but they showed a sick CQC counter against Volgan, and I was like, ooh.
Yeah, no, you got him, brought him in for the knee, wham!
Like deflect his punch off your knife, catch him with the knee, judo throw him. Ooh, it's good. It's good.
I remember when I fought Volgan, it was much more jank than that.
Yeah, it was much goofier. Press button in case of cage match. So like Delta looks good. And will probably play good, talking about like the control scheme is going to be refined. They also made sure to mention that, they actually showed footage of what Snake vs. Monkey will look like. And then they did not outright call it Metal Gear Online, but they very strongly teased a return of the Metal Gear Online game modes with like Carotens dropping and a guy with very advanced camouflage, sneaking, grabbing it, and then a generic soldier man kind of sneaking by. So yeah, I'm going to guess we're going to have some of the old online multiplayer modes as well.
That'd be good.
So, yeah, I mean, just in general, talking about it, like, obviously, I'm super excited for whatever Hideo Kojima has in mind for Fizzant, but Konami's really going out of their way to, like, be like, no, we are remasterizing this game, but it's still gonna be all the same old content, including all the bullshit that you didn't realize was in this game. Maybe a little bit of a low point, but I at least appreciate that they did not jerk us around too much. They didn't really have any specific announcements for Ghost of Yotei. They just said that they're going to have a dedicated State of Play in July. That's October 2nd, the game is coming out. They did at least showcase that we might get a dog. A dog wolf. A wolf dog. It's good.
I think they've been teasing the wolf for a while, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think they may have alluded to it in some of the earlier trailers, but it's definitely one of those things of like, the very brief snippet we get kind of pops off with like, look, a wolf.
Friend. Listen, normalize having animal companions.
It's pretty cool. Also, like, lone wolf is, like, integral to kind of, like, the Ronin mythology. Like, the mythologized version of the Ronin is all about the lone wolf shit. Whether it's an analogy like lone wolf and cub, or just, like, talking about Ronin, like, as like, wolves or stray dogs. It's a whole thing. But we'll get more gameplay and stuff in July, so look forward to that one. Also in July, more Astrobot content. They made sure to remind you, all the updates have been free, and they've been trucking. He even had some, the lead of the studio even had some tongue-in-cheek stuff to say about how, they may have won some awards. And they're going to have even more levels with even more bots. Including one of them is going to be the revengeful newcomer, so it's the main character from Ghost of Yotei. They're also going to do a Astrobot Limited Edition DualSense controller, which will, be Astrobotized. But yes, for some reason, IGN put the stuff from the start of the show, like in the middle of this recap article. But the first thing we started with was they announced Lumines Arise.
Yeah,
new entry in the Lumines franchise. But it's going to be developed by the guys who did Tetris Effect. And it's like, yeah, that tracks. Real good trailer. I very much liked the vibe. But after a little bit of that, we also finally got some more news about Pragmata.
So excited for this. It looks
Which
so good.
I'm now just realizing that the announcement trailer was in 2023. Jesus. Well, they did go through a delay. But yeah, they had a real trailer for Pragmata.
I'm gonna go watch that trailer again. Looks so good.
Showing our main character Hugh and the little robot computer girl Diana. And kind of, showing them working together to defeat evil robots. They are on a lunar station. I think the whole game takes place on the moon because they're trying to get back to Earth. They'll have more detail on how it will work later, but they said that the mechanics is going to be that you control both characters at the same time, basically.
I wonder if it's going to be kind of like... Nah, that's probably not a good comparison.
I'm just assuming that it'll probably be like, depending on your control scheme, it'll probably be like, one set of buttons is going to operate Hugh to like punch and shoot things, and then Diana is going to be hacking.
Yeah, it'll probably be like you have commands connect like to Deanna and whatnot, or you basically hit a button and say like Deanna, do that or something.
Yeah, but they showed some action in the trailer. They got a few different things, and it seems like they've got multiple different systems to make it work. So we'll see. Coming in, they've said that they're pretty sure it's going to be 2026. This is one that was funny because this was the game that I was like I pegged immediately, which is they're making a new Thief game. Thief Legacy of Shadow, but it's only for VR. Woo.
I thought it was Dishonored.
Honestly, not a bad pull because I'm thinking. I thought about it later. I'm pretty sure Dishonored exists because they stopped making Thief games.
I guess
because like Thief, if you don't know, is like the original Thief is by the same guys who made the original Deus Ex games. Thief came first, but just so people remember, it's a first-person stealth game with like proto-immersive sim vibes. Like they had a lot of stuff with like sound, knocking out versus killing guards. One of the first games to give you kind of like that abstract eyeball symbol to let you know if you're in darkness or light, right?
Right.
And added some spooky horror elements later. So I think like Dishonored being a first-person game where you can creep about and kill guys or not kill guys and shit like that.
All set upon this dark gothic European setting.
Yes. Literally, the trailer for Thief VR starts with like, no one really knows where the city came from, but it's big and I've lived here all my life. I'm gonna take stuff like I'm some sort of thief. But like I said, it's interesting, but also VR. Someday I'll own a PSVR. It is kind of funny though because another thing that was announced is they talked about a lot of PS Plus stuff happening later. One of which is they're gonna bring back the classics version of Deus Ex: The Conspiracy, the fucking PS2 port. Yeah. And that's going to be on the PlayStation Store, and if you're at PS Plus Premium, will be added to the catalog. And it's like, okay, interesting. So, like, since I think that, IDOS Montreal has been kind of, like, fragmented back out from Square Enix, I kind of feel like they're trying to remind people that, like, they do still have these old franchises. They're not sure what they're going to do with them yet. I'm pretty sure we're not going to get Deus Ex 3. Either 3, actually, because neither version of the franchise made it to the third game. But a pretty big one that kind of felt pretty easy to guess where we were going, but still super slick trailer. Love it a lot. Romeo is a Dead Man. Starts with this kind of like Adult Swim cartoon style, and then goes to like, Romeo, you're dying. You're going to be dead in 16 seconds unless I plug this in. And then it gets fucking wild.
Wild. Why
does it get wild? Well, everybody I think watching along correctly guessed. It's a fucking grasshopper game. It's Suda 51.
I don't remember, like, I think it was like as soon as we got actually into the gameplay, but we're like, this is Suda 51 as fuck.
Yeah, the moment they started showing gameplay, and it's kind of like, it's still very No More Heroes coded, right? Like, it's kind of like, again, third person over the shoulder, a little bit hack and slash, now with guns, though.
Guns!
But, like, it's so fucking extra and weird and, yeah, surreal.
Chat says surreal.
Yeah. Yes, I was gonna say, surreal's a really good one. It's just like, No More Heroes is a franchise that is, like, really over the top and kind of, like, hype, like, I don't want to say supernaturally, but it's, like, super real. It's, like, especially the first two No More Heroes games, but, like, those games are, like, simultaneously incredibly mundane, but also giga over the top. Like, in No More Heroes 1, Travis Touchdown, like, saves by shitting. But also, one of the boss fights is the granny with a fucking... wave motion gun in her shopping cart, like crazy shit. So this kind of like has that vibe, but even more so.
You can't find it. How else am I supposed to hydrate? Where the hell did my water bottle go? Hang on, Chad. I'll be right back.
One thing I do want to shout out is I'm not sure exactly. Oh, okay. And she's actually got it listed in her profile. I was going to say, if you know the content creator, that's Raspberry, Maddie. She draws a lot of fan art for like Metal Gear and stuff and other video games, streams on Twitch. Well, she's part of the community team for Grasshopper, so I know that she's been tweeting about the game a lot. But yeah, no, it just... Romeo is a Dead Man, they had a banger trailer song, and they had a really, really good showcase of the art style and the combat. I love how the trailer ends where, like, Grandpa's talking to you. He's like, "Oh, Grandpa, I can hear your voice. Are you some kind of spirit?" "No, I'm on your back. I'm on your jacket. Look at me." It's so good. And later presser is kind of, shown off that they showed, like, a little montage of, like, shifting through, like, genres and mediums. So, when Romeo becomes Dead Man, Romeo Stargazer, he's gonna travel through time and space to a bunch of different dimensions to track down bad guys because he's a FBI agent. So they're probably going to do a lot of their like genre and medium blending stuff that they've done in some of their previous games, like the last No More Heroes and stuff. Space-Time's Most Wanted fugitives through multiple universes. So yeah, it looks really sick. And he was only on screen for a little bit, but Suda has great screen presence, striking the poses, etc.
Okay, found my water bottle.
Nice.
But no, when he's just, it's like, I'm Suda 51, and he just did the jump and went, yeah, with his hands. I was like, yeah.
And he's even like, "Let me introduce you to Romeo Stargazer." Pretty cool name, right? Like, that's a guy who also unabashedly knows what he's about, and they're like, super bloody action game, and I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, that's what you do, man.
It's another 2026.
I can't, like, it looks cool, but again, I only have so many times video games, and I never got into No More Heroes. I'm not particularly a fan of, like, Suda 51 games, so it's gonna be neat. I hope it does well, but it's probably gonna be a pass for me overall.
I'll probably try and check it out. I mean, I'm like behind because I still need to play No More Heroes 3, but I played the arguably inferior, allegedly, PS3 port back in the day, and I really like No More Heroes. I've seen some other people play like 1 and 2. It's like, it's got a strong vibe. I actually tried out Let It Die.
I tried Let It Die too. It was cool, but it was too MMO and not enough payoff.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate kind of like that early wave of games as a service games where it's like, okay, cool concept, but you want me to play this every day for the rest of my life. And like, the Grim Reaper's funny, but it's not that funny, But yeah, I'll probably take a look at it, but we'll see if we get into it. At some point, I should double check what all platforms they're on. I've talked about it before. If we could maybe as a stream series also run through all the No More Heroes games, because they are they're. I don't want to say they're like tent poles of like gaming media, but I think they have their own strong impact in their way. But next on the list, another funny one. Continuing kind of a run of legacy, game preservation collections from Digital Eclipse. They've announced a anniversary collection, or legacy collection they called it, for Mortal Kombat.
This kind of blew my mind. Like,
yeah, because they talked about like game preservation stuff, right? They're not kidding.
Right. Like, they made it, they added like a bunch of like real motion and talking about, like kind of the impact Mortal Kombat on it. But the thing is they're going to be having a lot of Mortal Kombat games, and we're even talking about maybe some of the more weird jank ones, like, Mortal Kombat on like the Game Boy and stuff, and just like, I'm like, wow.
Also packed with like design documents, prototype materials, the original motion capture footage and shit. The trailer was kind of put under VO of like Ed Boon and the other big creators like talking about the game.
No, so like, I'm not a Mortal Kombat guy, but I'm impressed on this just because Mortal Kombat is such an old series, and there is so many games going back like to the Super Nintendo, and like so many iterations upon games. It's like, it's one of the big temples of fucking fighting games that has like a long and storied history, and I think this is like the first time we've had like such a huge collection. I don't know if this is the first Mortal Kombat collection, but
no, I think they have had them before, but none have been built this way for sure. Like I said, with all the concept art and the extra interviews, and then also like, as far as I know, every game they've got, they have like all the versions of. So they have like the arcade version, the home console version, and as you said, sometimes even the fucking portable ports, which is crazy because Mortal Kombat on the Game Boy is jank as hell. It's so bit crushed. Games so far they have confirmed to announced is Mortal Kombat's 1, 2, 3, Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, Mortal Kombat 4, Advance, so the literal Game Boy Advance version, it seems. Deadly Alliance, and Tournament Edition.
I think they have a few more hidden away, because I remember seeing some goddamn question marks.
Yeah, they've got more to come before they hit us with the full thing. Also, during this, making sense for some stuff, but Sony has done their first ever wireless first-party fight stick, Project Defiant. We'll see why they decided to do that later. But they've got a release date for Ninja Gaiden Ragebound coming in July. You know, side-scroller retro clone. Looks good.
Yeah.
Speaking of side-scrolling games and also unexpected sequels, we got a Bloodstained sequel announced.
Yeah.
Bloodstained: The Scarlet Engagement.
I don't know if it's necessarily a sequel, though, because maybe a spiritual successor?
I mean, it's still Bloodstained, so yes, it's still set in the same world. But it definitely, because they're not going for a numbered, it doesn't seem like a direct sequel.
No. Like I said, we still got our Metroidvania action, it looks like a thing, but it looks like we have a focus on co-op, maybe.
Yes.
Or at least partners. Not entirely sure.
Yeah, it says that you can work with another character and are able to swap to them to control to both and can swap between the two at the press of a button. I would assume, kind of given how in-depth Bloodstained has been before, that probably means you can also have a second guy do co-op.
I'm hoping.
Yeah, that'd be pretty neat. That one's going to be in also 26. We actually have a date for one of these, but from the developers of the game Road 96, which I've heard good things about, if not looked at myself, they announced their new game, Tide of Tomorrow.
It's very bright, but I don't know if I'm into this. I'm going to be real.
I like the aesthetics. Like I said, I don't know what the exact name for that is, but they have that kind of, like, bright, like, beachside aesthetic, but also got kind of a used future thing, because it's, like, set in a...
It's like... Blob.
Seems like a non-Earth, but a flooded planet.
I almost want to say paint punk.
Like, it has, like, a very bright, poppy, like, the kind of, like, summer beach colors you'd expect, like, very day glow. But also, obviously, like, a lot of people are wearing, like, raincoats and scuba gear and flippers and stuff. It seems very visually distinct, but it's one of those games that says it's a whole new kind of multiplayer experience. And I'm sorry, guys. Lucky says he's jaded. I'm a little jaded, too. I don't necessarily believe game devs when they say that. I have had people try to sell me an all-new multiplayer experience for years. But, and honestly, they've done the thing where, like, they've pitched it in the most annoying way possible. Like, they basically say that, like, you'll be able to join and follow after other players who played before you, and then their choices affect your choices. So, like, if another player stole something valuable from somebody, they're going to be mad at Tidewalker, so you have to sneak instead of being welcomed. And it's just like, okay, so am I just stuck following somebody's, Dark Souls ghost?
Seems a little weird.
What do I do if I'm playing fucking day one? Huh? Am I following, like, a dev ghost? I don't know. It might be cool, but it sounds like the kind of thing where I bet I'm going to hear reviewers, if reviewers even are able to experience the system. Like I said, are they going to get dev ghosts? But I feel like I'm going to hear a lot of players say that, like, it's a really neat concept, but I turn that shit off after 30 minutes kind of a thing. Because, like, I get that choices are impactful, and it does seem like kind of a neat, persistent world thing. But this isn't a persistent world. This is kind of a weird thing where your story piggybacks on other people's story. But how does that work with the story? Didn't that mean they did it all before me already? I don't know. Like, I need to know more about the structure of this. But like I said, the aesthetics look neat. I have to see. Speaking of sea, Sword of the Sea, coming in August. Surf on a Sword.
It's from the creators of Journey and Namzu, so it's the exact same game all over again.
Yes.
You're gonna run around places very fast, see atmospheric shit as fuck, and, probably not have any dialogue.
Maybe, but probably not, no. But this time
you get to surf on a sword, though, so,
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And they have said kind of stuff that, like, they sound like they're going really ham on the surfing part. Like, they're calling it an atmospheric surfing adventure, and, like, they're trying to capture the vibes, and, like, surf on a sword is pretty cool.
Yeah, but these guys keep making the same game over and over again with just different flavors. I'll fucking say it.
Yeah, I think everybody pegged that this is similar because it was very similar to Journey. Admittedly, it's been a while since they did Journey. They also did do Abzu, which is, an underwater game in kind of that vein.
It's a fun game. They're nice games, they're fun, but there's also just...
Their most recent game was actually, like, more action-y. That was The Pathless. I never checked that one out, but it did come out a couple years ago. So, like, they're kind of like... It feels kind of like they're rotating a lot of concepts. Sword of the Sea does kind of feel like they're throwing several of their ideas together. Like, it's got kind of like, ooh, Alone in the Desert, like, Journey, but then it's like, oh, but you restore water, so it's like Abzu. So, I don't know. It might be a greatest hits kind of a thing. It'll still be cool, though. And they are saying it's going to be day one on PS Plus.
I'll probably try it on PS Plus.
So this was another weird one where their studio is really interesting, and I'm trying to parse their fucking studio speak. So this is for Sea of Remnants from Joker Studios. Their only other release is Identity V, which also means that despite the fact that I was thinking this, it's not not directly Sea of Thieves. Which honestly, calling it Sea of Remnants with your art style kind of makes me feel a little bit like it's a ripoff, because like Sea of Thieves is also like super stylized. But the press of this says they've described it as an ocean adventure, RPG simulation, survival building, turn-based strategy game.
That's a lot of words, buddy.
Yeah. The other way they pitch this is as an infinite voyage looping between death and rebirth, a journey where we row forward, only to return to where it all began. You are an amnesiac sailor who goes on a voyage with a mysterious girl to reach the Sea of Remnants, which is said to be cursed, and then it sounds like you go back again. So I'm like, the simulation survival building stuff seems cool. I don't know exactly how you bolt that onto a turn-based RPG, but also it sounds like they're going to do time loop bullshit.
Yeah.
Like you complete the game and just get sent back to the beginning. So I don't know. That's definitely going to be one of those things where I'm going to need them to tell me more about this game, because all that stuff they told me about this game doesn't tell me about this game. But the trailer did look kind of neat. There is the survival climbing game Cairn. I think it's been announced and in dev for a while, but it's coming out in November. I'm probably going to skip that one because I do not like heights.
Yeah, no.
Got a new trailer including some gameplay for Digimon story Time Stranger. The Digimon boys are popping off. I mean, it looks good, but I'll see if I have time.
Unfortunately, I don't know, man. I'm still trying to get him back into the Digimon games I have.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am. I felt like a return surge of Digimonery, and I bought which version was it? My game library. Shit, does that count as a? I think it's a PS4 title technically. Yeah, Cyber Sleuth Hacker's Memory. I bought it for super cheap on sale, and I haven't gotten very far in it, so we'll see. Looking good trailer though. Bandai Namco hitting you with everybody's golf hot shots, including a Pac-Man cameo. That's cool. That's coming in September as well. It's another one of the September games. We got a trailer for Baby Steps, that weird walking simulator game, literally. Also coming in September. That's a game I'm going to watch streamers play.
Yeah,
I'm going to
probably.
watch other people play for clips.
I might not even watch streamers play it. I might just forget about it again. Because I forgot about it, and I kind of hate that I have knowledge of it again.
Another one that looked pretty good was Hirogami.
It's
an origami game.
Cute.
Got some platforming, shapeshift, looking good. But the big one that ended off State of Play, kind of blowing everybody out of the water, was the announcement of Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. And this was like an unbelievable just one more thing. Like, I'm not even a fighting game guy, and like, I was still like, holy shit, what? So, to put this in perspective, this is a Marvel game being published by PlayStation Studios, developed by ArcSys, makers obviously of Guilty Gear and several other classic fighting game franchises, but also IP fighting games like Dragon Ball FighterZ. And they had kind of a mini doc to go with this first trailer. First of all, brilliant trailer. Kind of like slow rolling you into it with like Cap and Iron Man fighting with Japanese VO, and then kind of transitioning into their designs, which looks sick. Iron Man has like Kamen Rider / Gundam Big V. Looks great. I think you did a pretty good job, yeah. I don't know how hard and fast that's been confirmed, but yes, character design, at least some of the character designs are done by Horikoshi, the mangaka of My Hero Academia. I think you can really feel that with Miss Marvel. But like, it seems like they've probably got a couple of different concept artists working on this. But yeah, they showed off, quite a few characters. I just mentioned, Miss Marvel's in there. Spider-Man's in it, because everybody loves Spider-Man. He's truly the world's hero. But also specifically, I do believe that the Japanese like Spider-Man a lot. I saw several notations talking about it, which is like, Spider-Man is like he makes it into all these sort of like Japanese-made Marvel games because he's one of the easiest people to bring over. His character design just works. Got a really slick-looking Ghost Rider design. They showed off Doom and his gat.
Special move cape, pull out gun, blast. I'm like, I'm there.
And wrapped it off with a Chef's Kiss 0 notes design for Storm. And it sounded like...
Also, yes, Axe, I'm pretty sure everyone here knows how the original, Spider-Man was basically a basis for a lot of Toku and Sentai's team stuff.
It's a real deep cut. But also, like, I mean, when I saw him, I was like, it's the Emissary of Hell! if you're saying it's just a reskin of Guilty Gear, you're stupid. You're a moron. Storm has several great lines. Also, I believe Storm, her Japanese VO is Miyuki Sawashiro. It sounded sounded like her.
People have already been making the Artemis and Mordred jokes.
Yeah. Also, honestly, a bold but I think correct choice to start to debut the Japanese VO.
Well, it's
good.
Well, I think it's good because they're making a Japanese ass Marvel game. Like,
yes, that's what I said. I want to say it's a bold choice, but it's a correct one.
Yeah, because like in the developer stuff, like so like this all got started over drinks, but you know they was it the Sony? Yeah, the Sony guy talked to an ArcSys guy and was like, hey, you want to make a Marvel game? And they were all like, I don't know if we can do that, but okay. And, you know, they started turning in, you know, character designs for the characters. And Marvel was like, we don't like these. And they were like, why? And it was like, we want you to show us your Marvel, like your heroes in this. And told them basically to, you know, design them how, like, you guys would. So, yeah, no, like, so even, yeah, no, these are, you know, our iconic zones. They want to say, all right, like, show us your vision for them. Show them. And so, you know, show us your voice for the character. So I think it makes perfect fucking sense.
Yeah. And no, they did talk about it. Like I said, I mentioned that we get to the kind of explaining why I think it's a correct choice, but like they showed it in kind of the little mini doc they did. You know, I think if I'm remembering the order of events right, I might have to watch the presentation again, but basically it starts with like Sony is talking with Marvel and they're like, hey, we have a good relationship with Marvel games because of Spider-Man. Anything else you guys want? You guys want some stuff? And they were the ones who said like, hey, could you get ArcSys to do something? And so Sony, you know, grabs the Sony point of contact grabs, you know, the ArcSys guys for drinks, and it's like, hey, ArcSys, would you do a Marvel game? Like, you know, that is how a lot of stuff does get done in this industry, but it's very interesting. Obviously, you know, people in our chat have already joked about it, but it's a thing to think about. Like, it's kind of the point of, like, PlayStation and Marvel games said, oh, Capcom's not going to make another Marvel vs. Capcom, because Infinite was bad. We're going to do it ourselves.
Sure, hell looks like they're doing it themselves.
Yeah. But they're also doing it kind of unique because the big thing they're saying that's going to be going about this is it's going to be a 4v4 tag fighter. They are kind of like emphasizing that like it's not truly a team battle. I think the early impression is that it sounds like you're not going to have like 4 separate health bars you got to chew through, but rather one shared health bar, the fighting soul. But you'll be able to freely switch between characters in game or call in assists. So you're still only like 1 life bar, but you're going to have a shitload of like character options to do the mix-up. Oh, yeah, no, because obviously this has been in dev for a while. I bet Rivals was definitely Sony was like, oh, sick. This is going to be great.
Well, honestly, if this helps put Sony back in the fucking market, that'd be good.
Well, here's the other thing, right? Talking about the fight stick, right? Here's the thing that I don't think a lot of people think about, but like Sony is really, they are very supportive of the fighting game community. They're really into it. They own Evo now. Like, that's them. Sony handles Evo, like straight up. And, like, this is kind of the question, like, a lot of people are thinking about. A lot of people have been saying, like, oh, yeah, you guys own Evo now. You guys should... What's your fighting game, though? You should have your own fighting game. And what the fuck does Sony PlayStation set up for this? They're like, hey, we got Marvel and ArcSys to collab, and we're publishing it. This is, quote-unquote, our fighting game. And it looks sick. They've shown off, like, 8 characters? 2-4 teams? And it's like, because Star-Lord's in there as well.
I think it was only like 6. It was like Iron Man,
Cap,
Captain America,
Miss Marvel,
Spider-Man.
Star-Lord, Spidey.
Yeah, Star-Lord was in there.
Spidey, Doom, Ghost Rider, Storm. Yeah, it's 8.
Oh, it is 8, yeah.
And they're implying that for a 4v4 roster,
like 3 times that at least.
Big team. Oh no, I've already got my plan. I'm gonna be like, all right, give me Peter Parker and all his girlfriends, because it's very long running. Obviously, that Pete has many romantic entanglements on the side. A lot of chicks are into Peter Parker. But you know, it sounds like they're aiming for a pretty big roster to make the kind of the 4v4 thing work. I didn't know this, but apparently Riot Games is bankrolling a 4v4 like League of Legends universe fighter that's going to be like free to play. They've only shown like 4 characters.
Really?
Yeah.
Seems a bit lacking in my opinion.
It's like less than 10. They've shown a very limited number of their roster, and that may be because it's supposed to be free to play and like they're gonna roll out stuff. But like I didn't know about this game at all, but a lot of people have been bringing up what little we do know about it in kind of a negative connotation to like how much Fighting Souls did with one trailer. Yeah, they've had playable betas for this game, and the roster is very limited. Like I said, I think it's actually like 6 or 8. But yeah, so it's just kind of funny. But yeah, no, they're talking about Tokon suggesting it's going to have a pretty big roster, and I'm like, nah, that sounds sick. Like, I've played a few fighting games. I'm not a huge fighting game guy, but you know, especially IP fighters are usually a little different. And goodness knows if they just have a story mode where these actors are reading some lines. I'm not 100% sure who Doom's VO was, but he was killing it. Like, it's nice. So yeah, that was an absolute zinger that perplexed everybody at the end of the day. And yeah, I said before, very strong state of play.
No, I probably won't be getting Fighting Soul. I'll probably, like, if other people are probably playing, I might watch it, but no, I'm all about Pragmata Neo 3. Maybe Sea of Remnants?
Again, that's one that I gotta, like, know more about. But no, very solid. And this is obviously, like, in terms of, like, new game announcements, obviously, we're already in for Metal Gear Delta, you know, shit like that.
Yeah, no, we're already in that. It doesn't matter.
You know, but they had some very, very strong ones. But yeah, and then today, good old Jeff Keighley trundled out on stage, and he had 2 hours of games for us. I think he started off the show very strong with a very, very good observation. God, sorry. Ark just completely Shrek'd me with a 14 meme. You should check the 14 channel.
Hang on.
I was
Don't
just,
check now.
I was pained incredibly deeply in my soul.
God. Sorry.
Let's go. In and out. 20-minute alliance raid. The tower at Paradigm's Breach. Just that second of my soul. You posted it because it happened to you. Well, shit, brother. R.I.P. But yeah, Jeff Keighley started the show with I think a very keen point that, like, he didn't phrase it this way, but I think was kind of a good for him to push back. Like, a lot of people kind of poke fun at him, both for his old school, you know, vibe, you know, the Dorito Pope and stuff, and like how much money he takes for some ads and like the ad integration.
Yeah.
But like, he does it because he needs money to do what he wants to do, which is he wants to spotlight all kinds of games. And he showed this off because he showed what so far in the first half of the year are supposed to be the best-selling games on like Steam. And while there are some very big franchise members in there, Monster Hunter, the Oblivion remaster, there are also very small indie games. Repo, which we discussed actually the other day, is like #1 in the world. It's made by like 10 guys in Sweden. And another game we've actually played, Schedule 1, made by one dude. Like, so like there's, you know, there are a lot of really cool indie games out there which are keeping pace with big budget, you know, studio games. But he also talked about how that, like, what did he say? Was it like 4 times as many games on Steam as there was in 2020?
Yeah, no, he said like 18,000 games came out on Steam like last year.
Yeah.
It makes me go, yeah, because people put anything on fucking Steam. Like, I'm a bit more jaded about this than other people.
I mean, I do want to say, you probably haven't seen it because you're probably not looking in the right spots. There's also a lot of schlock on, like, console storefronts.
Yeah. Also, fun fact, though, that console schlock is possibly also on Steam.
Probably a lot of it is, yeah. But Steam does have a very open-ended, you know, kind of greenlighting process these days, which is how kind of, like, small team gems can get on there. But also, you do get a lot of crap. But
it's like, I'm not saying that these games aren't some of these games aren't worth it, but when people talk about how PC games got a fuck ton of games, you probably only played 1% of them. And honestly, like, I've been thinking about it, like, how many people are actually playing Repo and how many people bought it because they saw a streamer play it and thought it'd be a fun game to play with their friends and then never actually fucking touch it.
That I don't know. I don't know what the play hours on. I think I want to say I'm pretty sure Jeff Keighley specifically referenced Steam because he dropped the name of the website that keeps track, because I'm pretty sure that Nintendo and Sony and Microsoft don't always publish their back-end numbers. So I think Steam was specifically referenced because that's one of the few that they can actually get hard and fast statistics on.
That's true.
But his point at the end is like, hey, you can do a lot with video games with small teams. That means there's a lot of fucking video games out there. And he didn't phrase it as like, you don't want to play most of those, you know, 18,000 games or whatever. Because he's Jeff Keighley. He's trying to be nice. But obviously the point he was, I think, getting at was, that's why spotlighting games and specific games, both big and small, is really important, because there's a lot of fucking games out there, so finding the good games you want to play is harder.
No, I'm not dissing Jeff on what he wants to do. I'm dissing PC games.
Yeah. I mean, and that's fair. Some people will go, woo, look at those numbers. And it's like, you're right, though. Like, most of those games are crap. Some of them are incomplete. Very few of them, I would say, are like straight up scams, mostly because I think if you do something actually illegal, Steam will get you. But everything up to that point...
Didn't you hear about Schedule 1? A bunch of people started trying to make Schedule 1 clones to get people to buy it on Steam. And they would just like name it like something slightly different.
It's very common when a small indie game pops off on Steam for people to try and make like ripoffs. If they get too egregious, Steam will actually be like, "Hey, wait a minute." But there are lots of games which are just crap.
Axe, I'm not going to answer that because I'm not even gonna acknowledge it. That is a question you say when you want to start shit with someone, Axe. I don't know if you realize that, but it is.
Yeah, Axe, why do you feel compelled to leap to the defense of PC gamers TM? You may not realize that's what you were doing. That's what you were doing, though. And yes, that is people poisoning the well. But like, yeah, that's why it happens, though. You're like, what? You're like, why do you shoot them? Because, yeah, we play games on Steam together, X. You, me, and Lucky, and other people. Well, and this is why I think it's important. Lucky said the part out loud, clarifying that he's not like taking shots at Jeff here. It's just that that there are a lot of big game names on Steam, and a lot of them are kind of like chaff. Some of them are shovelware, some of them are just crap, some of them aren't finished. Yes, I think I've said before, like, if somebody said PlayStation has no games in person, I genuinely might have to start a fight in real life. If you said that to me in real life, I might have to challenge you to a duel at dawn, because I'm fucking tired of it. It's a bullshit meme that people don't even use correctly. Fuckers try to say PS2 has no games. That's like... If you say that unironically, I think gamers should draw and quarter you. Like, what the fuck? You gotta go in a locker, man. And yes, the quote unquote PS5 exclusive library is pretty lean these days, but who cares? I'm still out here playing games on my PS5, having fun.
It's like, I am throwing shade at PC gamers and kind of at Steam at will, but Steam does like let me play some games. Like I buy I admit this, I buy porn games on Steam because I'm all like, yes, give me that lewd shit. But a lot of these lewd games, which I'm buying for like $9.99, $14.99, only play for like 3 to 4 hours and then they're done. I'm like, it's not a lot of game.
Steam sales. Is that another great thing
like
Steam?
One of those things of like,
crazy?
Yeah, there's a lot of games, but you're going to be buying a lot of games that probably don't give you a lot of actually gameplay or have very shallow gameplay. But people will tote them out as, just raw numbers as some sort of achievement. It's like, if you have like 99 tons of shit and 1 ton of fucking precious diamonds, you still have 99 tons of shit.
And like I said, I was thinking on it, Jeff Keighley specifically like cited a website source or something for where they got these numbers for like who's making the most sales and like the game releases. I assume that is just because Steam is like one of the only storefronts that actually releases that info. So,
which is hilarious because they were really shilling Epic Games this fucking summer's.
I mean, they always do. Like, that's the thing though, right? Because Epic and Unreal has unlimited money because of exactly Fortnite V-Bucks. They always give Jeff so much fucking cash.
Well, but Jeff did his due diligence.
They won't even give Jeff Keighley their back-end numbers so he can write a spiel about how cool they are,
Someone in marketing is probably like, shit, we should have gave him the back-end numbers.
Honestly, yes, I bet somebody in marketing would go, shit, we should have gave Jeff Keighley our stats, unless they would be embarrassing about the Epic Games Store. They might be
embarrassing.
But yeah, no. But like I said, I think he had a good point to like talk about how like the top-selling games this year so far are both big-ass titles and small titles from small teams, shouting at Claire Obscure, which got a huge pop-up from the audience. Already, I don't think he's, like, weighing the competition. I think Jeff is just correctly calling a shot that Claire Obscure's going to get some noms at the Video Game Awards this year.
I haven't played, and I think Claire Obscure should get some noms.
Oh, God. I don't know if I want you to stream it, Lucky, but I feel like I want to be there specifically just me for you to play the prologue of the game before even the fucking gameplay starts. Like, just the like 30-minute intro to that game is so fucking impactful and tone setting, and I'm like, oh, literal cinema.
I wish I could just set up like a donation pool. It's like, hey guys, if this donation pool fills up, I'll get Claire Obscure and I'll stream it for all of y'all.
We could possibly do something like that,
but I don't know if there's we have a system for that, because I don't want to call for just. Here's the thing: we can't just call for just blanket donations. People people don't do that. It's like one of those things. But if I had like, here is a bucket. If you put enough money in this bucket, you guys will get me to do a thing.
We could
do it. But I don't know.
Set that up. I would have to figure out. Well, I mean, we could do it
like
as
a goal.
Specifically, like during streams. That's a common thing that people do. We could probably set up like some kind of OBS overlay to keep track of that. Also, same price on PlayStation. It's $49.99.
I'll probably play it on PlayStation. I like playing my RPGs on console.
Controller feels fine, and then you don't gotta, do what you would do anyway and just rehook your PlayStation controller to your PC.
I was actually thinking about doing that for. Well, I'll talk about that when we get to it because I don't necessarily want to ruin the flow we got here. But I was thinking about maybe needing to connect my PlayStation controller to my PC for a game we may want to play because I'm not entirely sure how it is on PlayStation, and I'm not opposed to playing it on PC. But sorry, I know Meet Lucky was being a jaded bitch. So
well, I mean, you gotta. This is a podcast. This is our opinion. It's a back and forth. It's not just Jeff Keighley gets to monologue to the audience kind of a thing. But like, I appreciate that he does do this shout out, and like I said, I think he's trying to refute specific internet gremlins who like criticize him for constantly having ads in his profile, and it's because, well, guess what, dumbass? People who make indie games can't afford to get coverage on the Game Awards, so Jeff Keighley needs to make extra money so that he can be like, hey, you.
And guess what? Running this fucking shit isn't free. That's
definitely not, considering he fucking rents out, YouTube's named theater every time. And of course the fucking Video Game Awards. You guys know I assume you know this, but I hope you understand that he, or his organization anyway, pays those orchestra guys to show up. They're professionals. They have to be paid to show up and do the whole orchestra thing. He has to pay extra security guards to stay to the aisles.
I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure if he has like guest speakers and stuff, he pays to fly them out there, pays for their plane tickets, pays for hotels.
If you're doing it properly, yeah, that's what you do. Is you pay for the invitees, and if they can't make it, you set up the like video messages and stuff. You probably got to like pay for all the host appearance fees, for guests. Summer Game Fest not so much, but for Video Game Awards definitely, and like all the back end staff running all of it and shit. It's a whole thing. It's not free.
Also, Legendary, thank you for saying that. I feel like some people forget that some people I can have opinions. Maybe it's not the right opinion, but it's my opinion. It's based off, my experiences and life in the subject matter.
God, and Legendary says something that's so true, but is so underappreciated. You're allowed to have complicated feelings. Like, I need to put that on a fucking billboard. I need to project that onto the surface of the moon. Like, guys, it's okay to be complex, man. Life's not black and white. It's very complicated, and I know that you want things to be simple, but shit, man.
It ain't.
It's not. And so many people try too hard to, like, oversimplify their feelings, and it's like, it don't work like that, though. You can't just be like, game good, game bad. I think I saw somebody do a good one of, like, people are way too picky about, like, presentations and pressers, and are like, if you liked it, it was good. If you didn't like it, it wasn't good for you. That's it. And it's like, you could just be that. You don't gotta be, like, fighting people for how bad it was. And, like, even if people hold an opinion like the state of play, like D-Rank, I don't know how people voted that the most frequent, but they did. And I'm like, okay, enjoy
those people suck.
Whatever video games you want to play then, bud.
Mine's high, clearly. Or GTA 6. They're mad that they didn't get more GTA 6 news.
Freaking.
Honestly, I say that in jest, but thinking about it, it's probably true.
I mean, I saw some people joking about it, but it is literally true. There was a distinct lack of shoot man and ball game in the Sony presser, which is not to say that Sony doesn't go to bat for shoot man and ball. Obviously, Sony was huge partners with Activision for years and like are in deep with several different sports game franchises. But like I said, I feel like this state of play was very carefully crafted to remind you that like Sony is a global brand and they are in touch with like Japanese and other, East Asian studios because people harp on them too much for being too in California and shit. Can't please everybody. Won't happen. But we got a whole bunch of stuff at Summer Games Fest. Again, IGN has not organized this in any kind of proper chronological order, so I'm just going to fucking run down the list. They put the reveal of the end first, so I won't do that, but I'll just keep going in the order they presented. The Lies of P expansion, Overture, Shadow Drop, available now.
Surprise!
It's apparently a pretty big expansion. I think I saw somebody on our Discord say that it's like $30.
Oh, really?
So, like, big, meaty expansion. Something very spooky just happened in Bloodborne.
I'm in a castle fighting ghosts. They scream a lot.
Oh, is that Castle Canehurst?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about that place. In fact, I was watching you stream it when you talked to the guy about that. But yeah, so I don't think they really had like a trailer or anything. They just had like a if they did, it was pretty short. They just had like a splash screen and were like, "Hey, out now." Something that was also interesting was another trailer for, including some gameplay for Dying Light: The Beast, coming out in August.
I'm semi-excited about that. I do like Dying Light, and Dying Light 2 is pretty fucking fun. Unfortunately, I have done the age-old classic. I have beaten neither of these games. So
yeah, and I'm still not
entirely sure when I'll get to the Beast.
Yeah, it's coming in August. Is it separately a game? Yes, okay, it is a fully separate launch.
Oh, that is good. Okay, I thought originally it was going to be... I think originally it was supposed to be DLC for...
Yes, they planned it to be DLC for 2, but it's one of those cases where it got a little too big, and they made it its own game.
That's fine.
Yeah, so they showed gameplay and stuff, and it's Dying Light, if you don't know. Like, Dying Light, I think, is one of the few franchises in the Zambo-Slambo genre that's still going, because I think that they do have a very distinct identity, because they're if you don't know what Dying Light is off the top of your head, I will tell you, parkour zombies. You can now probably picture Dying Light. I've never tried the games, but I've seen a little bit of gameplay footage, and it's kind of like, it's pretty good.
No, it's fun.
Yeah, Dead Island is more action-y RPG light with its stuff. Here's an announcement that came out of fucking nowhere. Wu-Tang Rise of the Deceiver, featuring Ghostface Killah.
I mean, cool. If they want to make a fucking game, make a fucking game, but it was not on my goddamn bingo card.
No, came out of nowhere. Gonna be 3-man co-op, by the way.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was in the press release. I can't really speak to this being incredibly white, but I know that there are a lot of black people, a lot of African Americans, but also other black cultures that are really into anime. So this kind of seems like this game is made of that kind of like juxtaposition.
Yeah, no.
We've got the literal fucking Wu-Tang Clan, and then also anime-inspired action.
Like, there's a whole social commentary I can say on this, but I've already bitched about too many things today, so I'll leave it.
I'm not gonna fight anybody if they want to say Piccolo's black. But yeah, so this is the Deceiver. You're gonna fight along your friends. You gotta call them powerful skills and timeless Shaolin wisdom and stuff. Looked neat. Came out of absolutely nowhere. Got a gameplay trailer, a little bit of gameplay for Onimusha Way of the Sword. It's a new Onimusha game coming in 2026.
That's right.
Did reveal they called him Sasaki Ganryu in dialogue, but it's Sasaki Kojiro.
I went and found their thing. They are changing.
Yeah, I did some press posting as you usually do. So, and of course, he's very sassy. Perfect. But they also showed off some gameplay, which involved, some cool countering and parrying stuff.
Yeah, they did say that parrying and counter would be very integral to the combat system. And I'm glad that we're showing more off. I continue to be excited for this. I wasn't entirely sure if I was going to be, but I think Onimusha might be a day one buy for me.
Because we don't know the exact release date in 2026, I'm not sure I'll go full hog to commit, but I'm going to keep an eye on it for sure.
Like, I probably won't get any like special edition, but
it's a revival of a classic franchise. It's fucking starring magical Miyamoto Musashi. That's pretty cool. I'm about that sort of thing. One that obviously for us was like a big meh, but will probably still somehow have franchise staying power. They announced a new RTS game for Game of Thrones, War of Westeros. Some people are probably popping off for this. I felt the trailer was very weird because they basically like aped a combat that was from the last season that we all hated. But they did show an alternate ending where, the Night King kills Jon Snow. Ooh.
Now he's on the side.
It's an RTS game, so like, War for Westeros has very strong vibes like, War of the Ring or War for Middle Earth, both of which I think were strategy games based in Lord of the Rings. But yeah, they say it's going to be an RTS, it's going to have multiplayer, it's going to have solo. So yeah, whatever, RTS stuff. Like I said, I'm very shocked that this franchise still has staying power, but it does. Shit does keep coming out. Yeah, we got a release date trailer, showed a little bit of gameplay, but not a lot for Arc Raiders. That's coming out in October. It is going to be another one of those extraction shooters. We got a few of those in the can. It is kind of interesting to see. They've got some interesting stuff, they kind of got like that used future type aesthetic, some cassette punk stuff.
Cassette punk, that's a term.
Yeah. Kind of like, it's a little broad. Basically anything kind of from the, like, pre-optical disc era.
So, like,
as you might guess from the name.
Like 70s to, like, early 90s, I guess.
Yeah. Because they showed, like a tape deck in the intro, where I think the main character or the viewpoint character was like listening to like, you know, daily affirmations type shit. The trailer had some decent art design, but it's another one of those things that I'm kind of like, I don't know. Like, they're gonna have to be pretty cool to tear me away from like. I'm still on that, like, if I'm going to play any extraction shooter, it will be Marathon. I know, obviously, they've gone through some controversy where, like, a decent number of, like, art assets, in-game posters were plagiarized, and it's kind of that shitty thing of, like, the art director who did all that already left the fucking company kind of a thing.
I think the thing that bugs me most about that is that no one seems to believe Bungie, and there's like, yeah, they left already, right? Cool, sure. Even though they, like, said, yeah, we got to scrap like everything we do. We got to get in contact with the artists and all that stuff. Like,
Bungie has had problems with art theft stuff before. I think just generally the way Bungie does stuff is sadly kind of like they're a little overtaxed and possibly understaffed, and just like, because like some people are like, oh, the entire art style's plagiarized. No. All due respect to that artist who got her shit stolen. You know, like literally her artwork's lifted and slapped in game files. She did not invent the aesthetic that Marathon is going for. There are several kind of that, you know, very like brightly colored stuff. But like I said, they've had controversies before, so people don't want to just, you know, give them the benefit of the doubt. I mean, that's the thing that I'm like, I'm not sure how they understand that, of like, people are like, oh, they delete stuff out of Destiny. The game is already like 200 gigabytes. You want them to hold on to everything forever?
yes.
I mean, yeah. But, like, I don't know. If you've got, like, seasonal content that's going on that's not supposed to be accessible anymore, you know. But why would they put it back in if it's not supposed to be put back in? That's it, like, I don't know. People treat this as some kind of gotcha, and I'm just like, well, what if they don't want it to be put back in? Because, like, Destiny is weird, and I admit I have not played any of the expansions for Destiny 2. Like I said, I played Destiny 2 when it dropped, like, for free years ago, and played as much content as you could, and I've wanted to replay the game several times, but it's way too big to fit on my fucking PS5. Without making some space and stuff. Like, that is a game that has kind of, I feel like, a weird points where, like, they do try and just push forward the overall narrative sometimes. And so, like, if they're moving forward on the eras, you know, what about it be accessible? Like, depending on how big it's kind of the thing of, like, I mean, I'm thinking about kind of, like, feeling about the reverse. It's, like, one of those things of, like, if, like, the global, like, time scale for like, FF14 moved forward, how would you want them to, like, preserve old zones if they, like, rebuilt them? You know, kind of a thing? Like, are they supposed to, like, keep, like, the past instance live at all times? This is presumably why some areas of Final Fantasy XIV are kind of, like, still stuck in ARR, you know? Because moving the timeline forward for zones is a pain in the ass. Also, this is a negative. I don't think Bungie cares about it as much about the story of Destiny 2 as people who play Destiny 2 do. That is a negative against them, but the story for Destiny has, like, a very slapdash history, and, like, I feel like the audience resonated it with it much more than they did. I don't even know if the people who wrote Destiny still work at Bungie. But yeah, I know that they're in an ongoing legal case where, like, some guy basically, like, fucking ripped a bunch of their old cutscenes and stuff and uploaded them straight to the internet, and, like, Bungie is having a hard time proving that they do in fact own it because they didn't keep their own copy of the cutscenes in the servers. That at least kind of feels like a failure of data storage. Should have just bought some giant-ass magnetic tapes and put that shit in the back.
Yeah.
But, you know, like I said, honestly, the thing that's a little more damning about Marathon is a lot of people are saying from the closed alpha that, as usual, Bungie's not being super receptive to feedback, in that, like, people are like, hey, this is cool. I'd really like more support for solo stuff. You know, not necessarily team stuff. Or, your concepts are really cool. Will there be a single-player mode? Will you balance the hero's powers if I don't have a full team, kind of a thing? Because it's in alpha right now, and it seems like the current game design is, like, really weighted towards, if you've got a full team of guys, you have a lot more power than a team of, like, less than full guys. Which seems pretty normal for these things, but I do think that usually when they go, like, open, these types of games usually try to balance that out a little bit. It is still alpha, but like I said, I don't think Bungie has a great track record from, like, Destiny stuff where just, like, they just kind of, like, smile and nod when you give feedback. So it's kind of like that question of, like, so are you gonna improve this, or are you just gonna ignore us and fix it later?
And they say nothing.
So we'll see. Like I said, some people went full, you know, shut book on Marathon. I'm kind of like, I still want to see what this looks like when they drop it. I'm kind of hoping for an open beta to, like, try the feel. but it's definitely kind of me giving a side eye. But while I'm thinking about that, I'm not necessarily going to buy into any more stuff, especially because I don't. Lots of games have very distinct aesthetics in Summer Games Fest, but I still kind of feel like I don't know a lot about their full vibes. Like, I don't really know what Arc Raiders is about, you know?
Yeah.
It's got, like, guns, and I like that they've got, like, pickaxes on their backpacks. There's a giant crab robot, but I don't feel like I know enough to get into it, unlike other games later on this list. Also, very funny, if for nothing else, than it let Hideo Kojima book some fucking photo ops. IO Interactive showed up to just, mention that, yeah, by the way, in case you didn't see the trailer, we're working on 007 First Light, but we do have a little tease for some stuff. They showed a, last chance trailer for Mind's Eye, because that's coming out soon. Launch trailer, basically. Still not 100% sure what's going on with that game. It's a very video gamey game, because there's, driving and cover shooting, and there's some kind of story with a shoot man in the middle. And he loves to drive and shoot, but also he's got feelings inside. That's probably me being a little uncharitable, but like I said, the game hasn't really done anything to super stand out to me, so I'm just kind of shrug at it. It's coming out soon, so I guess we'll see what review scores are like. But they teased some Hitman stuff, including that they're going to be launching since they have the 00 license now, they're going to launch a Casino Royale elusive target, which if you don't know, this is the thing that Hitman does, the latest Hitman game. I'm not sure what the exact title is of it, but they have this system called Elusive Target where they do basically seasonal events. They give you a target, usually a celebrity or something else weird going on. They had Jean-Claude Van Damme one time or something. That was actually funny because I think Jean-Claude Van Damme was being cloned, so you actually had to kill a lot of Jean-Claude Van Dammes. It was the plot of a Jean-Claude Van Damme movie. But basically, these are available for a limited time, and there's no saving. You, as the hitman, get one shot at this. If you fail and die, it's over. I think you can reset the mission mid-mission, from the start, but there's, no saving or checkpoints. So if you die, it's game over, and the elusive target is gone. Which is, pretty neat for Hitman. But they're launching Le Chiffre, elusive target, with Mads Mikkelsen, reprising his role. And like I said, they brought Mads out on, sorry, I just switched back to Patreon Chat accent earlier, my earlier commentary. When you say that, I image of the shot man firing shots in the air. He's just crying, looking at the burning wreck of his car. And I'm like, that's not Mind's Eye, but that is the kind of thing I'm describing. He loves to drive and shoot, but he's got feelings. I'm going to have to remember that bit. But yeah, no, really cool for them to bring Mads back for the Chiffre reprise. Obviously works really cool because they've got the 007. And like I said, means that Hideo Kojima gets to do some funny picture taking.
He worked with mods before, so...
Yeah. I love Le Chiffre memes. It's true. But another one that was super big for us, because they talked a little bit about some new characters coming to, what was it called? Marvel Infinite, I think, which is, kind of a retro clone, Marvel-themed beat-em-up game.
Yeah.
Side-scroller. Showing off Rocket Raccoon and She-Hulk. Great pick. She-Hulk looking great. But they had another game on the can, which is they announced they are making a brand new Scott Pilgrim video game.
Let's go.
Scott Pilgrim EX. Coming to everything sometime.
Eventually.
But they showed off gameplay and stuff. Looking great. Obviously still got that retro clone style like the original, Scott Pilgrim video game. But original story. Got Anamaguchi back. Got Brian Lee O'Malley back to write this story.
My hope this is the bridge between Scott Pilgrim Takes Off and why Toronto got fucking fucked at some point.
Yeah, so the way they pitched it is, they're like, Toronto has been invaded by 3 factions. And it's... Oh, what was the 3? One of them was the demons.
The vegans and the robots.
Right, vegans and robots, thank you. By 3 rival gangs.
Vegans and robots.
The robots obviously inspired by the twins, and the demons inspired by Patel's powers. And who's behind this madness? They showed the Gideon's Graves logo. And it looks like... I paused the screen. They've got a weird robot mascot, but it looks like Gideon but ripped and Julie Powers. So, that would make sense to follow up from Takes Off. But yeah, then it shows, Ramona and Scott. And they also say they will team up with old rivals.
I'm excited for this as well.
Yeah, so it sounds like we may be getting some of the original Evil X's back as playable characters. It looks great. And yeah, I the more you say it, Lucky, the more I'm believing it. Is this feels like a follow-up to Takes Off, which is a really good thing to pick up from,
No, they talked about, that they wrote
takes off to be, contained in one, and they weren't planning on writing a sequel, but, they never said anything about video games, so, yeah.
Yeah, kind of the state of, like, a sequel season is unlikely.
Yeah.
Because O'Malley didn't really know, like, how big it would be and what the reception would be like. But yeah, no, they're getting in there, and they've got I think the perfect selection for it. They've got a studio known for making these retro clones. They're working on the Marvel Infinite, but they also made the Shredder's Revenge game, which is great. We played that actually. That's a great game. Great send up of old school turtle shit. And Scott Pilgrim as a medium, as a selection, is just built for the side scrolling beat 'em up.
It really is.
So yeah, all about that shit. The Summer Game Fest kicked off with a world premiere trailer for Mortal Shell 2. I forgot that Mortal Shell existed.
I thought it was going to be just another Soulsborne clone, but it looked a bit more intense than that. A lot of beating up your enemies with some vicious ass attacks. A lot of it.
It is an action RPG, as they say, which was released last gen, though it had a like enhanced bit. It's focused on melee. They had several shell characters. They were influenced, obviously, by Dark Souls, like they straight up said it. But they went through some different vibes. But obviously they were smaller, so there were limits. So I don't think it's a full like roguelike Souls clone. The scores were kind of like high mid, like the Metacritics in the 70s. The big publications were like 8 out of 10 kind of a thing. So it's like it's one of those games that's like a love letter to the genre, The devs were clearly inspired by Dark Souls, but also, had their own kind of creative limitations they had to work out. So they work on a sequel. That's okay, And they say that they're planning on expanding from the original with unrestricted, adrenaline-charged combat, deeper weapon design, and upgrade options, and emphasis on free exploration.
Sounds cool. I don't have time for all these video games.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a pickup for me. Like, if it's a turbo banger, maybe. But just, if you're down for those kinds of video games, like dark action RPGs, I mean, they're talking the talk.
They're talking the talk for sure, and it sounds something interesting, but I'm trying to finish off the games I have, and I keep picking up other games! Technically, Bloodborne was a game that I already owned, I just never got anywhere, but talking about Rain got me interested in playing Bloodborne again, and here I am, several bosses in, as I do circles around the fucking doll as we talk.
I mean, hey. Talking about beating video games, obviously I'm working on Clair Obscur to make room for Death Stranding 2, but the moment they announced the FFT remaster, I was like, shit, I gotta beat Tactics Reborn. A game I bought years ago, I think, and have played a little bit of, but did not finish yet either.
Excuse me.
Talking about another one that's like, I don't know what they're talking about, but Square Enix is apparently revealing Killer Inn, talking about Square unfortunately feeling that they're a little late to some genres. They're working on a social deduction game. There's going to be, big mansion. They're going to have wolves and lambs. Wolves are the killers. They have to kill the lambs. The lambs have to, identify and bounce out all the wolves. Presumably, also, it works if all the wolves are dead, etc. Though, I don't know. There are apparently, some of these social deduction games have rules for, the game doesn't end automatically when you out all the killers.
I'm gonna be real. I was looking at this game. I understood what was supposed to be happening. I was looking at the gameplay. That didn't look like it was happening at all. All I saw was people killing each other.
Yeah, the trailer, I agree. The trailer cut was very weird. I feel like they wanted to, they're trying really hard to differentiate themselves from more, I don't want to say more casual, but more, slow-paced social deduction games. They made it pretty clear that, you can defend yourself with, guns and knives and shit that you can find around the map, and, this means that they have some kind of, actual, gameplay action if you're a wolf. You don't just, it's not like Among Us, right, where you just push a button and the lamb dies. You have to actually, get the shotgun, load the shotgun, shoot them, kill them, get away with it kind of a thing.
Yeah.
So, it's more in-depth. It sounds like there's, a system where kind of the Friday the 13th game, the way you beat Jason in that game is, you assemble escape one of a couple ways. You can repair the boat, you can fuel up the car, or if you've lost enough survivors, you can set it up where you kill Jason. So, it seems like they'll have escape. So, it's a cool concept. I kind of want to see where they're going with it, but also, like you said, the trailer is a little weird.
I'm gonna be real. I don't want to be mean to Square Enix. I love them. I feel like this one's already gonna be a miss.
Unless a streamer group, a really popular streamer, gets in and says, "Oh my god, I love this game," it's not gonna go.
That might happen. I don't think that happened with the Death Note game, though. Like, a lot of people did stream it and try it, and it seemed like it was doing interesting things on the Among Us formula, but I don't know if it's got any legs. They did at least recently do an update. It seems neat. I think I added it to my library for PS Plus. But yeah, I don't know. It's like the kind of game that like will be cool and like, you know, God willing, PSN release, PS Plus, you know? But like some people think that Square Enix isn't adventurous anymore, and that's not true. I think you said this when I brought this up in the stream. Sometimes Square Enix is still too adventurous. Like, a lot of their adventurousness comes out in phone RPGs that are around for exactly 1 year.
It's like Square Enix publishes a lot of games and does a lot of weird ass games that no one buys, and then they go, "Well, maybe we should like not be so adventurous. And
maybe
so
our games should be more mainstream." And then people are like, "No, you mainstream
all
this
your
game,
games are mainstream." No! And then I point is like, "Why didn't you buy any of the adventurous games then?
Why didn't you buy their weird games?"
I bought their weird games.
I played Foam Stars.
I did like Foam Stars, but unfortunately, I don't like. It's like, if it had something more single player, I probably would have put a lot more time into it.
I feel like for those kinds of games, I need to like, even if they're good, I need to like lock in with a crew like right away. Like, I think we both played the finals. That was cool, but like, I didn't feel like playing it all the time, you know?
Yeah.
There wasn't any big new trailers. It was just in the state of play they talked about it, but Control's got a 3-person like horde shooter coming out, Firebreak. That's going to be day and date on PlayStation Network, so we'll take a look at that, I think, just because it'll be free.
I'll be in there.
So we'll try it and see. But yeah, like, it has potential. Like, I genuinely think they've got the potential. They're doing something different with this kind of social deduction genre. Like, there are a couple of games that have kind of done that, but they haven't been popular. God, it's been a bajillion years. Lucky, do you remember The Ship?
Yeah.
That, I feel like is the last game that was kind of like this angle.
I'm trying to remember what was first, The Ship or Among Us?
The Ship was definitely first. Like, Among Us sat around for like 3 years before anybody played it, but I'm pretty sure The Ship was like... Because The Ship had like a weird self-knockoff game where they made a spiritual sequel. The Ship Murder Party, built by Outer Light and Valve Source Engine. The original mod, because it was a Half-Life mod, was 04. The release on Steam as a standalone game was 06.
Oh, that is old as fuck.
They did also remaster it in 2016.
I think I learned of it at 2016 then.
Yeah, I think we played the remaster, but yeah, the original concept is like super old. But like that had kind of a little bit of this, but also the Ship was like also had like almost like life sim elements in it. Like, you know, you had to like socialize and eat and stuff, otherwise you'd get, you know, depressed and stun yourself. If you burned through all your stamina and got tired, you would fall asleep in the hallways and were super easy to murder. But yeah, like, they're doing something new with the genre, but the trailer felt really weird, and they kept talking about, like, the wolves and the sheep thing, and I'm kind of like, okay. They're doing that thing where they feel like they're trying to find new names for old mechanics. Just, you know, it's just killers and innocents, guys. We know what the rules are. I guess you can't call them, like, it's not like Trouble in Terrorist Town, another Source mod. You can't just call them traitors, because that implies that there's, like, you're all on the same team.
Yeah. Listen, if they're never on your team in the first place, they never betrayed you.
Yeah. That said, I still think that, like, you know, traitor or imposter is, like, a super popular way to refer to that. But yeah, like I said, it could be neat. They're definitely going for, like, a little bit more of a higher fidelity art style, though I'm pretty sure it's Unreal 5. And, like, honestly, if this is nothing else other than Square Enix gets to cut their teeth on Unreal 5, sure. But yeah, we'll see. Hideo Kojima showed up on stage. He hugged Jeff Keighley. Jeff Keighley beating the allegations. Yeah, that's the thing that I always remember people talking about. Like, they felt like Jeff Keighley's relationship with Hideo Kojima was really weird for a couple of years, but I feel like ever since he got out from Konami, it's been like, yeah, no. Kojima and Jeff Keighley are real. They're real ones. But he showed, like, a very brief story clip featuring Neil and Lucy, who are going to be important backstory characters. Kojima kind of saying, you know, Neil will be kind of this game's Cliff, you know, Mads. Because unfortunately, you know, for story reasons, we can't have Cliff back. It doesn't work.
Yeah, we solved that.
That's been resolved. We've moved on, so we got to get a new guy, and we're doing a very different vibe for that. But you know, kind of already showcasing some interesting things. Both the character of Neil and Lucy have kind of like a mark on their hand of the the astrological sign for Cancer. I don't remember what astrological signs were important, but I remember from the first game when you entered your birth date, they were like, Doom's syndrome is more powerful in people with certain astrological signs. I want to bet Cancer was in there somewhere. Because, like, they're doing, like, medical questionnaire shit, and, like, Lucy works at, like, bridges, but they're in the past, so I think it's, like, the extinction event, timefall shit, bridges. Neil says when asked what he does for a living that he's a porter, even though he's very clearly a smuggler. So it's like, nah, it's good. We're locked in, baby. Ready to rock.
Oh, less than a few weeks. This is something I think that does make me a little sad, is that I would have really wanted to get the collector's edition for Death Stranding, but it doesn't actually come with a physical game.
Yeah, that's a pain.
So I had to order the standard edition. I'm just so like,
I'm talking about, like, that's happening a lot lately, and I don't know what about the, like, manufacturing process that does that. I like that, like, Square Enix talked about this with the Evilise Chronicles. They were like, hey, if you buy the collector's edition, the game isn't in the box, but we will ship the game to you. They are shipped together, so you can put the game in the box. It's just like a production line thing.
Yeah, no, like, the collector's edition is strictly, you know, you get the physical goods, but it's the digital code. I'm like, why?
Yeah, I don't know what that is about the production. I've apparently Evilise Chronicles on Switch, both Switch 1 and 2, will just be a code in box, which, like, Switch games have done before, but I'm kind of like, weird. Does it not fit on the Switch carts? I don't know. But yeah, no, we're very excited for that. Got another kind of, like, weird game, Wild Gate, which is billed as a space shooter. It's from a bunch of former Blizzard devs called Moonshot Studios. It's a weird little shooter game. It's coming out in July. They're going to have an open beta in the upcoming months with a cross-platform test. And it's like, it seems kind of interesting. You know, it's another multiplayer shooter, but they're at least doing something different. It looks like you kind of, like, have your ships that fight as well. So you can kind of, like, go against the enemy ship and stuff. Again, probably not for me, but good that it's coming out. Honestly, I feel like I know that it's kind of fallen out of favor because it's a lot harder to do, especially with expectations these days. I feel like I miss the art of a multiplayer shooter having a good single-player campaign. Because much like you, Lucky, that's usually what got me hooked into those games. Like, I played more multiplayer. Like, I got into the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 multiplayer, but I played the single-player first.
Yeah.
Same with, like, was it Battlefield 3 I think I played? Maybe 4? One of the Battlefields. Like, I played the single-player campaign to, like, get in the mood and learn the systems, and then I was like, oh, I guess I can play multiplayer. But a lot of games don't do that single-player campaign hook anymore, and I'm just kind of like, do I want to buy a game just for multiplayer? I don't know. We got RGG back with the follow-up.
Yeah!
We have an official name for their game called Project Century. It's Stranger Than Heaven. And they're doing something interesting. I'm not sure exactly what they're doing, but their first trailer was
1915.
Yeah, 1915.
Yep.
And this one was 1943.
And I'm pretty sure they're both the same protagonist because they highlight the blue eyes.
Yes.
And they also have a little scar on their nose.
Yeah. We got his name. I think it was Mako Daiko.
Yeah. Apparently he might not be full Japanese or something.
Yeah, there was a comment about that, and you know he's got the blue eyes. So like, is he half? Is he supernatural? Is it both?
They say it's Project Century, so who knows? It might be something crazy. Like we're gonna go through a literal century up with the same character.
I mean,
maybe
that could be pretty interesting because that would mean that we would end up back in Yakuza.
Maybe.
Like, I mean, if you follow through the idea to like even as far as the 80s, hey man, that's just Yakuza 0. But it still looks interesting. They showed off some more gameplay in there. You know, there's a lot of different beating up of guys walking around. They showed some kind of like quick time event type stuff of like, show him mercy, don't show him mercy.
Give him the stabs.
So it's like looking good.
No, I'm super excited for this one. I tell myself every day I need to finish the Yakuza series so I can get up to infinite wealth, but I think it's like me playing Judgment. Getting into something that probably doesn't have like an entire legacy, probably a lot faster.
I mean, I've completed one entire Judgment game. I put a few hours into Lost Judgment. It's another one that's on my I need to get back to list.
Same.
Whereas, like, I just kind of like meandered through a couple chapters of Kiwami. Like, I've played it.
Yakumi's gotta help these kids.
He's gotta help these kids by showing them my snake kung fu and doing sick dance routines. Where did Yagami learn how to do dance routines? Nowhere. He's just improvising, okay? Fuck it, we ball.
A history of martial arts covers as a multitude of sins.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like, the Yakuza series is, like, really cool, and I want to play more of the games, but it's also, like, God, there's so many. I probably could just, speaking of, you know, my what I like about certain turn-based games, I should just jump into, like, fucking Like a Dragon at some point. I know a lot of the beats.
I will, but I gotta get through the Kazuma Kiryu saga. I have to. I started with, like, I got 0, I got 1, I probably have to start 2 over at this point. I don't remember what the fuck's going on.
But yeah, like, doing standalone games looks good. We like it. We appreciate it.
No, I'm there. Already day 1. I'm there.
Speaking about, you know, games that are very Japanese in origin, also Bandai Namco showed off another new game they're working on, Toa and the Guardians of the Sacred Tree.
Very cute.
Talking about it being kind of an isometric roguelite. So again, definitely, I mean, the press, you know, comment here and the comments from IGN are like, you know, being Hades-like, kind of that isometric action game shit. But this one looks like it's got multiple playable characters going on with kind of, you know, different combat styles and stuff. One of which is, as Lucky pointed out when the trailer was dropped, a ripped koi fish.
Omega,
So,
I'm gonna show you something that I just checked Twitter on, and it is completely unhinged.
okay.
So
Crack's neck.
it does have audio, so mind that.
All right, I will pause the recording so I can listen, and you will come back to my thoughts immediately after. All right, chat. I've just come back to you after watching a 50-second trailer for a game about thighs. A thigh-based rhythm game. I really did need to crack my neck because I had to flex it. Crazy. It's wacky as hell. All right,
So
okay.
I ran on the Twitter, and Famitsu posted this. I was like, what?
Also, on Twitter, Ichiban blowing the fuck up. I guess people are very happy
we haven't
for
got to
him
that point yet, have we?
Yeah, I haven't talked about it, but I'll spoil it. Sonic Racing Crossworlds announced some of their crossover characters. They started with Hatsune Miku, pretty wild,
Yeah.
but then
cool.
included Ichiban, Kasuga, and Joker. Speaking about Like a Dragon. So that's pretty cool. And they're part of a free update wave, so there's at least 7 more characters coming. And it's like, also Minecraft Steve. So like,
Minecraft looks like it's also getting its own maps too. I don't know if the others are getting it.
yeah, that might, the Minecraft one might be more like a DLC pack. Miku, Ichiban, and Joker are part of a free content wave, so they might be separate kinds of like ongoing content. But yeah, pretty crazy. Also, yeah, they brought back in one of our original Sonic designers, and he did have a little bit of a shot to take at Nintendo.
He did.
He said, like, unlike other kart games, we have crossplay. So yeah, no, that's another thing that a lot of people said wasn't on their bingo card for this year. Restarting the Mario v Sonic beef. But what I said at the time when we were watching the stream was like, if this guy's been a dev on Sonic since the beginning, he probably has a few bones to pick with Nintendo. If people don't know, the Sega Nintendo rivalry was like super heated for years. You know, does what Nintendo don't and other shit. But yeah, no, sorry to talk about it. Yeah, Toa and the Guardians of the Sacred Tree, looking good. Ripped koi fish. This giant Shiba Inu guy. Gonna be published on everything, so I'll keep an eye out on that. We'll see how roguey it is.
Yeah, like, again, this is Lucky in his personal preferences. I don't like roguelikes. Not because, you know, I don't think, you know, redoing over things. I just never like the setting of my progression. I don't like the idea of I have to find random things to make me do good, and if I don't get, you know, good random things, well, I'm just hosed. I don't like that.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's more inspired by Hades than not, because I felt like, as someone who got like through most of the content in Hades, Hades was pretty good about that, of having permanent upgrades, both to Zagreus and your weapons, and kind of like slowly unlocking new weapons permanently. And you did have randomized, you know, boons and other certain drops, but the way the game was designed was that you tended to get more boons from the gods you picked up early later, so it kind of like worked towards you getting at least a unified build per run. So I'm hoping this kind of takes some notes from that. They did say rogue light, so usually that implies that the roguelike elements are not as harsh or strict. So I guess we'll see. Moonfish had a couple of other ones as well. First of all, they are releasing Atomic Heart 2, sequel to Atomic Heart. They are saying spiritual sequel, not the exact same setting. Their marketing for this was very weird.
A lot of hot robot women, which I'm not against, but we're really hammering on the hot robot women. The robotesses, if you will.
Which I want to say is also weird because I saw some people like talking about this of like, oh yeah, what was the first Atomic Heart good? You know, all I remember was the sexy robots. I guess semi-spoilers for a game, but it's a little old. But apparently the robot ladies are not in the game very much. They're in like a couple of scenes.
Yeah, that's all you need, buddy. Hell, the big lady from Resident Evil 8's only like in the first part, but boy, how did she blow up? Lady Dimitrescu, if I remember, yeah.
Yeah, Dimitrescu. But like, you know, it's still kind of like that moment of like, they were super in all their marketing. And if they're only in a couple of scenes, I don't know how much, like they were integrated with the story. But I don't even know how much story it had. I saw somebody refer to it as, you know, BioShock with nothing to say, kind of vibes. Don't know how true that is, but that might be a you know, it's a first person shooter, but not leaning on anything. This one was also kind of like just all over the place.
I kind of like the chaos that it had, but at the same time, I don't know what we're going for here.
Yeah, that's I feel like kind of the risk with like that scattershot approach of just like, okay, you're showing interesting things, but also you're not telling me anything.
No, because on one half we have like a lot of gritty combat and stuff, and all the time we're having a fucking like a future past party, and I'm all
retro
like,
future robot strip club party.
I'm like, you had me at, you know, robot strippers, but how does this connect to the gameplay? Like, do I get to, if I do good at games, do I get to go hang out with robot strippers?
The gameplay
sign me the fuck up,
showed,
but
like, all kinds of bullshit, like monsters, zombies, etc. Robots. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll
tell me the process of getting to robot strippers.
They also announced they are working on The Cube.
The Cube.
An Atomic Universe game. Bros think they've got enough for a universe, I guess. But yeah, they're making an MMO. I thought it was going to be an extraction shooter, but they're just straight up calling it an MMO. But it is a shooter.
They really like showing off women's asses in this trailer, by the way.
Yeah, I kind of feel like they learned the wrong lesson from what little success they did see with their first game, where like, yes, the sexy robot ladies were the memorable part of their game, but like, you need to have a little more teeth to that, because otherwise your game comes out, and once you stop making trailers, people stop caring.
It's like, there's nothing wrong with the sexy robots, but you gotta have more meat than that, buddy.
You gotta have a hook, especially if you're expecting, you know, to pay the usual, like, $60 to $80 dues. But yeah, the cube is, you know, it's set in the universe. They've got, like, a literal flying sky cube with different environments that shifts over time that's gonna do different gameplay stuff. But they say it's gonna be MMO. That's another one I'm kind of like...
I don't got time for an MMO, buddy. Just no matter how sexy your female models are.
Yeah, that came up when there's a Guild Wars 2 like trailer later talking about some big updates and stuff, and it's just like, yeah, I don't got time for that, even if you are free to play. I'm already at over 1,800 hours into Final Fantasy 14. But yeah, like I'm kind of surprised they're going for a 2, but I guess they did make enough money to like make success there. Cause like I kind of feel like their game kind of like not flopped, but kind of dead ended a little. There was a decent amount of buzz when it came out, and it kind of came out. There was a little bit of controversy because it was coming out like, you know, at kind of early in the Ukraine conflict, and there are a lot of questions of like the studio being connected to Russian money.
Yeah, I don't fault them too much about that. What are they supposed to do? Just not put out the game?
Yeah, no, definitely. And I want to say, like, that's the kind of thing of like, I won't absolve them of it, but they seem to be working with like, because I think they're publishing another game on this list. I don't remember which one, but it does kind of seem like maybe they have grown to be like properly multinational now. They're talking about having, you know, teams in lots of places over the world. So I'm that's the kind of thing that's like, do your own research about whether or not you want to pick it up. Like, I'm not super interested, wasn't super interested, and continue to not be interested in Atomic Heart 1. I don't know about Atomic Heart 2. You know, again, they're showing me a lot without telling me little. So
I remember I was interested in Atomic Heart, but I don't know. Let's see what is available on after I clear out some backlog.
Yeah, something that sounds pretty cool. Lego Voyages 2, a co-op game, or just Lego Voyagers, is a 2-player co-op game. Where you play a little Lego brick and you build stuff.
It's super cute.
They are also specifically saying they're doing the thing that Split Fiction did earlier, which is they're calling it the Friends Pass, which is if you want to play it with a co-op partner, they don't have to own the game. You can just invite them to play with you. And I'm like, that's a cool trend. I hope we keep that up with these kind of 2-player co-op games, but it looks pretty lovely. You said when we were watching it live, something I also commented on, that like Lego has a couple of like builder games, but a lot of their big games are usually tied to their IPs, like their licensed IPs. And those games are perfectly fine, but this seems to be a game that is all about the Lego style stuff.
Just Legos. Like, we don't have specific characters. We're not based off, like, IPs or sets. We're not, doing a funny rip on a man of a franchise. No, we're having a Lego-ass adventure, which is Legos. We don't even have the little Lego minis. You're literally just
you're not even a mini
dude
thing.
with an eye.
You're a block. A fucking classic one by block.
So it's like, I am very interested in this. I might pick this up, like, if it's a good price point, just because this seems like a very chill game.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it. Talking about many hobbies I can't afford anymore. I don't know how I did it as a kid, but I've talked about it a little before. But like, I was subscribed to Lego Magazine as a kid. I bought some sets. I assembled some sets. I disassembled some sets into some different things. Yeah, I was one of those kids. Sorry if that gives you the agita. But like, so I like Lego, and I've played some Lego video games, but definitely like being more original Lego stuff is much more interesting. Let's see, another new trailer. Calling it body horror game Ill.
This was an interesting one. Very vibes, but God, it seems to be nothing but just, this is really creepy.
Yeah, they say it's specifically being, body horror themed, so there's a lot of, like, horrible, goopy stuff going on. The story pitch here in the presser that IGN has is, you have to make your way through a horrifying research fort to recover something that means the most to you, so every survival horror game ever. Basically, survival horror games have to do this trope. They have to, like, put you in a situation where, like, either you're captured or otherwise something, like, emotionally important to you is involved in this, because you need a reason why you can't just go, fuck off, and leave. Like, I think, honestly, the Resident Evil 4 remake does a pretty good job of that, of, like, showing that Leon has unresolved trauma about Raccoon City, because, honestly, Leon probably should have at some point called back to base and been like, nah, man, I'm one guy. You need to send the entire SEAL Team 6. You got the entire U.S. Marine Corps? Can you send them here? To a remote island in
I have
Spain?
confirmed that the daughter is here, and there is some shit.
Send me maybe just first recon Marines. Those guys are crazy, right? U.S. Army Rangers? Something?
Can you drop me a supply crate of ammo? I have to keep finding it in barrels.
Yeah, hey, you guys have satellites. Can the CAA fucking care package drop me some guns? No? Shit, man. I don't know if you guys are getting the president's daughter back. But yeah, no, like you need some kind of like emotional through line, because otherwise, like I said, you just go, why the fuck am I here?
Why am I here?
Go home. I don't care if I can't go home. I would be trying to go home right now. But yeah, it seems like they're going for like a contemporary sort of thing, like, but going for like Dead Space style, like dismemberment stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they showed a very cool moment where, like, one of these greebly guys like picked up a cleaver off the table or a machete and then just shotgun blasted that arm right off.
It was very good.
Yeah. Shooting enemies in like the legs to slow them down. There were some weird little flesh babies that got kicked.
Punt it. Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, we'll see. I mean, with first-person games especially, I always feel a little reticent when they're like, they showed off just revolver and pump shotty. And I'm kind of like, can I get a fucking machine gun? Can I get a mod deuce?
I personally am okay with limited gun selections as long as we're not being necessarily stingy with ammo.
Yeah.
Having a fuck ton of guns to switch to is generally not a great feel for me. Like, yeah, you don't want to. But no, I feel like they should have like 1 to 4 weapons. Like, I don't need a revolver and a pistol and a magnum. If you give me a good 45, I'm generally happy with that. It's like same with the shotguns. I don't need 3 to 4 different shotguns. Just give me a good shotgun, that gives me the spread. So like, I'm pretty sure there's more weapons. I just don't I don't like weapon bloat. I really don't.
No, you don't want to bloat the weapons, but it's kind of one of those things of just like, you see it all the time in survival horror, and I think I know why. Hey, revolver is really easy for you to balance stuff like limited reloads and limited ammo capacity. It only holds 6, so that's really easy for game designers to design around. Whereas, unless you're using like a literal M1911, which there's nothing wrong with, but it's also like over 100 years old. Most automatic pistols these days that are both civilian bought and also especially law enforcement and military, we're up to double stack magazines where like 15 is the minimum. number of
Actually,
shots.
How many can my SIG hold?
Most can hold, in the 18 to 20 range without being a stendo.
Yeah, but a lot of that shit's in 9mm.
True. 9mm doesn't have quite the same zip, but it's a very clean, accurate shooting caliber, at least,
It is.
And it's one of those things of if you got 20 shots and you can place them well.
I got something that shoots 9. I need to get me something that shoots 45.
Well, as you know, 9mm kills the body, but 45 kills the soul.
It's true.
Ballistics are very funny,
weird.
but 45 ACP, there's a reason why it's been in use for 100 years, and it's not just because of FUDs and gun boomers. It's a perfectly respectable caliber. I mean, 9x19 is the one. That's the primary. The 9mm was very classic when they were developing modern pistol caliber ammunition. This is actually a complete aside, but talking about firearm design, which also floats into video games, in history, pistols were kind of I feel like there was a fork in the two tech trees, right? Where bullets started very big, Revolutionary War muskets were 50 caliber or 75 caliber. Even Civil War rifles were in the 50 range. They were big lead balls or lead bullets.
Yeah, they're also inaccurate. They're probably big because they were inaccurate. So it's we need to make sure they're as big as possible. So so we might hit something.
Well, yeah, and that's why I think bullets started to shrink after they invented the conical bullet, because they were oh, we don't need to use this much lead. Actually, we can slim this down, put it in a brass cartridge to better focus the muzzle velocity, give it more zip. But pistols were kind of two theories. Around World War I, a lot of continental European powers who were not fighting big wars externally built very teeny tiny officer pistols. Lots of 32s, 38s, eventually 9mm, which I think is in the 40-ish caliber range, I think, or just sub. Shit like that, right? Which is okay for close quarters shooting if you're an officer who is not allowed to carry a rifle for some reason and the enemy gets right up on you, or more likely, you are shooting your own men as they retreat. Yes, I will call out the Italians. They know what they did. But for groups like the Brits and the Americans, that's where, Colt 45s and Webley 455s come from. They needed larger calibers because they were fighting, expeditionary, and especially the British were fighting colonial wars against guys who were crazy enough and bold enough to attack the British Empire, sometimes with just sharpened sticks. So the sidearm was the oh shit button, and that's kind of where the history of stuff like 45 ACP comes from. And like I said, Webley 455. That was the different gun designers were oh no, the sidearm has limited ammo capacity, but that's because we can only hold so many bullets. The point is when you run out of rifle ammo and there's still a guy trying to kill you, you have something that will kill him first. It was the FBI, actually. I don't know if the CIA does anything for procurement. Absolute gun nerd aside thing, but back in the day, the FBI wanted a caliber that was more modern than 45 ACP. But they still wanted it to have more punch than 9mm, because this was when body armor was starting to proliferate, and at the time 9mm rounds weren't really great at penetrating it. I don't think 9mm is still really great at it, even with an FMJ. But also I think we've just given up on pistol caliber rounds penetrating light body armor.
For pistol.
You'll use a PDW or a specialized submachine gun or a rifle for that, or you'll just take the fact that yes, 9mm won't penetrate a bulletproof vest, 45 won't penetrate a bulletproof vest, but the guy on the other side of that vest is not going to feel real great about his life. But yeah, the FBI commissioned ballistics to design a bunch of different rounds. The one that they settled on was 10mm auto, because it had way more zip than 9 and was comparable to 45, but was a modern high pressure caliber. Problem: they distributed the 10mm auto guns to FBI agents. Their little weenie federale wrists couldn't handle it. Too much recoil. Not comfortable to shoot. So the 10mm auto had way too much zip, way too much gas. So Smith & Wesson developed 40 Smith & Wesson, sometimes derogatorily called 40 short and weak. It's the same diameter as the 10mm auto, but it's a shorter cartridge and has less powder, which means that it basically no longer accomplishes what 10mm auto was supposed to accomplish. So basically, I think everybody's gone back to either 9mm or 45. because there's no actual point in the 40 caliber S&W existing. They were like, too much recoil. Oh, 7.62 NATO, it's a great cartridge. Super overkill for combat rifles, but there's a reason why basically like that the civilian version of that's like 308, which is like your bog standard. Actually, no, you're incorrect, X. It's 5.56. That's the same dimension, same diameter as .22. I think. Yeah, I just said it. 7.62 is the equivalent of roughly 308 caliber in the 30s. But the 7.62 NATO has a big fucking cartridge behind it. Also, the U.S. Army has been experimenting with non-7.62 calibers because they've... Sorry, we're at a complete aside about firearms design.
Yeah.
Which Axe is not helping.
We're talking about ill, but keep going.
All right, if you want me to keep going, I'll say it. The U.S. Army's kind of in a transitional phase. They're trying to invent new calibers, as always. I think the current stuff they're replacing the M16 and M4 with, like, works ballistically, but I don't know if anybody likes the platform, the guns that it's on. But almost every like weapon technology is designed to fight the previous war, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So we learned in the Middle East and Afghanistan and Iraq that like 5.56 FMJ is pretty good, but that's got a very like medium to close range. So it's good for like urban fighting, but it's not unless you're using dedicated like penetrator ammo, which has different ballistics. It's not great at penetrating light body armor, you know? And God forbid you got to fight anybody serious. But 7.62 is a battle rifle. It's a full-sized cartridge. Like I said, the civilian equivalent is used in hunting rifles. It's a reach out and touch someone cartridge. So, despite what Halo might have taught you, not something you want to fill a 30-round mag with and just slam away at in full auto. Your shoulder is not going to be happy.
Well, you're also not in power armor, so...
Yeah, that's also true. So your shoulder's not going to be feeling it good, and your recoil is going to be all over the place. So currently, we're basically reinventing the intermediate cartridge, which, yeah, Axis said is the current one that the U.S. has adopted is 6.2. It's not wider. Very simple math. 7.62 is bigger than 6.8. The caliber, the dimensions of the round of the 7.62 is larger. It's not bigger or better than 7.62 in any way. I think 7.62 is also by... It might be a longer round. What's 7.62 NATO by? It's also 50, I think. Yeah, like 51? Yeah, 7.62 by 51. Like, it's... So that's the second number, if you don't know, that's the length of the cartridge. So it's the same length. The bullet diameter is smaller. It probably, because it's a smaller bullet and the same cartridge size, that means that it's going to have a lot more velocity because it's going to have a lot more powder but smaller mass. But because you are moving smaller mass, the recoil is less because recoil is an equal and opposite reaction. Basically, they want something that has similar reach and touch someone effect as 7.62, but doesn't have as much recoil, so that normal-ass soldiers can slap their guns. So we're experimenting a lot with stuff in the 6mm range. It's interesting, but like I said, I don't know if the Army's actually, like, picked a cartridge they really fucking like that soldiers like shooting yet. Military procurement is a whole fucking thing. It also makes, to wrap it back around to video games, it does make video game gun design, like, if you're trying to do something very modern, kind of funny, because, like, most people know what an M16 or M4 looks like these days.
Mm-hmm.
But technically, that's not the proper, like, current modern spec. But also the, like, XM7 stuff doesn't look that cool or distinct. Unlike, I remember with, like, the SCAR was experimented, they were thinking about adopting that as a replacement for the M4. It has a very distinct design. The SCAR was interesting because it came in SCAR L and SCAR H, and basically, depending on which upper you had, it was either 5.56 or 7.62. The XM8s were also really cool. You saw those a lot in Metal Gear Solid 4. Those were the fish gun.
Yeah.
Very sleek design, but were not adopted because they were trying to do too much stuff. Yeah, pretty normal design. It's based off a pre-existing design that I want to say was it a SIG or an HK? I think it was a SIG design, but like pretty normal features you'd expect from a modern assault rifle. Okay, yeah, this is the SIG design. I know that they were talking about adopting the HK, one of the HK 400 models, like the 416 or 418 for a while, but they never did that. That's very popular in Europe. The main thing that's funny is that, like, because the U.S. Army's fucking around with calibers that are not NATO standard, that means the rest of the NATO is like, are you expecting us to switch calibers? Yes, I love weapons. It's always been a very curious thing to me of, like, we designed this machine to, like, fight and kill people, but also we like put so much effort into them. And like the thing about military gun design is like they're designing them to be effective, but also like acknowledging that most soldiers won't ever hit anybody. Like they've gone. That's why there's been like so many flip-flopping on like, okay, full auto or 3-round burst. You know, what's better, semi-auto? You know, how do we make it so that like you have the most effect on target with the least amount of shots? Because every bullet wasted is, you know, $1, but also people just psychologically don't want to hit each other most of the time. It's really interesting, all the things we design. And like gun design is really interesting because it's also got that kind of like mechanical stuff to it of like the modern fully automatic assault rifle is a super new technology, like still less than 100 years, I want to say. I think the closest, like the earliest thing we can reasonably call an assault rifle is like the German like Sturmgewehrs, storm rifles that are from like the 40s. So like less than 100 years. So like compared to like swords, or especially compared to like spears, very new technology. We've come a long way in so little time, but we're still working out the kinks. I think humans have perfected the pointed stick. We've had thousands of years to figure that shit out. We understand. It's really a question of how far away would you like to poke them with stick? Really far? Okay, try this. Up close? Try this. Oh, you want to throw? Okay, you're going to need to be light. But yeah, like I said, I think the way IL is designed with like revolvers and pump action shotguns is like those are weapons that in real life have fairly compact magazine sizes. So like the game devs don't have to like design the game around you having 30 rounds in the mag.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of interested, you know, about like again, it's weird and gooey, but they're already showing pretty good with their physics.
Gooey.
I'm trying to think, is that I mean, that's the last, not the last thing, but that's basically the last thing in the IGN article. The other thing is we got a very early tease trailer for Chronicles Medieval, which is narrated by Tom Hardy, which is going to be some kind of war game, but like they didn't show exactly what.
Yeah, they had vibes.
And they had, like, some implications about what gameplay would be like, you know, kind of like this, you know, country blacksmith suiting up, becoming a soldier, a knight, possibly a mercenary, you know? And, like, and they kind of showed him, like, strolling among his boys and, like, getting on a horse in the front. So it's, like, I would assume strategy, but, like, maybe with some, like, first-person controllable stuff? I don't know. They said it's going to be early access next year, so I guess we'll see. They had pretty good modeling on their stuff. And they had a note that I know you commented on, appreciated. Like, a lot of their men-at-arms were just armed with, like, pitchforks.
Yeah, I know.
Speaking about the humble pointed stick. Like, that's another thing is, like, you know, when you levy peasants or, like, marshal a peasant revolt, you get some very oddball weapons, especially in the medieval period. I think even the like, they had, like, I want to say they're called, like, ear spoons, that kind of, like, broad spear with, like, a crossbar. But not like not as long a crossbar as like a boar spear. That I think is also just another really common like peasant weapon. So I'm like, that could be interesting. But again, you showed me a lot of stuff, didn't tell me a lot. So I guess we'll see. And yeah, I think that is everything.
Didn't we mention Code Vein too?
Oh no, you're right. Why isn't that? Did I miss that? Actually, also we didn't talk about RE9, but that's because I was at the end.
Yeah.
Do they? Yeah. IGN doesn't. Let me refresh it to make sure. But IGN doesn't look like they have the Code Vein 2 trailer posted. Even though this article is titled, by the way, Everything Announced.
It's a PSYOP!
Also, you know, kind of a goofy miss. But yeah, that was your most called shot of all time.
Oh, it really was.
And our Discord really popped off. No, I did not mention the Mecha Break trailer, but that would be deliberate for me, because the trailer's cool, they're showing more narrative elements, but it's a timed exclusive with Xbox, so.
Meh. Also, we all know Mecha Break's coming out. I played in the closed beta. I played in some of the closed beta.
I played in the beta too.
It's like, I don't know if I'm going to get into it. Again, I don't have time for games. If I'm going to get into one of their games, I'm going to go back to playing Snowbreak. I haven't logged into that game for months, but
I'll take a look at it when it comes to PS5. Until then, I'm like, because I played the beta with mouse and keyboard. It wasn't like the worst, but it also wasn't like the bestest. And I assume if fucking Xbox paid them to be a timed exclusive, literally apparently like when asked about it, Daysun said that why they went with Microsoft is that Microsoft pursued exclusivity more aggressively.
I'm not surprised.
But yeah,
but you're still gonna have to fight with the PC market, so good luck.
Yeah. No matter what, I think, you know, kind of talking about how I think even some like we said earlier, with a State of Play, Marvel Tokon is published by PlayStation Studios, but they've said straight up it is definitely coming to PC. Like
I said, that probably means that PlayStation Studios will still get their fucking slice of the pie. It says as they are handling the publishing.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Mecha Break is the same way. I do kind of feel like at least Sony and Microsoft have both realized that like they can like exclude the other console, but they got to be careful about excluding PC straight up, especially for some of their smaller, more niche games. Like big tentpoles like Death Stranding 2, that works. But like something like Tokon or even Mecha Break as well, being mostly kind of a team shooter. Though again, the latest trailer was more narrative vibes, tease that there might be some like PvE content or story stuff they've got, which I'm interested in seeing what they do. Or if it's just they got Sawano to do some music, so they made a vibes-based trailer. Like, great music selection, great mecha designs. I don't know if that has any like direct relation to the game though. But if it does, I'm interested. But like I said, I'll check it out when it's on PS5. But yeah, Code Vein 2.
Yeah.
It's real.
I don't think it doesn't look like a direct sequel to the first one, because we're doing something with like some different stuff. We have some time shenanigans. Look like gold might be a motif.
Yeah, the first Code Vein was very, very vampire coded.
Very.
Sorry, I'm yawning. So there was a lot of blood. I'm yawning because we've been recording for 4.5 hours and it's almost 2 a.m.
Yeah.
No, it'll be a good show.
You got a little bit of rain in you, Omega?
Maybe a little bit, yeah. Let's talk about the big capstone. Yeah. I feel like Capcom planned this because they had Dimitrescu's actress come out and announce a Capcom sale.
They also had her come out earlier, a little bit later, just saying they had her on twice for a video.
The second video was a pre-announcement where they were like, "Hey, Resident Evil's 3rd anniversary is coming up next year. You want more than old games. You want news on the new game. Well, here's a message from the director." And the director's message was, "Hey guys, I know you're waiting for news about the next Resident Evil title. We're not ready to talk about it yet. We'll let you know when we're ready."
They lied.
It turns out they'd be ready in 20 minutes. And like, I don't know why they decided to debate people instead of just leave it for the end. Maybe it's because they did want to pay for the ad space on like the sale.
It's true.
But they had to be like, go out there.
Also, to be fair, like, it's Resident Evil 9. They have teased Resident Evil 9. But here's the thing. It is definitely a tease. They had like a cinematic trailer, no gameplay, no real action, and a lot of vibe, I want to say.
If anything that we saw right now makes it into the final game, this is just like, this is the equivalent of Leon in the car, right?
Right.
Sorry, guy who's only played RE4 here compares everything to RE4.
I'm trust me, a lot of people give shit to RE4.
Yeah, a fuck ton of people played RE4. It's why it got, it's super popular. But yeah, no, like this is like at best from like the first 10 minutes of cutscenes, right?
Yeah.
But they did announce it. They have a name, Requiem, and they've got some interesting ideas. The player character will be the daughter of a character from one of the side games, Outbreak. She was a reporter. Also, yes, I think they mentioned I think somebody said that in like 7 or 8, she was mentioned in some side stuff, like some documents you could find.
Yeah, 7, I believe.
Yeah. Despite the fact that they went pretty high on the creep factor with it, like at first I was like, I even suggested, well, I'm pretty sure this is Resident Evil, unless this is somehow like, Evil Within 3.
I thought it was like another Silent Hill, which, would have been weird, but, that's what I thought.
Because it's like, they started leaning on like, kind of like the like psychological spookum vibes.
Also, Jeff Keighley did say, from a beloved franchise. So I was all like,
I mean, I think Resident Evil has won that one back.
Yeah.
7 and 8 did pretty good. The remakes have done pretty good. We didn't mention it with the State of Play, but I should have mentioned when they talked about, stuff coming to PlayStation Plus and PlayStation Network. They are re-releasing the old school versions of RE2 and 3 on that platform. So, like, you can still get old shit. But yeah, this is still pretty early. But I was still thinking it was Resident Evil because we started with, like, typing away at, like, reports about, mysterious disease deaths and stuff.
Yeah.
But the big thing they showed that we were like, oh shit, this really is RE, was they showed the fucking bombed out Raccoon City, including a blown up like RPD HQ. So I'm interested. It sounds like they're going, they're getting in there. But it is very interesting that they showed this as kind of like we said, this like building cinematic with like almost psychological kind of vibes, like, oh, you gotta go back to the hotel where your mother died, shit like that. But Capcom said they're going for a new tone and feel, and are explicitly using the phrase cinematics high-stakes action. So it sounds like we're going back to the action vibes.
I'm not against this as long as they don't lose their way like they did in 6. I'll defend 5. 5 was fun. 5 was okay. Sure, we got a little weird. Here, check Chris punching a fucking boulder, taking out Wesker with an RPG as he's, tentacled up in lava. We're a little weird, but 5 was fun. More action in your game isn't bad. Like, I tell people all the time, we switched to horror action with RE4. It is completely fucking fine.
Yeah, no, they did the switch in 4, and that was a super popular switch that game was, one of the biggest ones. Also, I think Raccoon City has never been, fully flattened. They've always, shown that, parts of it survived. Because, nuclear weapons are devastating, but they are not, they don't completely excise everything in a cityscape. It's within a certain radius. And they showed that. There's a big chunk of the city that is flat. Yeah.
They show the bomb crater, but everything else around it is in brown, dusty ruins. There's, no plant life growing, really.
And there probably wouldn't be so close to a bomb going off. But cities are big. Depending on how clean it was, yeah, the radiation might have died down. I think it's supposed to be like a top secret bomb they used or missile they fired. I could see them doing that for certain areas, doing kind of a radiation tickety mechanic. Because I feel like it won't be full blown environmental survival though if they're saying it's going to be cinematic and high stakes. I'm thinking more dramatic shit. They kind of showcase the trailer with our character of her being tied up upside down and stuff. Escapes, captures, moving through bombed out city for parts of it. Maybe bring back some fucking sewer stuff. But yeah, no, the action switch is okay. I do kind of wonder because they didn't show any gameplay if they're talking about the more cinematic. Because they did eventually add a third person mode to Village to 8. I wonder if we're going to go back to third person.
We will see.
To kind of capture that cinematic feel. It's not until February of next year, just before the 30th anniversary. I believe that Jeff Keighley said that they would have playable stuff on the floor at Gamescom later this year.
Yes. He said that a lot of things, by the way.
Yes. I mean, it makes sense, because, that's the... Let me double check. When is Gamescom? Gamescom 2025... August. So, deep in the summer, couple months down the line. And that's actually, a convention floor, so it makes more sense to have floor demos there. So we'll probably know more then. But yeah, big bipper. But yeah, let's talk a little rain before we get out of here. The episode's in the hopper.
In the hopper, I did remember. Good job, Lucky.
Yes, I'll have to figure out when exactly to put it in the scope, because I gotta want it to get out in the not too distant future. But probably should be able to come out Sunday, because the one won't be until midnight that night. Anyway, we did a rain. We're raining. There's a little bit of combato, which usually wasn't the entire session, but does kind of slow the pace a little.
Yeah, it's pretty goo. I just got my ass kicked by Rom, the vacuous spider, by the way. Start the fight, just 8 spiders just drop behind me and be all like, you came to the wrong neighborhood, kid, and jumped me all at once.
Hello.
But that'll probably be it for Blood Bowl for me, because I did no damage to that fucking thing before it killed me. Woo. So, Rain came out. It's good. We are in the Shadow Pass. Things are a little weird. Like I said, characters still don't know that Leslock has switched Cavaliers from Logesh to Everhelm, and even though Everhelm seems to be quite chipper about this, it's kind of giving a weird vibe. It's a little weird. But we got to see off Everhelm's glorious combative moves in combat. And actually, as combats go, it did take a while, as combats do, but I think it probably went as smoothly as it could have been.
The enemies got some hits in. They were... At some point, they got a little ganged up on, so they couldn't make sets stick, but they got a couple blows in.
Yeah.
To show that they were serious.
We got some blows in.
They did not die immediately.
No. Probably could have used one more or so.
Yeah, I joked about that at the end, where I was like... So originally I said, 4 to 5. I decided to go 4 for you guys, and then the 5th for the extras. I was like, I should have gone with the 5. I should have highballed it. That would have been what they call in football, man-to-man coverage.
Yep. Because it was interesting, because the way that the combat went, me and Dallas ganged up on ours, and took it out pretty quickly. I don't remember how, but we took it out pretty quickly. And then we just started moving to support others with theirs and, just moved them down, which technically speaking, very good, very smooth. Like I liked the flow. And like I said, we did get combo. Like I got cut in the face. Dallas got cut in the, got stabbed in the chest. Logesh, got a good rake.
Stabbed in the chest.
Got a good rake across the mail.
Though, and this is the funny thing talking about Logesh, he also got bopped on the hand, but it was actually his hand where he had armor 3. So it worked for once.
Yeah. Armor, baby. But it was fun. We actually got to fight Bone Devils, developed a little Iron Demon lore. I'm excited about that. We are probably gearing up to pay the Dragon's Eye a visit post the Fog Veil incursion. Yeah. I was going to try to say the name of the town, but I'm just like, what is it? Sfartis?
Svardis, yes, with a D.
Svardis, with a D. Svardis. I'm going to forget by Sunday.
That's okay. You can just say the Black Mist Bay.
Black Mist Bay. I might remember that one.
I think I'm pretty sure I kludged some Nordic language together to make Svardis, which is supposed to be based on Black and Mist.
Mm-hmm. But we had a couple funny moments before and after the fight combat. Honestly, one of the spells that Enos has picked up recently was Devil Repelling Incense. I'm probably gonna be. I'm sorry, Omega. I'm probably gonna be using that a lot more.
Go for it. I wrote it for a reason.
Yeah. But I had the spell, and we were going to take a break in this circular room that totally screamed, there's a fight going to happen here, but no one fucking thought about that in the moment.
I mean, it was that kind of thing where, like, on the one hand, obvious video game rest area. On the other hand, first room where I can actually have you do a fight, because sometimes, Lucky, I think you're right. I'm not that mean to you guys, but also I try to think of, like, logistics. If I had given you the Bone Devil fight in the fucking 2-man corridor, that would have just been a pain in the ass. Nobody would have been able to do anything because you'd all be bunched up in there.
It's true, but you also could have not made it a 2-man corridor.
Well, that's true. Yeah, I could have written the first area differently, but like it's one of those moments, right, where it's like having put it being a narrow corridor, and then there's your first open space. On the one hand, it's like, ooh, rest zone, but it's also like, oh shit, only area that looks like an obvious fight arena.
No, but you mentioned even on recording that if I actually had cast the Repelling Instant, this would have made the fight go, well, might not have even been a fight. There might have just been some devils on the edge going, yeah. But,
yeah, at the very least, no. I think I would have had to have rolled something, because it takes you 5 minutes to cast also, but, like,
yes.
I would have to figure out what they would do, like, in the middle of you casting that spell that tells them to go away.
It's like, I'm getting some bad vibes. Anyway. Another interesting thing that happened after combat is actually something I think might influence Xenos' character on. Is Lucky got real bitchy. Well, I won't say real bitchy. It was only kind of bitchy and petty.
Got a little pissy.
Yeah, I got a little pissy, and not for the reasons you think. Like I said, like I even admit this on the recording. This is me being petty, and even though like Omega has kind of come around to like agreeing to me on it, because this is what
you called your shot correctly. Not necessarily that Enos should have been top of the list, but we mentioned earlier, Nicola got beat up a little.
Yeah. But, like I mentioned earlier, 3 people got injured, and Alestra, Enos's new student, it's official, has Lay on Hands. She can do healing magic. And in said thing, she went to heal Logesh first, who, got, little cut up through his mail and whatnot and stuff.
He took one killing damage, which ended up being the same as I think what Nicola took.
Yeah. But like I said, Nicola also took 1 killing damage, but Enos actually got a head wound that had him with 1 killing and 1 shock. So technically, Enos was the most injured person there, and also the most visibly injured person there.
Yes.
Like I said, this is a head wound.
You were mechanically the most injured, and also you took 1 in the face.
Yes. Logesh took 1 across the armor. We even had a conversation, Ike Wayland, resident blacksmith girl, had a comment that they're going to have to fix that later.
Yeah, because
so I got on my fucking soapbox and so I got on my soapbox and was all like, okay, does no one actually like Enos and stuff? And basically the gist of it is I felt a little put out that Alestra went to go heal someone, probably the best off among the injured first before attending to Enos. we talked about it a little bit in the thing, and fortunately, I don't think anyone really had any hard feelings about it because, you know, I was upfront with this. I'm kind of being petty about this, but, you know, I
and I want to say, I didn't mention this in our conversation earlier, but I do want to say, I will throw shade at Loth, the player. I think you got extra petty because Loth was really fucking smug about it out of character. Like, I'm thinking about it after the fact. He caught that you were being petty about it, and he really played into it for the lark. And I'm like...
He does that.
Now that I'm thinking... I thought about it afterward, and I was like... I actually, because I mentioned to you, like, I actually thought about that a lot. Like, I was...
yeah,
I was
apparently
up
I made
later
you sit down
thinking
and go,
about it. Well, it was the simple math of, like, you know, you question, like, oh, you know, why did Alestra heal Logesh first? Why didn't she heal me or even Nicola first? Obviously, you know, like, you put it more on yourself, but like I said later, absolutely it should have been Nicola first. Like they're siblings and they're very close, and Nicola's the only one who's known about her miracles for, like, years. Enos has known for, like, a couple months, I think.
Yeah. Also, he's not wearing armor.
No, it's true. He's got stuff to mitigate damage, but he's just freeballing it.
Yeah, no, so it's like, no. Like, if it had gone to Nicola first, I probably would not have cared. That's her brother, he's unarmored, you know, he just got stabbed in the fucking chest.
And it should have been him first, for sure. And I had to think about it, and I'm like, why did I think that Logesh needed healing first? And like I said, I've kind of worked backwards, and I think I understand why I jumped there, and why that would have worked for Alestra to jump there. I still think that Alestra's going to kind of take that in stride, you know, your comments and Nicola's comments about it. Like, in character, she's probably not going to make that same goof again. I don't know exactly what she'll do. Like, will she ask, you know, who's the most injured first kind of a thing? Or will I have her, like, attempt triage to, like, figure out who's the most injured? But she as a character will probably do it differently. But I was thinking about it, and I was like, actually, like, Alestra actually did tag along with you for basically the whole adventure. Like, the only fight she hasn't been a part of, the like, big fight was the Cyclops. Which, honestly, you got tagged a little, and Leslot got tagged pre-fight a little.
Nah, that was all Conrad.
Conrad got hit.
I'm gonna be real. If Alestra had been there, I'm pretty sure her secret would have got out right then and there. Because boy, howdy.
Oh no, absolutely. I can actually tell you. Yes, I think I thought about that at the time. But like, yeah, no. Like, if she was there, she would have just straight up been like, "We'll deal with the consequences later. This guy's gonna fucking die," and like tried to heal him. Straight up. It would have been interesting, but we didn't go that route. You sent her away and did not want to invite her along to a fight. But yeah. So like, Alestra has been present through several fights where, like, Conrad's gotten scored up a couple times. But usually he's been kind of off on his own, you know. Nicola has gotten beat up, and like I said, this is why I think she should have gone to him first. But Dallas really no-sold his hit. Like, he was full wrestling mode and just like, whatever, I got a little, you know, like he did not really harp on the fact that he took killing damage again. Like, if anything, the fact that he only took, like, 1 from that, he was kind of happy about with his, you know, low armor build. And like I said, honestly, I think I didn't think about Enos' injury as much, like, me out of character, because you also kind of, like, no-sold your face hit. Like, yeah, you did take the most damage, and we really should have thought about it more, but you and Enos kind of took it in stride. Like, I think you were surprised that it was only 1 shock 1 killing exactly, because I think I hit you with, like, a 3x10 set.
I'm sorry. I am living in fear of getting fucking 5 killing to the fucking head, right? Or
yes,
5 shock.
No.
So you know, the fact that it was something like, so no, maybe I'm a little jumpy because once again I have gone into, you know, a combat situation without wearing a hat.
Yeah, we all need to be wearing hats, man. you need to get with talk with Nicola and like work on that adamant mask thing.
Something, but it's just like one of those things like. Well, this is a discussion that I might have a little bit later, but it's like one of those things like, oh, this wasn't as bad.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's still one calling one shit. So that's probably, you know, cut. There's probably blood, but, you know, we're also in, you know, we're in combat mode. The adrenaline's going. I can't think about the thing right now, but, well, you know, also, after the combat.
That guy who hit you, you immediately got him back because that was a very funny cross-counter moment. You guys both rolled the same set. So simultaneously, you hit each other in the head, and you were using a much better weapon than that guy and knocked your guy out.
Yeah.
Like, one and done. Boom. So, like, that's the thing where, like, I realized that, like, oh, that kind of, like, did leave my mind.
No, so, unfortunately, I did kind of know so because, unfortunately, we're playing a tabletop. We're in combat situation when this is one of those things about tabletop games, especially when there's combat time and there's not combat time. Like, when people are in combat, we're not yelling combat actions, and that's about it. it's all come down to numbers and dice pool at that. So generally when people get injured, unless it's like it's a something life threatening, everyone's gonna no sell it.
Yeah.
In my personal opinion, because guess what? It's not important until it's not important until it's important. And when it's important is when you're about to fucking die.
The D&D classic, the only hit point that matters is the last one.
It is. I hate to say it, but it is. Like, there are some game systems out there where, like, as you take damage, you start taking penalties, so it's more incumbent on you to, keep up your health. Rain is not one of them. Like, even
Rain
like when you fill up with
locational based.
Yeah. Like, things can fill up with shock, and that's bad, but, like, God, even if your, like, arms and legs fill up with shock, you can, like, still use them. If your head fills up with shock, you fall unconscious. So that, that's an important one.
If your torso fills up with shock, you are dazed and you take a -1 penalty on everything.
Yeah.
But it's not until killing damage gets involved, and even then, you have to go all the way for it to really stick.
Yeah, so it's one of those things of like, yeah. Like, because, like, honestly, like, maybe, I don't know, maybe should have maybe been a little dramatic about his face wound. That is the moneymaker. You
were dramatic, like, after once the danger passed, you were a little more dramatic, and I think that was very
I definitely put some of the pettiness in character.
Yeah,
which I think was fair.
Yeah, no,
but also it's one of those things that, like, I'm gonna use this as a thing for Enos, because, like, we'll get back to the Shadow Pass and other stuff, because there's more to talk about there. But I need to get Enos back out into the urban world to be flirty and loved, because boy howdy, Enos at Beauty 3 being, exotic demon, he doesn't get a lot of love. Not really. Like,
it's because, honestly, lately, you guys have been fucking workaholics.
We really have. And that's why I'm like, this is one of those things I'm realizing. I'm all like, I am Beauty 3. I am an exotic fucking creature. Like, normally I'm rich. I'm broke right now because I'm gonna totally abuse the fucking XP making rules because I have shit I need to buy. But I could be rich. Normally I'm rich.
Yeah,
and Matt,
you dumped all your money to carouse a couple sessions ago. The audio episode that I posted yesterday.
So,
and honestly, we didn't make a big deal about that. But role playing wise, like, if that's what Enos wanted with his time, that probably would have happened because you were hanging with a lot of other soul crafters. But
yeah, no, like, I did the thing with, like, I think I explained it. He spent time carousing and partying with the soul crafters to learn some of their secrets, because I used that XP to buy silent stones and devil repelling incense. Because
even when carousing, you turned it into a work trip.
Yeah. So I was definitely thinking that, no, like, because, like, I'm being me. I'm supposed to be, like, I want to be, like, super flirty, and I want to be, loved and adored and stuff, because guess what? This is a tabletop RPG. I want to live out some of my goddamn fantasies. I can admit that. I don't care. But I'm like, yes. And, like, I never want to, like, pressure Omega. It's like, Omega, why aren't girls, like, flocking to me right now? And whatnot. But I feel like I need to, like put, like, Enos in situations where that can happen. Because, Omega has put out, like, a couple characters that have looked at Enos and be like, yes, excellent, I want that. I very specifically remember the Wing Sister from the Harpies we met up in the mountains when we were fighting the Warhawks.
Yeah. One of those was kind of looking at you, and she didn't take a crack because her boss was there. And one of the Fairy Knights, actually a couple of
one of the Fairy Knights. I don't know which Fairy Knight, though. That's what's killing me right now. I don't remember who it was. It was a Acacia? Okay.
Yeah.
But it's like, so it's like, if Enos is out there,
stuff like that.
I'm sorry. Yeah. But, so I'm just like, yeah, no, Enos is dedicated to his love interest, but he wants love and affection in general. Like, that's, like, I'm still working on the craving name, but that's like his greed. He wants everything and wants it, like, in an unsustainable amount. Like, that's what I think. So he wants money, he wants goods, he wants luxuries, he wants women, he wants wine, he wants all of it and more.
Obviously, and your craving, like, helps you when you play into it and hurts you when you, like. That's probably what I do need to phrase a little more.
Actually, that's another thing. I'm like, I'm not playing into my craving. I'm not, like, taking penalties for my craving. Like, it's like, if I go like a week without carousing, I should start taking penalties because I'm not having a party.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. I was like, I should put up more opportunities for you to, like, I mean, like, there are times when I think Enos gets a little bit of his, like you said, because he's got a very broad greed craving. There have been a couple of times where you've kind of, like, not directly reap the benefits, but like Enos has put himself in a position of like, well, you know, in my position, I can set it up so that I get access to finer things. Like the moment, like you got like a posting and you were like, oh, I get an office? Do I get a room with that office? Do I get a room for me? A space? like Enos has used his rank increases, you know, to serve his cravings. But also, like I was saying, I was just thinking like, yeah, I definitely need to set up more of a reputation. I think honestly it's because you guys were out of Stonehearth for so long. Like definitely Conrad's Aaron has talked about Conrad wanting to, I should phrase it. Like branch the Etoile Club up here, like open a Norlon branch. That's definitely a thing that I think I can use to kind of like, you know.
I'm so mad I didn't think of that.
Yeah, I know, but it's definitely one of those things of like, you know, that's gonna like offer you opportunity to play into that, and it's like, yeah, I should leave more to Skive off, and I feel like when we're in the upcoming sessions, that'll be better. I feel like it hasn't come up as much because like, not to say the problem, but the rub, just the circumstance of the last batch of stuff before this was you guys were doing a lot of hardcore company stuff, and like you guys were trying really hard to nail that down. And so, like, I already obviously had your opposition out there. I feel like there were times where I didn't want to break up your flow because you guys were actually, like, trying to find the rhythm. Now that, hopefully, we have a rhythm on these things, I feel like I can complicate things better of, like, yeah, you know, so you could go out in the town and see what things are like.
I definitely need to
establish some characters. I need to, like establish some, I guess, pocket lint for Stonehearth. You know, you guys have a couple taverns.
No, like, I have ideas. I actually have ideas on that. I need to talk to you about that later, but probably not here. But yeah, no, like, I feel like, especially when we're in, like, macro time, for, like, where we're not, like, you know, doing a dungeon crawl or an exploration, like, I need to be, like, cultivating a reputation as a fucking rake and a dandy and all that kind of stuff, and being flirtatious and, you know, visiting reputations of some repute, you know, stuff like that.
Build the urban legend, yeah. And build the urban legend, because that can cause conflict, you know, up and down. With characters, and you can use that to bond with NPCs. It's kind of not deeply detailed, but kind of implied by the way, like, say, Everhelm's stats worked out. Like, he picked up a couple of things because it's implied that he's joined Logesh on at least a couple of adventures with Rodrigo Espada, and you can't hang out with Rodrigo Espada and not acquire a little bit of romance and a little bit of dramatique.
A little bit of passion.
It's not possible because that guy is just... We've talked about Rodrigo Espada's character strengths and flaws. He is just living his life as that guy 24/7.
Rodrigo Espada has hired a guy to just play Spanish guitar behind him wherever he goes.
Probably. Or he just has fanboys who do that for him anyway. He probably also knows how to play Spanish guitar. But, like, yes. Like, wherever he goes, there is music, wine, and women. But also, swords.
Swords. See, it's the sword thing that, you know, saying well, actually, kind of into swords. But, well, I can talk about this a little bit later. But, so yeah, no. Enos is having a small crisis of, what did I call it?
It's like a reverse crisis of faith. Crisis of vice?
Hang on, let me go check. I called it something.
Double check what you had in mind. But yeah, like I said, it sounds like kind of like a reverse crisis of faith. Of, like, Enos is, you know, being all work and no play makes Enos a dull boy right now. And he's like, holy shit, I deserve a vacation. I need to get out more. When did I leave the Forge last month? When did I leave my office? Why do women not swoon in my presence? Oh, right, it's because I haven't left the fucking castle. Oh, I mean, what are ways Leslie's craving would come into play? You brought it up already, bud. You're planning on getting married. I am absolutely going to be like, hey, your wife wants to hang out with you, maybe plan a picnic, but also you're invading somebody next week. What do you do with your time? And Leslock will cave and immediately be, well, I'm going to spend time with my wife. And then it's going to be like, cool. Okay, Enos, Logesh, Conrad, Nicola. Leslock is spending time with his wife. You must plan the invasion. You know, shit like that. Like, it'll be very easy. And honestly, I mean, there were opportunities for you to like take penalties for your craving, but I think you did play into it of just like you did a lot of just hanging out with Kefis Verity when you had the chance, you know? Like you were in, and he will be kind of like popping in and out of the narrative as well. I think you guys have kind of latched onto Kefis as a significant character, you know. I wanted him to be important, but like I said, the fact that Leslie really latched onto him has kept him in the narrative, and like generally I think Kefis is part of your bigger Reign story because like we talked about in previous weeks. You've kind of it's one of those like the political fantasy part of it where like I made you guys realize, oh yeah, Kefis is part of like a thing.
I called it a crisis of
part
worth.
Of a thing. Crisis of what?
Crisis of worth.
Well, it is about self-worth.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I like
Kefis.
No,
definitely
we're involved. Anos is involving Kefis and shit.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? Where that also works in very well with Leslock's stuff to spend time with his friends. And it's like, well, there will absolutely be times where, like, you should probably not just be... spoilers for the mechanism we still haven't got to, but when you unlock that research menu, when you unlock the research function, for the first couple of weeks anyway, like, Kefis will be assisting Professor Star. So, like, is Leslock gonna hang out with his bud, Kefis? When he probably shouldn't be, because I will absolutely have given you more important things to do. Or will Leslock, kind of indulge his curiosity, hang out with his pals, and learn about mad science?
Mad science.
Both, I think, are important to the character, and it encapsulates the whole point of the craving mechanic. Yak says I make it very tempting. That's the whole point, right? It's like that thing of, like, you want to do this, but you should do X. I mean, that's like... Legend of the Five Rings, the RPG by Fantasy Flight, has a very, like, simplified version of this, but I really love how they presented it. They basically said that, like, the drama for characters is built on the axis of duty versus desire. Like, and obviously for, like, samurai fantasy, that's very, very on the nose, right? But it works for things like this, too. You have a duty, literally, that's one of your passions, is your duty. That's, like, your raison d'etre, the reason why you're here doing stuff is your duty. You are sworn to do this, but you have your craving, you have your other passions, you have the thing that you want. And so these two things are kind of juxtaposed. If they're like literally opposed, if you sacrifice your craving to do your duty, that's kind of a wash, right? Or if you go against your duty to indulge in your craving, the penalties and bonuses kind of wipe out. But things get really cool if you can like fulfill both your craving and your duty and your mission at the same time. And things are really bad for you, like the game discourages you from going around character if you somehow find a way to go against your duty, mission, and craving simultaneously. That's where you're like, all right, you're eating 3 penalty dice. Are you sure about this? Everything about your character's belief says you shouldn't do this. And it probably won't happen a lot because I think that, like, part of the reason why I think, like, the penalties for cravings haven't come up as much is because you guys are usually pretty good about playing to your character, like, motivations.
I think so.
I think, like, Leslock's had a little bit of internal crisis where, like, he feels like he hasn't been living up to his like, personal craving to, like, prove himself better than the boys. That's why he's doing his current foolishness of setting out on his own. And Loth has even admitted out of character where he's like, oh no, Logesh is in a week is going to realize this is stupid and he's going to, like, come back for more responsibility, But we're not there yet. Also, most of you guys don't know he's mooching. That's another thing that's kind of been, like, percolating. Spoilers.
So we don't...
I was gonna say spoilers for all the people who aren't Loth, but guess what? If you're staying back at camp, I think Ike Wayland is just gonna be straight up. She's gonna get Logesh to take his male shirt off so he's defenseless, so she can fix it, and then she's gonna be like, "Hey, what's going on with you? You're being weird right now, bud." So we'll see how that plays out.
Interesting. Yeah, but
Ike's always been a pretty straightforward gal.
Yeah, I like Ike. My personal belief is that she likes Enos's butt.
I think Ike Wayland appreciates the aesthetics of Enos, but she's known you too long to kind of like get the whole.
Yeah, that's why I said Enos is just straight up friends with Ike Wayland, but it's not romantic in the slightest. Enos is like a piece of fine art. Which is something I need to actually work more on. I need to actually like codify more relationships with Enos. That's just not me and the women I'm after and stuff like that. But so we got through the Shadow Pass. We saw some kick-ass dragon statues, even including the skeleton of a true dragon. I asked Omega a question. Hey, what would happen if I did this? And Omega went, I don't know. We should keep that one. We should keep that one in mind. And everyone was like, please don't do it right now. And I was like, I'm not gonna do it right now. I might come back later and do it.
Yeah, I was definitely like when you did that. I was like, I don't know. I may need to get back to you on that one. Do you want to run it right now? And you're like, no. I'm like, okay, good. I would have to make some shit up.
But we actually got through. Now I'm gonna I want to say I think I've been like super paranoid about this trip, like in and out of character. Hell, might have just been more. Yeah, no, actually, it's probably in and out of character. For this, and so far, things aren't that bad. Things aren't great,
things are overcast, but it's not raining hellfire and the ground isn't immediately poisoned. So there's that. But as like I am slightly vibrating for Sunday when we actually get to see Svardis and I actually see what's going on in there and know if like I should be super fucking concerned or not, because we keep saying things that we're gonna do and you keep reminding us you don't actually know what's in there. I'm like, you're right, but I need to do this, otherwise I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Yeah, no, it's that beautiful thing of like, you guys have like so many different possible responses to what you see, and you're playing the paranoia game, you know, the guessing game, and it's like, it could be this, it could be that, it could be this. And I'm like, I really can't telegraph anything. You guys don't know yet.
Yeah.
I haven't specified which ones, but I have said some of the things you've said will be kind of funny when you actually see it. Because you guys are out here spitting out so many ideas. You've called the ball a little bit on a couple of cases, but I'm like, I don't want to give anything away ahead of time because I want you guys to have real reactions. Like I said, I think I could spoil to you guys that Ike is probably going to grab Logesh and like blow this wide open because out of character, well, half of you won't even be there, but also I'm like that's something, and I'm like, that is a planned character beat for sure.
Yeah. I think
the actual Svardis stuff, I'm like very interested. But yeah, I've kind of suggested to you, and you guys have kind of seen that. I think the way that the Fog Veil works is, honestly, it's funny enough, kind of like the way geographically the Elden Ring map is laid out. You guys are in the south, where things are bad, but they're not like real bad. Like, you guys have like off vibes. The vibes are not great here.
Nope.
Like, you know, I threw out little details like, oh yeah, you know, you emerge onto this pass, you know, you're in kind of the foothills of the mountains. There's like some grass and stuff around, and maybe you see some animals, but there's like no bird noise. And you're like, yes. And then later you spot some like wild goat flocks, and I'm like, yeah, those flocks of goats, they seem a little small. Those herds could, there's honestly, enough plant life here that could support bigger herds of goats.
Like, honestly, that has been running around in my mind because I'm like, okay, we have wild goats. If there were people living here, wouldn't they have herded up the goats and like pinned them so they can grow them? But they're just wild. But they're not as big. So is something preying on them? Are there not humans in Svardis? Is there something else in Svardis that might eat goats, but doesn't have a concept of civilization? So I'm just like I said, Omega, you have ruined a couple nights of sleep for me as I think about this shit.
I ruined a couple nights of my own sleep with this. Sometimes I do just lay up thinking about like, how are the boys going to handle this? How are they going to take it when they reveal?
No, I'm definitely in that as well. But frankly, I am excited to be in the Fog Veil, because I do think the Fog Veil presents an interesting opportunity for the campaign. But it is definitely a whole campaign arc. We're at the tip of the Fog Veil. There's a lot more, and like I understand, especially like Axe and maybe Aaron for the characters maybe want to get into the Fog Veil and start doing stuff. But I feel like that's a really long-term project, and we just can't jump into that without, you know, some serious planning.
I mean, yeah, just logistically, you were talking about this. You're like, okay, if we're gonna do Fog Veil ops, we got to do something about the Shadow Pass. Which it starts with basically the equivalent of like a mine shaft that's 2 men wide. That's not good.
It's like, we ain't getting supplies through that, fam. There's poison gas vents.
Yeah, there's volcanic vents in the basin, and the alternative is you take a fucking cliffside road like it's, you know, Lord of the Rings.
Like, hell no. Then it's just so like, you know, we might have to deal with, you know, some weird politics or diplomacy, and, you know, maybe some project it's gonna like dealing with the Fog Veil. While it may have, you know, great rewards in the end, also is gonna have a lot of risk and, you know, time and investment needed in it, and we got a lot of shit to do. Like Aaron earlier was talking about you know, maybe doing some stuff he wants to do for our Celticy, and I started using the Socratic method on him, and you know, having thoughts about that. And that's, you know, for our winter slots. You know, we still got our fall slot, which my intent is to get us to go, you know, monster hunting and go.
Do you think you guys might wait that long to polish off Lorelei Rock? I'll ask the crew. The other people listening live are not patrons, or players.
I think we're going to probably knock off Lorelei Rock and probably Spring 3 before summer.
That's my intent.
You gotta hydrate. That's kind of where I thought it might be, but I was wondering, like, because poor Lorelei Rock, it feels like it keeps getting pushed.
No, like, because Lorelei Rock is going to be tied to Conrad getting Thorbarn Castle started and whatnot, and I think, you know, that'll probably be a little bit of like, hey, we should go like check out the stuff and see what's up. So I think, you know, like honestly, like on my to-do list, like I said, Enos has the personal thing of, I'm gonna swing by home, go visit my family, and attune Aurelia because apparently
It's
that's
important.
it's important. But like I said, I want to do it on Enos's terms, not the spooky unknown, bone devil door that the Silver Tower has. I don't trust that thing. But man, maybe get some plot coupons from the Iron Demons.
I don't remember. I was trying to think. Have I said that on mic? I don't know if I have or not.
About what?
About Aurelia attunement. Yeah. Her current mission is to master the secrets of Soulcraft. I think I did post that to you. I think this was just in text.
Yeah, you did mention to that, and I do think that is influencing my actions in character with out of character knowledge. But I think
I mean that kind of set up to her mission. I think her previous one was to come back from the Dragonfest, like successfully debut or something. So obviously that did get resolved. So like her next personal arc was like, okay, well I'm working with Enos to master Soulcraft. But like I don't think I mentioned it explicitly this structure yet. But like I mentioned, finding the gate and the relics, under Fialev, the Mountain of Life. Had to think for a second on that one.
Yep.
Like earlier, and so like, oh, okay, that's beneath. I didn't really come up with the idea for the ritual of attunement until I was working on rough ideas for the Silver Tower later, like thinking about it, not writing it down. And that kind of came up to be like a thing of like, originally, I was thinking, like you said before, that, you guys would go to the Dragon's Eye. That's a thing you've been talking about, and Comrade has mentioned it aside for ages. Like, so I knew at least a couple characters were going up to the Dragon's Eye sometime. But much like the Silver Tower, that one kind of like got kicked the can down the road kind of a thing. So
that
kind of meandered deeper into the future. So I set up the Lich Gate as like, okay, this is an opportunity where if we wanted to, we can kind of skip that step and we can put Aurelia through the attunement thing slightly off camera. I think I decided that rather than like narrated it to nobody, I would probably write like a short fiction to illustrate what was going on there and, go through. And then when we get there, Enos was like, oh, no, I'm not ready for that yet. Kind of like, I don't know if she's down for that. And then you've been thinking later to go back. So we've shifted from, I originally planned for you to do, like you said, and take her to the Dragon's Eye and do it. And then I rotated that forward to the Silver Tower because that was going to happen soon. And then we decided we don't want to do that. So it's rotated back to the Dragon's Eye.
Well, at least it's not going to be like several sessions. Like, we're going to do this. And character, if I've come up with like Enos's justifications for that. Like, now that he's seen like how the Silver Tower does that, he actually doesn't like it. Because as the senior enchantrix, and you kind of explained it, how the students at the Silver Tower get their attunement is, they kind of have to, it's not necessarily save or die, but you have to go do this thing. And if it's
very sink or swim. Their traditional way is, if people don't remember the Lichgate thing, is they have a big spooky door that you need to have Soulcraft to open. You go down a long staircase. You are supposed to only bring one oil lamp and a water skin, which a full water skin, holds, like, depending on how much water is in it exactly, like 1 to 3 days of water. The oil lamp basically lasts you long enough to go down this long-ass staircase with no rails, and then you're supposed to go to the end of a long cave underwater, or underground, and get water. There's supposed to be a water spring there, and then the basic idea is this replicates Logi's journey to the underworld, and if you travel without sight or sound, with your senses expanded, you will reach the point where you achieve attunement, attaining dark vision for non-Iron Demon guys, and be able to, get your water, ascend the staircase. Possibly some implication that drinking the super clear, sacred spring water helps you with that process if you make it that far. Yeah. Or maybe you don't.
And Anos heard of this and thought, and is having a thought. This process seems that you are pitching your students against death and darkness. That is an adversary to overcome. And his way of thinking of, Soulcraft, that, death and darkness is not something to be feared. It is inevitable. So you should walk alongside it. And that is his ideal on Soulcraft. So before we get there, I'm going to get the attunement spell, and, he's going to go with Aurelia as she, we do ritual fasting and, travel down, and as we travel down, the ways of the dead, as we step ever closer to death and darkness. And, he's going to explain, certain truths and secrets and stuff. Like I said, because it is actually something interesting you did put in about what's it called again? What is the attunement spell called again?
Which one is the attunement spell called again? The temporary version is Loosen the Soul. What's the full one? I'm already there because I was looking up Devil Repelling Incense earlier.
It's up Crossing the Threshold. That's what it was.
Yeah.
And you say that this can be both on the self or to guide another along this journey. So yeah, I'm just going to basically cast it for Aurelia, make sure she gets the flawless, and kind of do it that way. Like, because I was planning on just waiting until she got some more spells under her belt, because you can get a fair amount of spells on it. But if this is something that Aurelia is actually vibrating about. And I could kind of feel now that, in retrospect, I'm thinking about, Aurelia putting her hand on the gate and then looking back at Enos to be like, can I? And Enos going, no. I'm just like, no, that should have been a clue. Aurelia does want to do this.
Yeah.
So.
And like I said, it's all different character beats. I can say, because it won't happen, the kind of vibe of the fiction I would write would have been, kind of similar to the thing you talked about of you go under, you get lost, but it's kind of you have to let go of everything, and the truth is inside you all along type of stuff.
Oh yeah.
But also kind of the questioning, Elder Ritva even said, some people when they go down, they're without any form of light, sometimes they see things, sometimes they actually do fight things. They think in a way that they fight demons or devils. Something is there to oppose them. Other people just walk and come back. And obviously some people just... Despite the fact that, by the way, this is supposed to be a single-file tunnel. It's a straight line. Some people get lost and never come back. They just get confused and never reach that spark of attunement and don't return. And so they, probably thirst to death down there.
Yeah, no. Like I said, Enos didn't like it.
Yeah, the Silver Tower boys do take their attunement very seriously, which probably means they do end up with a few less attuned sorcerers, but when they reach that mastery level, when they get that black chain, they kind of have this sort of shared experience to go on of hey, we've all been through the dark, no idea where we're going, and it's like you said, that I think does make sense to not vibe with Enos, but it, fits very strongly the culture that came before, because like I said, they're replicating the specific circumstances that came to Logi Torchbearer. Because I will tell you, Logi Torchbearer, flaming sword in hand, did have to fight some devils under the mountain, but he was also literally walking towards the underworld, Yeah.
Well, who knows? Well, who knows? Maybe Aurelia won't see him, but maybe there'll be some devils along the way. Who knows?
Maybe they will.
Like I said, it has always been my personal belief that under the Dragon Eyes, you can literally just walk to the City of the Dead.
Yeah, we've talked about that
if you go down far enough.
There's supposed to be stuff down there, but you're also not supposed.
Yeah.
You guys are supposed to be covered for that. You don't want to go down.
No, we don't go down there. But you could. But no, not supposed to.
I mean, also, Enos could just ask Logi Torchbearer what he meant by casting the Seance spell.
Yeah, I know, but again, this is one of those things. I like having divination spells in case I need to do something real quick. I don't want to be.
Technically, where Logi Torchbearer's body is buried is in the labyrinth. So I guess you have his sword. You can commune with the sword.
I do have the sword. Like I said, I did pick up Touch the Soul, and I do plan on picking up Visions of the Earth because getting lore drops on cool items is fucking grand, and I love it.
Yeah, we love lore.
We do.
We don't want to. You guys want to read the lore. You don't want me to hand you the cheat to the puzzle.
Yeah.
I mean, also the unfortunate factor is you might summon Logi Torchbearer's ghost, and he would just repeat I said the message. What do you want from me?
Well, your ancestor wants you to give you the direct answer so he can solve it immediately. He wants to skip all the steps in between. But no, Enos already said he's not going to be summoning the spirits of the dead unless it's for a very special occasion that is both significant and spiritual. He's not going to call up people just for it so you can get an answer.
Yeah, because you've got to fucking draw them out of the afterlife.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think I can say, very simple logic why. The reason why, for instance, Logi Torchbearer would have to, fight guys was he physically had to go to the underworld to ask Dea Tacita, yo, I need your riddle of
that
steel.
probably means he actually fought some iron demons, too.
Probably.
Yeah.
But, it was a whole spiritual journey of, going, beneath the mountain and being like, all right, ma'am, I've faced the challenges you have put before me to appear before you. I have to ask, what do I got to do to get the riddle of steel? And presumably, Dea Tacita told him some stuff. Which, considering the pictograms you saw included, I believe, I think there were depictions of, like, iron demons trading, like, the alchemical symbols for, like, copper and gold for, like, fish and grain.
Mm-hmm. Dea Tacita said, "Get along with my children."
And Logie Torchbearer was like, "Aces, I could do that. I know guys who know guys."
Honestly, like, I say that jokingly, but Dea Tacita probably did say something akin to that, because...
I mean, it would have been pre-Covenant, so, like...
Yeah.
Hydra's kind of grandfathered all the kindred into this system. He told Wynn, "Hey, yo, those guys, your kindred, those are the homies of all the other gods. You need to be cool, or we're not cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like, you're my kindred, so I'm going to tell them to be cool with you. You be cool with them. We're all cool."
We're cool, but it's like one of those things. Like, they tell some problems, like, you have to get along with the kin. They know metals and crafts, and will aid you in your thing, and probably some other stuff on that. But that was honestly probably really what sparked off the wider cooperation between the House and the Iron Demons.
And, like,
you did
honestly, talk about, I think having that, like, direct line, like, implying or outright stating, as I am, that Logie talked to Dea Tacita in some form, probably shaped that relationship to be much more direct, because you guys are probably pretty sure that most of the other kindred and they're the associated, humans who are close to them did not have those direct lines.
It's a very interesting case. Honestly, now that I think about it, I think it's a very interesting case, because this is, Dea Tacita and Hydrus. Hydrus came first, but in his creation, he had to also create his equal and opposite in Dea Tacita.
I've kind of referred to them, like, I've settled on the cosmology as they are like the kind of, like, equal and opposite poles of this universe.
Yeah, no, but so honestly, I think it kind of makes sense. High King Wind talked to Hydrus, so Logie Torchbearer got to talk to Dea Tacita. It's like one of those things.
And Dea Tacita, because she loves secrets, probably did not drop as much fucking knowledge on Logie as Hydrus did. That's okay, though, because you guys probably know from the records that Grindelwald wrote, Logie Torchbearer was absolutely the kind of guy who went, "Ooh, a riddle. Ooh, a puzzle. That's cute. I'm going to think about this later."
Dea Tacita tells people only as much as they need to know, and for Logie Torchbearer, it didn't need to actually be that much.
Honestly, no. He probably set out real good. Like he explored the whole world. Like, she probably just gave him some basic knowledge about, like, "Hey, man, more in heaven and earth." And he's like, "More knowledge in heaven and earth, then, huh? Okay, I'll figure this out. I'll go everywhere, talk to everybody."
I love it.
As soon as your magic teaches me how to walk seven leagues in one step. Oh shit!
Oh, I figured that shit out. Honestly, I was actually thinking about that too. I need fucking magic horseshoes so I can ride to the Silver Tower and back in record time.
Yeah, I don't think about, like, the cost ratio of it, but technically there should be a way to replicate Logie's actual 7 league feat.
Actually got me on a deep dive on horseshoes looking at it.
Actually, no, I figured it out. I know why Logie's 7 league boots are special. They're probably the boots he literally walked to the underworld in.
Oh,
that's why he could make them magical. He did something really important with them.
That makes sense. But because we were talking about, like, me being me, I'm actually being, like, I'm gonna be taking this teacher thing very seriously. I was actually thinking about getting Alestra, some priestly lessons, because while she does have healing, she could always use more of it. And probably some other, church-related teachings that might help her on her path to dragon sorcery. And unfortunately, I don't have a lot of allies in the church. I'm going to be real. Like, I'll consider...
You are unwholesome, so...
Yep. Like I said, I'm pretty sure, the Witchfinder General probably doesn't think well of me. I know at least one Inquisitor doesn't think well of me. And the lady that we met on the steps, I remember I dinged on her, so... Yeah, no.
Yes.
People, not super fun, but, I actually like this, because you were talking about how we went to go see Prisca Ecclesia about summoning the Inquisitorium, and you said, normally Prisca would be like, "Fuck the Inquisitorium," and I'm all like, I like her already, but, if we're doing this properly, so definitely, and you actually put something that I actually found was really neat, is you put her in the Order of Hospitallers, I believe.
Yes.
It is. Not the Knight Order, but the actual Healing Order, if I understand that correctly.
Yeah, I talked about this. I wrote a little backstory for stuff for her. You didn't really have time when you actually spoke to her in the first Silver Tower segment to get into it. But yeah, that's her backstory, that, like, she didn't, like a lot of members of Family Grindelwald, she didn't have a huge knack for soulcraft off the rip. So she went into the proper church, took her priestly vows, and she's done mission trips. So she has been out in Troy Corone helping, the sick and the poor.
Yeah. So, also, Axe, you don't need to do that. Just ask Aurelia. She literally made Conrad a set of those boots.
Yeah, if you want to super mass produce them, you can. But no, I think you're on Aurelia's list. I think the question is just do you have some nice boots? Conrad specifically, he went on a shopping trip, and I think Aurelia tugged on his sleeve and just be like, get some nice boots.
But I wanted to get basically because Alestra has Moira to teach her, fun worldly things and about how I'm hitting people better with stuff. And I was like, all right, Alestra's my student, and she wants to be a miracle worker, so I'm going to need to teach her probably, things that, a hospitaller would do. And the only person I got about that is Priska. My original thought was to see if I can get Priska Ecclesia attached to Aurelia and just bring Aurelia with me to Stonehearth so she can do stuff there. But
other names around.
Excuse me?
Get the names backwards.
Oh, I did? God damn.
Oh, yeah, Aurelia's
It's because they both start with A!
I think they have the same number of letters.
Alestra, excuse me. Bring her back to Stonehearth, but you kind of talked about that, how that probably be a lot harder than it was, and probably sends the wrong kind of message. So we're kind of scrapped that, and we're probably just gonna have Aurelia, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if Enos will go to the Silver Tower to give her lessons. She'll travel down. I don't know, but whenever Alestra is in the Silver Tower, she can take lessons with Priska Ecclesia, and that should help develop her character in that direction. Or
might have her be more commuting type, like her dad, because he's your head almoner, so he shows up for all hands meetings, but also has to go back and administer his domain. So she might tag along with him a lot more, so she can cram lessons with Enos and the girlies. And then also go back and, like you said, take.
But Enos probably is going to try to make more trips up to the Silver Tower, especially because Enos' intent when we get back to the Silver Tower after this is to get us 4 chains. I didn't pick up the chains because I'm like, no, I want all 4 chains at once. I want to be baller, so I need a little bit more time to pick up some souls of places and stuff. But once he becomes a magister of the Silver Tower, because I'm pretty sure that's what it'll be, since he'll have the full masteries and stuff.
Yes,
he'll probably pop on down because he's trying to be he wants to be a good teacher to Alestra and Aurelia, and the Silver Tower, well, he doesn't agree with everything. It's still a good sources of resources and whatnot. Plus, he'll probably want to be keeping an eye on Alestra in general. Because we were also talking about this because I asked, hey, can I spend experience to give the girls spells? And you're like, nah, you just gotta actually spend time teaching. And I'm like, we're what, 1 or 2 spells a month? And you're like, yeah. You just gotta,
Yeah, and like I said, I think I mentioned this to you. Considering that, at least if they're low intensity spells, you might be able to cram a lot in a month, but you'd have to be doing nothing but cramming.
Yeah. So I've been thinking about how I'm gonna be spending my time, teaching and doing all the other stuff. The Holy Sword right now is back in Stonehearth in Enos' office because he didn't bring it. Remember, Enos only has enough room on his character sheet for 1 sword, and that was recently taken up by the Calamitous Blade.
Also, practically, now you have to your sword belts only hold so many swords. Typically 1.
I know people we can be vague about stuff and stuff, but I'm actually been going through
in your trunk, throw it on your saddle, but also well, that's how you saw it, Axe. I gave it stats that hurt things. It was definitely intended as a piece of equipment, but as usual, my players didn't want to bite because they didn't want to get bit.
Yeah,
It's okay. Luring you into places you shouldn't go is much easier since we realized the true power of money, that money equals experience points.
Yeah, no, Enos will probably do more stupid stuff or want to keep things if it means a thing, because that means I can immediately go spend that wealth for experience and start saving up for company stuff.
I should also bring up, I don't know if I've said this out loud, but we probably shouldn't go too much longer because it's almost 3 a.m.
No, it's almost 3 a.m. for you. I just looked at it, I was like, damn.
I'm not sleepy at all, actually, but it's just me thinking of the practicalities of getting the episode fucking done. But something I do want to bring up is the book explicitly has rules for this in gaining wealth. Technically, Lesluck already did this. We just didn't think of it this way because we did it just by math. But strictly speaking, any character can give up 1 level of wealth to raise any other character to what their new wealth level would be.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So Lesluck basically did this already by saying he was going halvesies with Conrad. But also that can apply to any treasure. If one of you is wealth 5 and you want to spice up somebody else, you can give up 1 point of wealth to have them jump to your new lowered wealth level. The example they use is a rich merchant or noble wants to give their daughter a big dowry, so they're like wealth 6, they give up 1 point, so they both become wealth 5.
Yeah.
So that's also really good for familiar relations. If somehow, Nerissa ends up with more wealth than Leslock by the time we actually get married, that will probably be something that happens there.
Be the dowry and whatnot. But no, like, I've been thinking about that stuff too. Like, honestly, once I get back to Stonehearth and I can start using Fulfillment of Form and my Master Goldsmith talent to, like, just increase things by my wealth things by 2, get wealth they make by 2 and other such things, I'll probably, like, I'm not entirely sure how it'll go, but I'll probably be entering this cycle of trying to gain wealth, spend the wealth, trying to gain wealth, spend the wealth, and then I might get caught with my pants down at some point where I have no money to spend, and I might really need the dosh. So, which I think is part of the appeal, but also will help me on my goal to get a fuck ton of spells and get my skills to where I want them. Like, I'm not going to try and be good at everything, and
that's
whatnot,
something that we constantly talk about, but have once again been in the conversation of, like, not quite niche protection, but, like, man, do we have to be super high in everything? I think I really turned you onto it when I started pitching NPC stat blocks, and you were
so you definitely did. When I saw, like, most skills were, like, around 3s of people who are supposed to be, like, good at that bit, I was like, huh. So yeah, I actually did, like,
so the way like one roll characters work is you're supposed to roll. I just pick paths rather than roll randomly. That makes sense for characters. But usually to get, like, to 5 in something, that's the equivalent of, like, a 4 width or a 5 width is, like, total. Is, like, you get, like, 4 dice, or you get, like, 5 dice, or, ED plus master die kind of a thing. Like, so that's, you gotta get real far in your character life path to get, to 4+.
Yeah. So, like, I counted on to them, so, like, yeah, no, Enos is only, like, is he 19 or 20? But, like, barely 2 decades. And it's just like, why am I having, like, I know I'm a PC and stuff, but I'm like, I shouldn't be, like, so high in so many things. I could be a prodigy in a couple of things, as is my want, but I shouldn't be. I mean, I probably am going to be broadening out some skills, because I remember this in the recording. You were talking about, like, I was talking about how I have no sight and scrutiny, and you're saying, like, and you said, "Oh, you're really coasting on that night vision, huh?" And I kind of testily snapped back, "Yeah, I don't want to be good at everything." And you're like, "Right?" But I am thinking, like, maybe I should get, like, a few points and scrutinize, because that does kind of make sense for Enos' character.
It is just one of those funny moments of like I said, like, you're like, wow, you're really counting on the fact that you don't take penalties to see things, huh?
Yeah,
like, I guess. I'm like, hey, it's fair if you don't want to be good at everything, but also eyes.
Yeah, but so probably get, like, scrutinize. So, you can look at detail work, because that makes sense for, someone who works as a goldsmith or blacksmith. You want to be detail oriented.
Yeah, like, sight is a much more common skill. Like, that's the thing that a lot of NPCs have a couple of points in. It just kind of happens, because it is obviously a very common thing. But scrutinize makes a lot of sense. Yeah. There's a few that got it. Like, I did the two Lord and Lady Wayland, for instance, recently.
I did like seeing them, especially, like, because then I looked at Erwin and I was like, yeah, no, she's definitely her parents' child.
Yeah, you can see how Ike and Erwin Wayland, like, got to be the way they are. Like, hey, spoilers.
I love
it. Ike Wayland is the daddy's girl. She's the heir, so she's just like her dad, basically. Not exactly. She hasn't really developed the spiritual side that he has. Maybe
Erwin
later.
Was able to pick up a little bit of it, which tickled me. It's not formal training, but she picked up things from stuff. So yeah, no, she got that little bit of soul crap, and I was like, and that tickled me.
Erwin Wayland is definitely, like, she's much more like her mother, but also she's still growing up in House Wayland, so, like, she's still got expert blacksmith at, like, 2.
No, I like it. Like, I know I'm constantly thinking about our teen girl squad, but it's like, it's so fun.
You're building, a cluster of power characters. It'll be much more interesting in Summer Court, where, like, you get to add back Paz Oro to the mix.
Yeah, no.
But in Stonehearth, the younger Aileron Marin will be there.
Yep. That reminds me, I do need to plan. I need to think more about my plan to get Baron Marin into the crypt, so we can have a heart-to-heart, or maybe she can have a heart-to-heart with somebody.
Yeah, and Ariane Wayland was very fun to design, because, like, I realized, like, truly her position as like, Cressida's maid of honor is, like, yes, this is why Cressida doesn't have some skills, because Ariane has been there to cover for her the whole way.
No, she was, like, no, I remember looking at her, and was all like, oh, yes, this is a social character.
Yeah, I mean, she has, she's got like a dodge at 3. She's got like 3 in throw, and like the very first level of the throwing knife school, like a couple in fight. Like she's had some adventures in her youth, but also like, yeah, I've always painted her as kind of like the social butterfly of.
No, you
the
did. Like I
circle.
remember, because that's what was requested of Enos when we departed for the Dragon Festival to help her make some social connections, which I think he did fairly well by doing the garden party once again.
Yeah, she knows several names among other houses, and also once again, her poor mother has given up on Ike Wayland of just like she'll figure her shit out, and if not, she's got 2 sisters.
But nope. So I'm super excited for this Sunday. I'm hoping we can get into it. I don't know if I'll ask you. Do you think we will resolve the Port Town in one session, or are we gonna be there for a minute?
I think it will be possible for you to resolve it. It's really going to depend on, not to prime the pump too much, but I think it's going to depend on how much kind of like sitting and waiting you do, like staking out of stuff, like laying back and observing you do versus, it was a little uncharitable of me, I almost phrased it as bickering, but discussing your next move, which is sometimes bickering. I'll say it.
No, like I said, we were bickering. Oh, I was specifically, Anos was bickering. I don't care, I'll say it.
There's been some bickering in the past, so like yes, if you guys are like kind of like passively let information come to you and kind of decide, and your decision could be just, okay, we've seen all we need to see, let's bounce. We can probably do it in one. If you guys spend a little time slow rolling some stuff and like arguing amongst yourselves, that usually slows it down. That has more drama, so I'm not necessarily against it, but it's kind of the thing of just we'll have to see what the tone and the flow of the session is. Reminds me, I need to run. I've been thinking about NPC stats. We're almost all the way through, I think, every major character in House Logi for now. Like, there's a couple of spouses and stuff who are missed, but most of the names I gave stats to. Need to hit up Eshman, and then I think I've decided I actually need to start designing stat blocks for all the other heads of house. Because they have, like, descriptions, and I have stats for what their houses are like. Not that you guys have ever needed to roll against them, but I worked those out a long time ago. But I need to, like, actually put some stats and re-examine some stats for, like, a few of the heirs and stuff. Like, I recently revamped a couple of stat blocks. Like, I shuffled some shit around with, like, Narissa.
All right, bud, I think we're done. And it's almost 3 a.m. for you. It's almost midnight for me. I am probably also going to go to bed after this.
Well, I can't go to bed right away, because I gotta slave away in the minds on the episode. But
you do.
We'll get some sleep. It's okay. I had a fucked up sleep today, because even though I know... I pick the time, I let my parents know, because I'm living with them, what time it'll be here. Whenever I, like, order groceries, and I do it, like, early in the morning, so they don't have time to be out of stock of the things I need, I always get antsy about it. Like, I always worry about my shit arriving and being left out in the hot Florida sun and stuff. So I didn't sleep so good today. Yeah, if you got further rain thoughts, Brain Boys, put them in the chat. But you guys are the only people who have lived this long enough in the live recording. Everybody else has gone to bed. Let's clock out.
Let's log out.
All right, if you've watched this video this far, hit that like button. Show YouTube you like this content. This content is likable, and you do like it if you listen this far. Leave a comment in the comment section down below. What video games from Summer Game Fest did you like? Or State of Play. It's all Summer Games Fest. Fuck it. You can join our Discord. You can join our channel memberships as well, but make sure you're subbed. Obviously, I want you to join because, it's a couple bucks in my pocket, but you do get access to badges and emotes. But you can just subscribe if you're new for more content, like that Medusa Wanted that's coming. The script is in dev right now. You can also ring the bell for notifications for posting new videos, such as posting Reigns and posting Wanteds at odd hours, whenever I remember to do them. And, like I said at the front of the show, consider supporting us on Patreon like our lovely patrons, all of whom are lovely, but especially lovely are Adam DeHart, Blackness OG, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, Jada Van 8000, Chris Starlight, Legendary Boss Center, Rise of Kenji, Rogram, and Charvor, and Varian the Crow. Thank you very much for support all patrons and listeners. You get episodes early on Patreon. Get videos early at higher levels. Participate in our polls. I actually have a new poll for both Fail Betrayal and Fans Every Friday up. It's 3 a.m. though, so I'm not going to double check where they're at, but they're existing. And at higher levels, you can listen to us record the show for 6 hours.
Damn.
Video James.
Yeah,
everybody.
no. Damn.
All right, night.
Good night.